Issei Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Issei betrayed, died and resurrect as god of DxD? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the Shadowwriter01 for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. Yuta was dead. He knew he was, yes, at some level at least he was aware of this. He had been murdered by his own girlfriend on a date, their first date of all things, right when it was coming to its end. Walking through the park at evening, hand in hand with her, with an actual girl, yes, and then suddenly, she turned around and killed him. Not only that, she had suddenly somehow transformed. Black wings grew out of her back, she seemed to become a bit taller, her clothes changed. No, he thought, they vanished and were replaced with a strange but very white leather outfit. Well, a small consolation was at least that he was able to see her for a few moments in the second, while she did transform, Issei said to himself. He remembered the words, the person who had killed him had said this to him. Will you die for me? It was kind of fun, like playing house with a little child. The mocking words were still howling through his head. Well, it could have been worse, a very small sarcastic part of him thought. At least she had fun. Who cared about why? How she had casually and coldly commented to him why she did it, in words he did not even come close to understand. Blame God for putting this sacred gear inside you, she had said. What the hell did that even mean? He thought. Sacred gear, what the hell was that? He had died. Or did he? He asked himself. Issei was dead. When he was looking around right now, though, he wasn't even so sure about that last part anymore. He was standing inside a completely empty white room. What was strange, however, was that he couldn't actually make out any real walls. The room just seemed to continue until he couldn't even make out its end anymore. What in the world was this crazy place? He had been dying. He was quite sure about that. But somehow he was still alive? He asked himself. The last he remembered was bleeding out back there in the park, right next to the fountain. And now he was here. Wherever that was, he looked down on himself. The wound was no longer there, he realized. His body was healed. He was pretty well sure, however, that he had a bleeding wound in his chest just a few moments ago. And well, he still had a body. This alone would be strange if he were some kind of ghost, right? Was this heaven? He asked himself for a short moment. But then he should be surprised to be even here, another sarcastic part of him thought. After all, he had been a notorious pervert. He did die, didn't he? I see you have arrived, a voice greeted him. And no, this is not heaven. But yes, technically you died. As Issei turned around, he saw the figure of a young man, maybe 25 or 30 years old by his looks, with dark brown hair, who was about one head taller than him. He was wearing something that looked like a quite ordinary styled gray suit. At least that was what he looked like at the first glance. But something told Issei that this was anything but a normal person. He really understood it himself, but somehow his senses were screaming at him that this guy was all but normal. It told him to either run away or bow down to him. And there was something else. How in the world did this guy know what he had just been thinking? Who are you? How did you know? He attempted to ask him the question, but once again the stranger was one step ahead of him. Who I am? He replied. I actually have many names. You can just call me Darien. That is at least the name I am going by currently, he stated. What is important for you is, I am the one who has brought you here. And, to the question, how did I know what you were thinking? Yes, Issei Hayadu, I have indeed been reading your mind, the man said to him, smiling friendly. What? He just thought. Okay, after girlfriends who suddenly grew wings, stab you to death, and then fly away, maybe this should not be surprising him that much. Despite the insane things the man had just told him, he wasn't in any way a threat at all. In fact, his expression was actually comforting. Maybe that was it. He had just lost his mind. Yes, things like Yuma growing wings and killing him, finding himself in a completely white room with a man who claims that he can read your thoughts. That couldn't be true, could it? In reality, he was probably locked up somewhere, and in a straitjacket, surrounded by doctors who were trying to find out what was wrong with him, he thought. No, Issei Hayadu, you have not gone crazy, the man told him, once again repeating what he was thinking. All of this here is actually quite real. You're just no longer in your regular world. Ah ha ha ha, Issei suddenly started to laugh, sounding however quite forced. This is a dream, right? I am dreaming. Or is all this here some kind of special effect? Are you from one of these TV shows? I see, you are confused, he said casually. That is more than understandable in your situation. First of let me assure you that nothing will harm you while you are here, and to your questions, where we are. This here is, as it is called, a provisorical spatial dimension. You could say it is a small gap between realities that my group is using for its purposes. A what? Issei wanted to call out, but it became only a quiet whisper. He slowly nodded with his head sheepishly. Of course he understood absolutely nothing. Maybe I should use other means to convince you, the man said. Suddenly the room around them changed. Instead of being in a white empty space they were now standing a few centimeters above the open sea. Or better said, they were hovering right above the water. Issei could hear the waves of the ocean, could feel the wind. It was so real. Come on, touch it, the man named Darien said, as Issei bowed down and reached his hand out to the surface of the sea that had just appeared where they were standing. He could feel the cold water running through his fingers. It is... Issei wanted to say, it is real, technically at least, Darien told him. My power can form this place, and whatever I will it becomes reality. I would be capable of even more if I were truly here, he stated. Truly here, but? Issei questioned. My physical self is actually in a different universe. The body you see here, like everything else around you, it a manifestation I have created with my mind, he explained. Everything around them now changed back as it was before. The ocean under their feet was once again replaced with the empty white room. Once again Issei was aghast. Other universes? He asked. Like in the TV shows, the being named Darien responded with a hint of humor. Of course. For a moment he grinned and actually had to hold back his laughter. Even the being in front of him had a grin on his face. But then remembered where he was. Does that mean you are something like God? He asked. Given the power he possessed, this question was not so far off. No, the man replied, but you could say I and my group are deeply connected to the force you would call God. But that is an explanation for another time. I see that you can barely keep up with the few things I have already told you. That would be an understatement, Issei thought sarcastically. I have brought your soul here, to make you an offer, the being called Darien said to him. An offer? He repeated. Brought my soul here? As I have told you, you have indeed died, the man continued. As you have probably figured out, your current body, just like mine, is just a mental projection. I have formed it so that we can talk easier. Your true body is still lying in the park, he told him calmly. Issei didn't say anything. He had suspected something like that actually. But hearing it from his mouth, Issei only managed to gulp. I am a guardian, a protector of the multiverse as you could call it, Darien introduced himself. I am the leader of our group, and I want to make you an offer. An offer? Yes, but tell me first, would you like to live again? He asked. Of course I would, he replied heatedly. Who wouldn't he? Who wouldn't he? That is a good question. What if I told you now that your return is to be bound on certain conditions? What do you mean with conditions? Of course I want to return to life. All I want to do is go back and forget that any of this ever happened. If you can bring me back, then just do it. That is exactly what I meant, the man stated. I fear that the option to go back how things were no longer exist for you. What do you mean? Issei asked, confused. What I mean is this, even if you return, do you really think the people who were responsible for your death would just let you continue to live your life like nothing happened? He questioned. Issei froze. The situation became quickly clear to him. Of course they wouldn't. As soon as they found out that he was still alive, they would come after him again. Responsible? You mean Yuma? He asked. Her and others. Devils, was his simple answer. Issei was once again stunned. But at the same time, it was at this point that he truly had enough of it all. Okay, stop. Devils? He yelled. Would you please care to explain to me from the beginning? Don't get me wrong, you seem to be a okay guy, for a super-powered super being anyway, but, First Yuma turns into this, whatever she was, and stabs me. Then she starts to talking about something called sacred gear. I don't even know what that is. And then you show up and tell me something about mind reading, guardians and other universes. It was all bursting out of him now. All his senses were still somehow telling him that this being could crush him like a bug and that yelling at him was probably not the smartest thing to do. But he just couldn't help himself. I just don't understand anything anymore, Issei said now more quietly. Ironically, his time here was probably the first time in days that he had not spent most of his mental power on thinking about girls and their breasts. Yet the man who could so easily destroy him if he wanted was only looking at him with a friendly, and obviously uneasy expression. Issei couldn't help to think that this guy felt sorry for him. Okay, he said. Issei was still trying to make sense of all of that. He wasn't even sure when he had suddenly developed a sixth sense for danger. If it was that, you are right, the man responded then. I should first explain a few things to you. Like you have probably already figured out by now, your girlfriend Yuma is actually a supernatural being. Like I am, but different, he stated. Her real name is Rainier, by the way, as we have found out. She is actually a fallen angel to be exact. She is part of a group that resides in this town. But they are by far not the only supernaturals here. A fallen angel. Like in the Christian Bible, you mean? Issei asked him. Like in, fallen from heaven and all that? In a way, yes. But I doubt that she or any member of her team have ever actually fallen from heaven. One thing you should know is that there had been a great war several centuries ago between the three most prominent factions, the angels, the fallen angels, and the devils. A great war? Issei repeated. Yes. All three sides had been decimated at its end, and the Fallens were in the worst state. Literally only their leaders and a handful of others had been left. So it is most likely that Rainier and the rest of her team had been born in the generations afterwards. Today the three factions are in ceasefire. Or more correctly, as it is called today, a Cold War situation. Your hometown Ko is actually being dominated by the devils. In fact, the girl Rias that you know from your school, is a devil. It was all just too much. Issei's brain was still trying to process all the crazy information that was suddenly being thrown at him. Rias, a devil? She was in the class above him in high school for S sake. One of the most popular girls in his school. And what has that all to do with me? He called out now. I am not an angel or a devil or whatever. I am not a member of this damn groups, he practically yelled. So why in the world had Yuma-chan suddenly killed me? You have a sacred gear inside of you, came the answer. She had mentioned the term, right? He asked. It is, to put it simply, a weapon created by God. It was created in first line as a defense for humanity from the supernatural. Sacred gears are reincarnating themselves into human beings. That means a small number of humans are born with such a weapon sealed inside their bodies. You are one of them. So that is the reason? I was born with such a weapon inside me, and she killed me just to make sure that I could never by sheer chance use it against her? Issei began to understand the situation. Or at least a small part of it. Yes. But we were speaking about the ways to bring you back to life, Darien reminded him. So you can bring me back to life? Issei responded. I can. But the truth is, I am not the only one who could do this. There is someone else who is planning to do the same thing. You remember what I have told you about the devils? Darien asked him. You said that Rias senpai is one of them? He was still a bit unbelieving about the idea that one of the great Oni-samas of his own school should actually be some sort of demonic creature. She is, he answered. In fact, she is one of the two leading devils of this area. She, along with the one known as Sona Citri, has claimed this town as her territory. Her territory? Yes, without the consent, or even the knowledge of most of the people who live here, of course. But that is a moral question for another time, he stated. She is the other person who is trying to revive you. I have, however, kept a hold to that for now. What? You mean you are actually keeping someone else from reviving me? Issei exclaimed in shock. Why in the world would you do that? As I told you, her help comes with a high price. If a devil revives you, you become a devil yourself, and automatically the servant of the one who did revive you in the first place, he explained to him. But it seems Rias Gremery had no intention to tell you that until afterwards, he commented. It was clear by his tone that he thought not very high about the devils and their methods. She would essentially made you her slave, and if you would ever try to leave her the devils would hunt you down and kill you. She knew who Rainier was and what she was planning since the day she had first contacted and asked you out, and could have easily stopped her or warned you. But she decided to deliberately let you get killed so that she could force you to become part of her group of servants without having to ask you. So I interfered to give you an actual choice. After hearing this, Issei could only gulp again. He understood now that he meant when Darien said that there is more than just one group to look out for. For the moment I have moved you here, and this place is outside of your regular flow of time. That means we have time to talk. So that you can make your own decision. Now, are you finally ready to hear my offer? He asked him. Yes, I am Darien-sama, Issei replied. You don't have to call me that, he said. I am not your master, unless you want me to be. And despite the power that I command, I don't consider myself above you, or anyone else for that matter, he stated. Let me make one thing clear, if you want me to, I will bring you back to life anyway. No matter if you accept my offer or not. My help is not bound to such prices. Do you understand that? Why, yes, Issei answered, still a bit insecure. And before you even asked that, the reason why I myself have not interfered and prevented your death is simple. As I told you, I am not truly here. I have great power, nearly unlimited by your standards, but even that is not enough to interfere physically when my actual self is several dimensions away. To that comes that for certain reasons the influence of my group in your home universe is somewhat limited. So all I was able to do was to summon your soul to this place. Issei at this point just accepted that piece of information. Okay, I understand, Issei replied. Well, at least this guy had an excuse for not keeping Yuma from killing him, he thought. Being in another universe actually sounded like a quite good one to him. The offer I want to give you is simple. Do you want to join our group? Join your group? Issei repeated, dumbfounded. Yes. We the Guardians are protecting all realities from threats, simply spoken, a duty given to us by the force of creation that formed all universes. So that is God then? Issei questioned. Yes and no, he answered. The entity that is in your world known as God is actually a small part of this force that was separated from the whole to watch over your home universe. My power is in fact far above the God of your world. But it is still nothing compared to his true self that exists in all universes. That is actually connected to the reason why our influence in your world is limited. But that is again a tale for another time. What you should know for now is this. Yes, we are protectors of this world like any other, and we are at war. There exists as an organization a force at the other end of the spectrum. They are the true reason our group was formed a long time ago. To counter the threat that they present. Their goals are in some sense the complete opposite to ours. They want to reform the entire multiverse, by destroying everything that is flawed, failed or unworthy in their eyes, or just standing in their way. That means people, states, worlds, even entire universes, all is to be destroyed if it doesn't meet their standards. This is actually yet another reason why I couldn't help you in person. I am currently involved in a campaign in another universe. The war between our two sides has been going on for thousands of years. It makes the so-called Great War between the three factions look like a small-scale banter. And you want me to become part of that? Issei called out in absolute shock and horror. Don't misunderstand me. I don't want you to join this war, at least not yet. Not for a long time. What I offer you is this, fulfill one mission for us. Or maybe two if you cannot make up your mind. It won't be anything too dangerous, only dealing with minor threats for now. In exchange we will train you and help you to realize the power of your sacred gear. One job, an easy one, that is all we ask from you, and then we will properly train you and show you everything you need to know to protect you from anyone who would try to take advantage of you. After this one job you can then decide if you want to stay with us or not. Issei had to admit it sounded better than anything else he had heard so far. If you refuse, I will bring you back just like the way you are, Darien told him. But as I said, we are at war. You can understand that we simply don't have the time to train you if you don't do at least one task for us, he stated. Okay, he thought it over. I guess we can show you in any case the basics of your sacred gear's power, even if you say no. We will leave you to defend yourself. But we will not train you to your full abilities. For that you would have to find someone else. Your other options are to let the devil reincarnate you and willingly become her servant. But then you will automatically get involved into their conflict instead. Or you can choose death and move on to whatever afterlife the people of your home are being sent to. I advise you to take some time and think it over. What kind of job? Issei wanted to know. The job I want to give you is actually very close to home, he said. Answer me one question. If you had the chance, would you go after Rainier and Rias and kill them? If I offered you the power to do it? Think about it, the one who had murdered you and the one who had set you up to die. Would you destroy any of their subordinates who had helped them in their schemes and is standing in your way? Think about it, and answer me. Issei didn't he say anything for a few moments. Anger flew through him. Didn't he even know who he was more angry at? The one who had claimed to like him and then killed him without a second thought, or the one who just sat back and let it happen, without getting her hands dirty, when she could easily have prevented it all. Yes, a part of him wanted nothing more than get his hands around their throats. But he suddenly saw their faces in his mind. No, Issei answered after a few moments. I want T. Despite everything I don't want either of them to die. Or at least I don't want to be the one to kill them. I am sorry. Why are you apologizing? You have passed the test, Darien told him. We want protectors after all, not murderers. Even if the difference between both is sometimes slim. Test? Hey, does that mean you have been screwing with me right now? Issei called out. A part of him could not believe how easily he was now chatting with a being that, by his own words, surpassed God. I admit I did, he replied. I needed to know how you truly feel, and just scanning the surface of your mind is not enough. The true job is this. We want you to keep an eye on Rainier, the one you know as Yuma Amano. Find out everything you can about what she is doing. We suspect that she will soon target another sacred gear user. Do everything to protect this person from her, or from others. We have reason to believe that there is someone else pulling the strings behind her actions, an organization that could become a greater threat in the near future. Disrupt her plans and interfere with her actions wherever you can. Keep a hold on whatever she is doing. But don't kill her or anybody else for that matter if it can be in any way avoided. We are not after Rainier. We want to find and expose whoever is hiding behind her. Moment, Issei said. You want me to go pestering Yuma? A grin began to form on his face. I knew you would like that part, he responded. If you want to call it that, then yes. Make her life harder, annoy her as much as you want, make sure her plans fail completely. But you don't want me to kill her? As I said, this is a low-threat mission, by our standards, so it should not be necessary to kill anyone. We are looking for information. You know something? Issei said to him. You have a deal. Are you sure? He asked him. Well, from all possibilities your offer sounds like the best one. And I am certainly not willing to die yet. As you wish. There is, however, one last thing you should know. When I return you to life, a small part of my energy will remain inside you. For me this doesn't mean much. The little bit of energy spent will restore itself quickly. But you will be different. This is a universal law that cannot be changed. Whenever a person is reincarnated, at least a small part of the force that reincarnated it stays inside this person. No matter what method is used, you will still be human. But you will be stronger than before, have access to abilities and power that no regular human would possess. Well, this is a good thing, isn't it? Given your situation it is, yes? I only wanted you to understand that even I can't bring you back exactly like you have been before. It doesn't matter. With this sacred gear thing inside me I was never completely normal anyway, and more power sounds very good actually. I see. Since you have accepted I will send you back now. When you have arrived, one of our agents in your world who is already somewhere in your town will contact you to give you more exact instructions and train you. For this I will plant a telepathic signal in your mind that she will be able to sense. So she will find you quickly and will remove it then later. She? Issei asked hopefully. I know exactly what you are thinking, he responded sternly. Yes, she is attractive, and you will have to talk with her about this topic. Okay, he grinned. I will send you back now. We will see each other again in the future, Issei Hayato. Darien lifted one hand and pointed at him, and once again the world around Issei started to change. Issei awoke. He saw that he was still lying next to the fountain. The wound that killed him, however, was gone. He decided not to stay here any longer, and forced himself to stand up. He tried to bring some distance between himself and the place he had died. Right now he truly didn't want to meet any fallen angel or devil, at least for today, but somehow his legs just didn't want to work correctly. Of course, he had just been dead. What did he expect? After a few hundred meters he broke down again. He was lying there for maybe a minute. Then he heard someone coming. It seems I have found you faster than I have thought, a voice spoke. So you are the new recruit the boss has told me to find. Issei realized that his worry was needless. This was obviously the agent that was sent for him. As he looked up he saw a young girl. She had brown hair that fell over her shoulders and was wearing black jeans and a light gray blouse and a black jacket, matching her pants, above it. You are the guardian looking for me, he said. Yes, I am. And what is your name? She asked him. He saw that she also had a great pair of épées. Yes, Issei thought. He truly was back. Issei and the girl he had just met had now left the city park. Or better said, she had been literally dragging him around since he was still in a bad condition. The problem was she couldn't figure out the reason for that. The reincarnation should have brought him back in perfect physical shape. So the problem had to lie somewhere else. It was probably that his body just needed time to adjust to the change that happened to it. Yes, that had to be it. Now they were both standing together in a hotel room a few miles away where she had brought him. Issei was in the moment sitting at the side of the bed where she had laid him down when they arrived. She was standing right in front of him, trying to make out what was wrong with him. Issei at the same time, at some level, realized mostly one thing. He was here, alone in a hotel room, with a girl. He was suddenly feeling even more uneasy than before, and it had absolutely nothing to do with his physical health. My name is Gabriel, by the way, she introduced herself. You are Issei, wasn't that what you said? Yes, Issei Hayato, he said with a grin. It was a grin that seemed, and was, a bit forced, thanks to him being nervous. I am looking out to getting to know you, she told him. It is not every day that the boss decides to recruit someone right away from death. This comment only caused him to blush, obviously misunderstanding her intentions. I am glad to meet you too, he replied, stuttering. He was trying to look tough, but admittedly he failed miserable. In the moment there was in first line one thought prominent in his head: he was alone with a girl in a hotel room. Good, I am glad that I have found you this quickly for my part, she responded. Especially since you are not feeling well. You can say that, Issei stated. But I guess I shouldn't complain, I have been dead after all. I see, she replied. Physically you should have been in perfect state though after your reincarnation. So it has to be something else. Suddenly she had another realization. Issei, tell me, are you carrying something on your body? Something that doesn't belong to you? She asked him. What? He asked. His brain was still being rattled by his overall miserable state, and by his own lascivious thoughts that were coming to him. These devils were trying to reincarnate you, right? She questioned. I just asked myself how they were even intending to find you in time to do that. The park is big and the entire town is even bigger, and they couldn't have followed you that close without the fallen angel noticing. Do you have something with you that doesn't belong to you? Yes, he answered and took out the flyer he had been given earlier, showing it to her. Someone gave me this before my date with Yuma. She took the piece of paper and took a short look at it. Interesting, you said they gave you this before your date with the fallen? Directly before? She questioned. Yes, he replied. As I thought, she said, this is a summoning card. A nice trick, you have to give that to these devils. When you had been lying there dying and wished to stay alive, you would have activated this. Or if you had been just carrying around and thought of Rias Gremery, for whatever reason, she would have your exact location and could have appeared right next to you. Wherever you currently are. You mean everywhere? Even here or at my home? Yes, even in your own house. Nasty little buggers these devils are, kind of like doorstep salesmen, she commented. You just can't get rid of them. Not here though, since my apartment is protected. Ironically, a day ago he would have cheered at the thought that a girl like Rias suddenly showing up at his home. But now, knowing what she was, and that she had plans for him, it was completely different. Another part of him was actually tempted to laugh about Gabriel's snide remark. Okay, let us deal with that first, she stated. I have an idea about what could be the reason. Can I take a quick look at you? Oh, of course, he answered, now even more riled up. Once again obviously, or this time maybe rather willfully, misinterpreting her intentions. Okay, I have some idea what might have caused your current state, she said, taking one step closer to him. But for that I need to take a closer look at your mental and physical. Hey, are you listening? She asked him. Issei was deep red in the face. She suddenly realized that he wasn't listening to what she was saying at all. Instead he was staring right at her chest, and that his hands were halfway outstretched in exactly that direction. Hey, what do you think you are doing? She yelled at him now. This seemed to have brought him back to reality. So you are that kind of guy, she remarked. For a moment he thought she would actually punch him. But she got a hold on herself. Okay, you were chosen. So there is obviously something to you beside that, she stated seriously, but still visibly annoyed. And obviously slightly frustrated that she had just now realized that the boy in front of her was a pervert. Issei, she finally said, could you please stop thinking about my boobs for 5 minutes and listen to me? She told him. Okay. I think the reason you are feeling unwell is the change in your body after your resurrection, and that the new powers you are developing because of it are not getting along with the ones that come from your sacred gear, she explained. But I think I can help you synchronize both energies. It will be quite quick actually. Really? Yes, but she answered. Issei, I will have to show you something, and you must promise me that you do anything to keep a hold on yourself, to stay calm. What? What do you mean? Issei asked her. You should know, I have telepathic abilities, she told him. Well, you will have probably 2 now. Since it was Darien who had revived you and he is one of the most powerful telepaths in all known universes. What I want to try is to transfer information directly into your mind. Really? Issei said, stunned. You can do something like that? You know, maybe I could use that for school. That could be really useful. He chuckled a bit, trying to be funny, but not quite succeeding given the situation. I can. But it is not easy. The process costs a lot of energy, and I think I will only be able to do it when I am in my natural form. But, natural form? You mean, you are normally not really looking, like that? Issei asked, trying not to get his hopes crushed. I certainly do look like this, Gabriel responded, now slightly annoyed. It is just. My true form might shock you. You have to remember, I am not gonna hurt you, no matter what I look like. Once again Issei was surprised how easily he seemed to get along with a clearly supernatural being. This one here a hot girl on top of that. Oh come on, he said to her, it can't be that bad, right? He was laughing once again, this time less forced. If you are still looking like this. Yes, my boobs are the same, a bit bigger actually, she replied, now with a grin on her face herself. Now show me. Okay, but don't say I didn't warn you. With this word she began to transform. Her casual clothes were replaced with something that looked like a black-colored combat dress, and without a warning 2 pairs of black-colored feathered wings were ripping out of her back. Yes, Issei thought it wouldn't frighten him, whatever she was. Now he realized he had been wrong. His entire body froze. He could only stare at the girl before him. Only one sentence was once again howling through his mind. Will you die for me? He heard Yuma saying. He saw into Gabriel's eyes, trying to ignore the black wings on her back. He should have suspected it sooner, he realized. Her eyes, they were violet, in a similar shade as Yuma's. At another part of the town 2 other high school students were currently spending some of their own time. These 2 were Issei's 2 best friends Motohama and Matsuda. Both of them were from a similar mindset as Issei himself, and like he openly admitted it, that gave them under the students the nickname the Perverted Trio. They had just left the game arcade. Matsuda was just mentioning a new porn DVD he had bought yesterday, not hentai anime for once, but real porn. Then they were suddenly interrupted. Hey boys, I have been looking for you, a quite obviously female voice addressed them. They turned around, with a bit stunned expressions as they saw her. A girl as attractive as her calling to them on the streets, or even talking to them wasn't something what happened to them usually. She had long dark hair, a beautiful face and a nice, no, more than nice figure, as they saw in bright, kind of violet-colored eyes. Both of them could literally feel their jaws hanging open. Then they suddenly recognized her, with some clear disappointment. Wait, you're Issei's girlfriend, aren't you? Motohama stated. Yuma, was it? Yes, that is right. It is nice that you remember me, she told them sweetly. But sadly you won't be for much longer. Before either of them could even ask her what she meant with that, they were both suddenly feeling dizzy by looking in her eyes. And then, a few moments later, they had forgotten that she had ever existed. This was it, the fallen angel Rainier thought to herself. With erasing the memories of these two perverts, the last ties between her and Issei Hayadu were cut. All in all, she was happy that she had it behind her. Now that this obstacle was out of her way, she could continue to follow her real plan. She remembered a human teenage boy, who had showered her with all kinds of affection, in his own naive way, and nearly instantly angrily suppressed it. Was she really that starved for attention? She asked herself. It didn't matter. In a few days she would have the key to everything she ever wished for, and then she could happily forget everything what happened in this town. Issei could still only stare at the girl before him and her black wings. You are just like Yuma, he stammered, still in shock about seeing her like this. A bit, yes, she admitted. Another fallen angel, he exclaimed. Technically I am an angel, at least in some sense. I didn't fell in the regular way. And I was born a fallen. You know, the one physical difference between an angel and a fallen angel is the divine protection that we, she corrected herself, lack. Normally lost through sinful thoughts or actions, she explained. I have given it up by myself. It was more practical that way. He was just coming to terms with the revelation what she was, but couldn't he help to still feel wary of her? Moment, you mean you have caused yourself to fall? He asked her. Why would you do that? I am a secret agent, you know? It is much more easy to infiltrate sinister organizations that are terrorizing the world, if you don't radiate an aura of peace and love wherever you go, she commented. Issei looked at her dumbfounded about this crazy-sounding, yet completely logical explanation. Look, she continued, I don't want to scare you, Issei. I know the last fallen angel you met had stabbed you, but just because I have black wings on my back doesn't mean I am going to hurt you. Okay, he just repeated. I will begin now, she said, and reached out to him with one hand. Issei could feel something. It was like fingers reaching into his mind. But not painful like you could imagine, just weird. Then he suddenly felt as if he were in a different place and time. He could see pictures, hear people talk, but his conscious mind didn't seem to know what to make out of it. It was all muddy, confused. Are you feeling better? He heard her asking a short time later. If he was honest, Issei wasn't even sure how much time exactly had passed. 1 minute, 2? He had pretty much been out of it. To his surprise, however, he realized that he suddenly had a basic understanding of energy manipulation. Well, very basic. He knew how supernatural energies worked, and was able to sense them. Issei could feel both sources of energy inside of him, and was able to regulate them just good enough to keep them from hampering each other or from harming his body in the process. Yes, he answered, I do feel better. Good, she said. If that is all, I will bring you home now. Then I will now start warding your house, in case your schoolmate Rias decides to show up here, or maybe that your girlfriend finds out that you are still alive, she told him. Okay, he answered, still feeling a bit weirded out by all of this. So you are the supernatural version of James Bond, with boobs, he heard himself saying. She only stared at him for a few moments as she heard his comment, before she broke out into howling laughter. Yes, that is one way to put it, she finally said between giggles. You really are something, Issei Hayadu. There was, however, something else she had noticed. The energy radiated by his sacred gear, it was not only extraordinary high, it was a very specific sort of energy. That of a dragon. There were a handful of sacred gears that they're based on draconic power, as she knew, and only a few with this kind of power. And for even less of them were the whereabouts unaccounted for, the so-called boosted gear, the device where the red Welsh dragon was sealed into. But there was only one way to be sure. Issei, can you activate your sacred gear? She asked him. You just need to concentrate. It should be quite easy, nearly like a reflex if you know how exactly to do it. Normally you should be able to figure it out by trying it by trial and error a few times. But it should already be part of the information that I just transferred into your head. So just try concentrating. And not to think of my breasts for a few minutes, she added. Issei did what she told him. He even ignored her glorious figure right in front of him. After a few seconds, a strange red-colored device that he had never seen before manifested itself on his arm. That is it? He asked. Gabriel was focusing her mind on the sacred gear that had just appeared. On the first glance it had the look, and also the readings of a normal twice critical. But she knew a few other ways to detect energies than any regular fallen angel would. She could see the enormous power hiding behind it. Yes, that is it, she said. Congratulations, you are carrying the boosted gear, one of the strongest sacred gears in existence. Boosted gear? I will explain it to you. But I think we should leave it for today. You look as if you are already ready to fall asleep, and you have probably heard more than enough about the supernatural for one day. Yes, you can say that, he responded. I will bring you home now. There is something else. I think you shouldn't go to school tomorrow. Not as long as you can't control your power and are vulnerable like this. When the devils find out that you are alive, they will without a doubt want to interrogate you, and like you are now, they will probably squeeze every bit of information out of you that you have. Hey, he called out. Sorry, but that's how it is, she replied. You can't even hide your power or shield your mind, unless you might be able to do it instinctively. Actually, this will be under the first things I teach you. We will spend the next day training and learning. Just tell your parents that you are sick. Given your condition a few minutes ago, that would not even be a lie. But if I tell them I am sick, how will we explain being out the entire day? He questioned. Leave that to me, she told him, smiling. Co-Academy, the Occult Research Club. All in all, Rias was not really having a good day. Not that there was any danger or even serious problems for her. It was simply that things were not going as she had planned, by far. And that made her feel uneasy, at least in this case. But it was not only that. Something strange was going on here, she knew it. Have you found out something? She asked her Queen Aquino, aka her strongest servant, who had just entered the room. Officially both of them were third-year students of Co-Academy, 1 year higher than Issei. In truth they were both high-class devils, and Rias for her part was a pure blood, a born devil and the heir of one of the most powerful families, the sister of one of the devil kings, and one of the 2 devils who laid claim to the territory of Ko. Sorry, Rias, we have been searching the entire district for him, Aquino answered. Or maybe I should say for his body, foo, she added. The sound of her voice and the grin on her face hinted that she was actually holding back a light laughter at her last comment. For some reason this callous behavior infuriated Rias. Aquino! She exclaimed angrily, that is nothing to make fun about. He could be dead. The plan in question was in this case the recruitment of a sacred gear user, none other than Issei Hayato, who had now vanished from their sight. What I am here. Bucho. Aquino responded, pronouncing her title, is being honest. Her behavior, as well, made suddenly a 180-degree turn, and she was now dead serious. You knew the risk, but you still insisted that we do it this way. There was never a guarantee that Issei wouldn't just throw the flyer into the next trash can. If you were worried about his safety, you should have thought about it earlier. But that is not what happened. The card was clearly being activated, for a moment at least, but then something cut it off. Rias explained. That was my point, Aquino retorted, visible irritated. There had been a dozen things that could go wrong and he would die for good. And now you suddenly act all worried about him. You could have just asked him. You know, it was easier this way. Easier for who exactly? Aquino questioned. It was not usual for this two to have a dispute like this. Despite being master and subordinate, they were the best friends. But since Issei Hayato had disappeared on them, she had developed a protective streak about their younger fellow student. Now that it was probably too late to make a difference, a cynical part of Rias thought. If I remember right, you went along with it, she told her. If you had problems with my plan you could have mentioned it a few days ago. Aquino had to admit, She didn't have anything to answer to that. Rias was right, at least in this point. If she had any problem with that crazy plan of hers, she should have made her position clear far earlier, before this had happened. We will continue to look for him, she stated. But if we don't find him, we must go by the idea that the fallen angel had probably fulfilled her mission. I know, Rias said. The next day, Issei and Gabriel were standing in front of each other. They were a few miles outside of the town border, outside of the Devil's or the fallen angel's reach. Both of them were not keeping an eye off each other. Both of them were wearing dark-colored combat clothes and holding swords in their hands. Gabriel had shown up once again this morning and transported them here. His parents thought he was going to school. Actually, he had told his mother at first that he was not feeling well and asked her to write an apology letter for school. A short time later Gabriel appeared, claiming to be a fellow student, and made her forget that she had ever written the letter. Then she transported them here and they started their training. In the beginning she had first let him run a few rounds around the place, while carrying a weighted backpack. To be honest, he hadn't thought that he would be able to carry this even for 100 meters. But as it looked, he had grown stronger through his reincarnation. Raising up your stamina is one of the keys to control your sacred gear, she had told him. The stronger you are physically, the longer you will be able to keep it activated. He saw that he meant as he first tried keeping it activated for a longer time, and then nearly collapsed from exhaustion after a few minutes. What followed afterwards was some basic combat training. Gabriel had brought the two blades along since she wanted to teach him at least a few lessons in the use of weapons, then followed by basic energy manipulation. One lesson, of course, how to conceal your presence from others, as she had promised. Then followed by another round of keeping your sacred gear activated for as long as possible. This time with getting involved in hand-to-hand combat at the same time. Beside that, she had also explained the ground principles of telepathy to him. The more advanced stuff in all areas, as she told him, would follow later. With Gabriel's ability to transfer raw information directly into his mind, he was learning incredibly fast. It was, however, a question of his own mind really understanding and mastering these skills. There was a difference of knowing how to do something and truly knowing it. And there was, of course, the question of his body needing to keep up with the knowledge. Gabriel had, however, also told him that she would do this only a few times in the best case. Something about it being too risky otherwise. By now it was already getting late afternoon. He had spent the greatest part of the day training. In between they had taken several long breaks, a few of them of nearly 1 hour. But Issei was still feeling exhausted like never before in his life. I knew it, you are also trying to kill me, he actually said to her as a joke at one point, as he was sweating under another round of endurance workout. I actually might if you don't try harder, she responded. Also obviously making fun. The breaks they had used for several verbal lessons. Like the history of his sacred gear, the fact that it actually had a dragon sealed inside. Ing dragon, the basic lines how it worked, then a more detailed version of the history of the Guardians, along with some information about the universe where their organization was founded, some facts about the group who seemed to be their main enemy and had their roots in the same universe like them. Then came more history of the 3 factions and the Great War and similar things. So you are telling me that this dragon, Drake, is actually living inside me? He wanted to clarify once again. In a sense, through the boosted gear, he is at the very least bonded to your soul, and he is more powerful than a god. Yes, more powerful than most of them, in this universe at least. But that doesn't mean that you are Issei. I have explained to you how it works. For now, you can only draw small amounts of power from it, until you learn how to draw more and be strong enough to hold it with your body. Yes, for now it just doubles my power every 10 seconds, he replied. Very soon you will probably be able to draw more boosts that will and maybe even unlock the higher powers of the gear, she told him. Will I then also be able to do such incredible things like creating a dimension out of thin air or conjuring souls from other universes? He asked. She grinned. Maybe not exactly that, but you will have incredible powers, she stated. But I will hardly be the one to teach you all that. Despite that you may think of me, I am not a cosmic-level powerhouse like our leaders. I am just a regular field agent, and just a little bit stronger than a normal fallen angel of my level. The Guardians had just showed me a few tricks that I learned. And I am not that long in the organization myself, she explained. If I am honest, if it had not been for them, I would have probably fallen anyway, in the regular way. Would you then also have such a bitch like Yuma? The question had slipped through his lips before he noticed the sad look on her face as she said this. In the next moment he wanted to kick himself. Believe me, being a fallen angel is not easy, she answered. I might have been worse. Then I am truly glad that you met them, he said. So am I. You truly want to return to school tomorrow? She asked him. Yes. I guess I just don't want to miss everything because of this. You are deeper than someone would first think. If only you want to, she commented. Well, I think you can go now. I have taught you just enough that no devil will take easy advantage of you. Co-Academy. The following morning, Issei was standing once again in front of his school. This time, however, he was visibly nervous. This had to be a first, he thought. Actually afraid to go to school. But normally you also wouldn't have to deal with a bunch of devils who were trying to recruit you and were now probably going to at the very least ask you a lot of questions. Questions he certainly didn't want to answer. And that certainly weren't their business in the first place. Hayadu, are you okay? He heard someone asking him. Hello Murayama, he greeted her as he recognized one of his classmates. One who was the captain of the kendo club who he had been caught peeking on 2 days ago. On top of that, I have noticed that you were missing yesterday, she told him, and now I have seen you just standing here for nearly a minute. Are you alright? I mean, you weren't missing yesterday because we, had beaten you up too badly, weren't you? What? He was a bit dumbfounded by this strange apology. He remembered the trashing he got from the entire kendo club after they got him, and sympathy from Murayama was about the last thing he had expected. No, he replied, I was just sick yesterday. You had nothing to do with it. But thanks for your concern, he stated honestly. Okay, then I guess I will see you in class, Hayadu, she said and turned to leave. Wait, he told her. I wanted to say I am sorry for peeking on you this last time. I will try to tone it down in the future. Since I have tons of other things to worry about now, he thought silently. But I can't promise to leave it out completely, because you are just too pretty. What the hell? Why have I just said this, he thought. Now it was her turn to look at him with an open mouth. For a short moment she actually seemed to be blushing. You know something, Hayadu, maybe you would actually have more luck with the girls if you were a bit more like this more often, she told him, before leaving for class, leaving Issei with a few things to think about. The Occult Research Club. A short time later, Kaneko came suddenly running into the room. She was actually too late for her first class this day, but this here was more important. Issei Hayadu, she told them, he is back. I have just seen him in the corridor on the way to his class. Rias and Aquino were looking at each other in surprise. They had already been so far to consider him dead, after they hadn't found him, and he had not appeared yesterday. And secretly they had already been waiting for the police to find his body somewhere or for his parents to declare him missing. What in the world has happened? I think we should talk to him as soon as possible, Rias stated. A few hours later, Issei was walking through the streets on his way home. Then he would meet with Gabriel again a short time afterwards, for some more training. He was still thinking about the conversation he had with the devils a few hours before and the one with Murayama before that one, and about all what happened during the last 2 days. As he had seen Matsuda and Motohama at school, he had brought up Yuma, without telling them that she was his girlfriend, however, as Gabriel suggested. As if she was only a girl he had met. Just as she had predicted, they could not remember her. Then Kiba Yuto, of all people, probably the most popular male student, at least under the girls, had appeared in Issei's class and invited him to a meeting with the Occult Research Club, which as he knew now was probably just a cover for Rias Gremry's devil peerage. Kiba was a devil as well, he could feel it. He was someone Issei, along with his 2 friends, had hated out of principle alone 2 days ago, called the prince of the school, swarmed and admired by nearly all girls. Yes, exactly the kind of guy the Issei from 2 days ago would have despised. Now he wasn't so sure what to think of him. He had accepted the invitation. There was hardly a way to avoid them for long. So he could also bring it behind him. What followed was the interrogation session that Rias Gremry called a conversation. Gabriel had been right. He would have been screwed if he came here yesterday. With such things in mind, Issei was walking along the streets. Until he suddenly sensed something. Another presence was here. It didn't feel like a fallen angel or the devil's, but somehow different. He couldn't quite place it. As he looked around, he saw the source. It was a young girl, sitting on a bench at the side of the sidewalk. She had long blonde hair. She was really cute actually, he thought, and was wearing a nun outfit. A nun? He asked himself. Oh, excuse me, she asked as she saw Issei looking at her. Could you please tell me how I can get to the church? Issei didn't understand the language she was speaking. Has she arrived yet? Rainier asked. No, the other fallen angel, a tall blue-haired woman, next to her answered. Who exactly was this sacred gear user again? They were both standing at the area surrounding the abandoned church that served them as their local base. Asia Arjento, an excommunicated nun, and the wielder of the Twilight Healing, Rainier answered. Lord Kokabeel had arranged for her to be placed under our care. And the other guy we are waiting for? Fried Selzen, stray exorcist, a complete lunatic going by his records. But he had been assigned to watch over her. Yet for some reason that idiot had insisted that they travel apart from each other, Rainier cursed, and now she had gotten lost on us. Go look for her, Calawarner, and bring her here. Okay, Rainier, she answered, while spreading her wings and flying off. Issei didn't actually understood a single word of what the girl in front of him was saying. He wasn't even completely sure which language she was speaking. Only that he certainly didn't knew it. But somehow, he couldn't quite explain it himself. He had a good guess what she was talking about. To that came the strange feeling that he had in her presence, that caught his attention about her in the first place. Whatever it was, she was clearly not an average person. Look at her, Issei suddenly heard a voice talking in his head. Concentrate. Nearly instinctively, he did what the voice was saying. To be honest, it wasn't the first time that he heard it. I am sorry. I just thought you could help me, he heard the girl saying. Issei realized that he suddenly understood her. But how? Telepathy, of course. Didn't Gabriel said that he had this power? Yes, that must be it. I would really like to help you, he answered, hoping that the nun would understand him as well. Oh, you can understand what I am saying, the girl called out now, visibly happy. Oh, well, yes I do, he said, himself being surprised about that fact. I am Issei Hayadu. I am Asia Arjento, she introduced herself in return. It is nice to meet you. I wanted to ask you if you could help me find the church. Find the church? Issei asked, perplexed. A nun trying to find the church? That was certainly something new, he thought. But the only church in the town was... I have just arrived in this town today, and... I kind of got lost, she admitted shyly. I have been walking through the town for hours. Please help me. Issei truly didn't knew what to think about that. Asia, there is only one church in the town. But it had been abandoned years ago. Are you sure that you want to go there? Yes, I want to. I have been asked to go there for my new mission, she stated. Okay, Issei just said. He had to admit, there was something about this girl. And it was not just the strange energy he felt from her. No, somehow she just seemed to radiate kindness and compassion. He wasn't sure. Maybe that he knew this had to do with this telepathy he was developing. Or maybe Asia was just that kind of girl where you could see that she had a good heart. But, a part of him suddenly painfully realized, he had thought the same way about Yuma. At the first look, she had seemed like that too. Yuma. Rainier, he said to himself, why did that stupid bitch even had to go out to kill him like that? She had told him that he was a threat to her. Why? Only for the sheer chance that he would one time side against them? Ha! He thought, had she not killed him in the first place, he would have just continued his life with going to school every day, spending time with his friends and trying to peek on girls. He wouldn't have to worry about people trying to kill him, or about having this devils in his neck and their attempts to recruit him. And by the way, if he truly was that dangerous, why had she never tried to bring him to her side? She was in the perfect position. He would have done anything for her. Was he not worth to bother in her eyes? Bitch. Suddenly he realized what in hell he was thinking. What the heck? He didn't want to join Yuma and whatever crazy group she was part of. Damn it. He had already joined the good guys, or at least as close to the good guys as he could get. Issei, is everything alright? He heard Asia's voice asking him. You looked as if something is truly worrying you. He concentrated on her and tried to push any thought about Rainier out of his mind, for now. She truly sounded concerned about him, despite knowing him only for a few minutes. It's alright, Asia, he answered. I just had to think about something. Hey Asia, do you want some ice cream? Issei asked her suddenly. He saw that they just came across a parlor. I would like to. But I still have to go to the church. They are waiting for me, she replied. But at the same time her eyes were drifting off to the ice cream shop next to them. I see you really want to. Issei started to laugh a bit. Tell me, have they even given you a special time when you have to arrive? No, but then you can also take a few minutes longer, don't you think? It will hardly make a difference now, right? He pointed at one of the tables in front of the shop and gestured for her to sit down. If you think so, Issei, she said and smiled at him. Hey, it is you, they heard another voice. It was a little boy who had been sitting at one of the neighboring tables. Issei didn't recognize him, but Asia seemed to know the boy. I wanted to thank you for what you did for me earlier, he said to her. Is this your boyfriend? The boy asked her, causing both of them quite some embarrassment. No, I am a sister of the church, she stammered. I cannot have a boyfriend. Asia's face turned downwards. For some reason, she was looking even more ashamed than before. He is just showing me the way through the town, she said quietly. Along with the word sister of the church, Issei felt a wave of pain coming that he knew didn't belong to him. Asia, he thought. There was something not right, and he intended to find out what. It was in this moment that Issei was looking at her, truly looking at her like he would at any other girl. She was pretty, even if she wasn't really the type of girl he would normally go after. Okay, he would go after every girl, he admitted. She just wasn't the type he would normally imagine. Asia had very big bright blue eyes and long blonde hair, an incredible cute face. Her breasts were quite small, but they seemed to be nice looking from what he could make out from the way they were shaping up beneath her clothes. Still, the nun outfit made him feel a bit uneasy. Issei froze and became red in the face as he suddenly realized that he was thinking about her in that way, and she was a nun. His mind turned back to reality. She has helped you? Issei asked the boy. Yes, I fell and was injured. But then she came and she healed me. Healed you? Issei repeated, thinking about Asia giving him first aid. Yes, just like that. Isn't that cool? The boy asked. She is truly an angel, he said. In opposite to what most would think, however, his words caused only another stab in Issei's heart. An angel, yeah, right? Yuma's face flashed once again into his mind. The boy was still talking to Asia for a few minutes, as they all had sat down. Asia, she truly was a good person. Meeting this boy had only confirmed it. She was friendly. She took the time to help an injured little boy, while she herself was walking around in a town she didn't know. She even seemed to show true concern for him, a guy she had just met, and who had just offered to help her out. Besides that, he just knew. Whatever kind of power he was developing, it allowed him to take a shot at what was inside her mind. He had to say she was the most kind and innocent person he had ever met. After a few minutes, the little boy who had been talking with them returned to his own table. Issei, there is something I want to ask you, Asia addressed him. Yes? He replied, curious what she would say. Would you be my friend? She asked. Whatever question Issei had been expecting, this was not it. Your friend? Yes, the truth is, I never had a friend before. What? How can that be? I mean, you are clearly the nicest girl I have ever met. Thank you, she replied, blushing visibly. It is just, I was raised by the church. I never had any family, and then I had this gift. A gift? He asked. Yes, a gift from God. I can heal people, just by wanting it. When the church found out about it, I was declared a holy maiden, and that meant I couldn't have any friends. I was always alone, she stated. Issei wasn't exactly sure what to think about this gift. Maybe it had something to do with the energy he was feeling from her. But he was sure about one thing. He was saddened for Asia than anyone before. and he would do everything to make her feel better. Of course I will be your friend, he told her, and he meant it. Thank you, Issei, she answered. The smile she gave him was heartwarming, but another question he had been asking himself was eating at him. Was he, at least on some level, using Asia to distract himself from thinking about Yuma? Was he somehow using Asia to get over her? No, he promised himself, he would not. Asia deserved far better than to be treated like this. Hell, not even Yuma deserved that. He suddenly remembered her killing him. Okay, maybe she did deserve it, but he would still not act like this. He would be Asia's friend and for her own sake, not to make himself feel better. So this is where you are, he heard a voice he knew all too well saying. I have already been looking for you, Gabriel, he said. Yes, the fallen angel who was training him replied. I thought we wanted to meet when your school was over. I am sorry. I sort of forgot, he stated. He knew how weak of an excuse that was. This is Asia, he introduced her. I have met her in town, he said. Asia, he turned to her. This is Gabriel, she is a friend of mine. We actually wanted to meet, but then I met you and… Sorry, Issei. I didn't want to cause any trouble for you, she replied. It is no trouble at all, Asia. Right, Gabriel? He asked, but then he realized that she was only staring at Asia without saying anything. Gabriel? He asked again. Issei, could I speak to you alone for a moment? She responded. Of course. I will be back in a minute, Asia, he said to her. Okay, Issei, she replied. He and Gabriel were walking a short distance away. Issei, do you realize just who this girl is? She asked him. What do you mean? She is Asia. We have just met and become friends. She is a nun from Europe, and she told me that she had a gift of healing from God and became a holy maiden. Issei, don't you get it? She is the sacred gear user we have been looking for the entire time, and you have just run right into her. He was now looking at Gabriel with his mouth open. It all made sense, her healing people just by thinking about it. The strange energy radiating from her. Issei slapped his hand in his own face. I am truly an idiot, he stated. How could I not figure this out by myself? You may be an idiot, she responded, smiling warmly at him, but then you are for sure an incredible lucky one. So Issei got a few answers about some of his questions regarding Asia Arjento. But what exactly was this voice that he kept hearing? He asked himself. This wasn't even the first time that it suddenly appeared. Have you still not figured it out? Partner? He now heard the same voice asking him. You. Who are you? Issei asked. Moment. Partner? You are this dragon. Drake. Yes, I am, he confirmed. After this fallen angel has informed you which sacred gear you carry, I think this guess shouldn't have been so hard. I just didn't expect you to simply speak to me, at least not so early, Issei responded. True. Thanks to the telepathic abilities you are developing, it is far easier for us to communicate as it would normally be. They surpass the ones of any angel or devil I know of by far. Greg admitted. Aside from that, your powers are developing in an incredible speed now. I have to say, even I am impressed. Issei remembered what happened during his visit to the Occult Research Club, Co-Academy, a few hours earlier. The last class was just over. As they had agreed, Kiba Yuto was waiting for him just outside of the room. Kiba, he addressed him. You said Rias Senpai wanted to talk to me? Yes, he answered. She is truly interested to meet you. Are you ready to come? He asked him. Of course, Issei replied. Let us bring it behind us, he thought silently. Around them a few students were staring at them. They couldn't understand what a lady like Rias could want from a known pervert and troublemaker like Hayato, and were now forming a small crowd around them. Others were unsettled for a slightly different reason. Okay dude, tell me, what did you do to make someone like Senpai even remotely interested in you? Matsuda shouted at him. Yes, tell us, Motohama fell in. Guys, it is not like you are thinking, Issei replied. She just wants me to join her club, that is all. Tell them, Kiba. That is true, he confirmed. I still don't see why someone like Senpai would even show interest in someone like Hayato, even if it is only for her club, Kate stated, obviously skeptical why such an exclusive club would be interested in someone like him. The pink-haired girl was a member of the Kendo Club and the best friend of Murayama, who was standing next to her at the moment. Issei heard her words. He knew that many in school thought like that. But now, he couldn't help to get angry. A few days back he would have also been flattered, and to be honest, amazed, if Rias had done so much as even looked in his direction. But now, the girl was a devil for heaven's sake, a manipulative bitch who didn't give as much as a second thought about standing by idle and letting him die by the hands of another manipulative bitch, so that she could turn him into her servant without having to ask him. And now she was expecting him to just come to her when she called him? While his own classmates acted as if he was not even worth it, she was the one who wanted him for her group. She was the one who would not leave him alone. So why in the world were they acting as if he was the one who did not deserve it? Oh, he knew perfectly well why. Because she was Rias Gremery, and he was only a member of the perverted trio. He knew to a part he had to thank himself for this. Given how he normally acted, he shouldn't be surprised that some of the others reacted like this. Listen, Kates, he said. His voice was grim and slightly shaking from suppressed anger. Whatever Rias Gremery wants from me, it is not your damned business. You always beat me down for not respecting your privacy. But you can obviously not accept mine. She is the one who had asked me to come, goddammit. So why am I being the one here questioned like some sort of criminal over this? Everyone around was now staring at him a bit different after his outburst. A few actually slightly ashamed, as if it had never crossed their minds to see things like that. Come on, Kates, you have to admit Hayate has a point here, Murayama now stated. This is simply not our business. We want him to respect our privacy as well after all. Especially in our locker rooms, she said then with a sharper voice in Issei's direction. This brought back a grin on the faces of some of the surrounding students. You have to admit we are acting a bit stupid here, Murayama stated. Let us leave Hayate alone and take care of his own things. Thanks, Murayama, he said. Do we go now, Issei? Kiba asked him. Yes. They left the rest of the students behind, a few of them still whispering with each other. A few were looking after them, especially Murayama, Kates and Issei's two friends. Kiba was leading him through the school, right to the clubroom of the Occult Research Club. Issei had never been at this part of the school campus before, so he probably wouldn't have found it on his own. Kiba opened a quite opulent-looking double door and led him through. The interior of the club room was more or less like Issei would have imagined it. The room was large, but looked cozy and comfortable, a bit luxurious, and maybe a bit old-fashioned. He recognized the other members of the club, who were sitting on a couch before him, Akino Himejima, a third year like Rias Gremery herself and another one of the most popular girls at school, and Kaneko Tuju, an also well-known first year. Both of them were devils. The energy he felt from them was very similar to Kiba's. The only person he could not see was the club president, aka the chief devil, he thought sarcastically. Bucho will arrive in a minute, Issei-kun, Akino said to him. Why don't you sit down? Issei's eyes wandered between a free place on the couch between two female devils, and an empty armchair close by. Standing at the opposite end of the table to another one where Kiba was just sitting down. After a few moments of hesitation, mostly because he got a good look at Akino's figure, Issei chose the armchair instead of next to her and Kaneko. It is nice to meet you, Hayate-kun, Akino welcomed him. Thank you, Akino-senpai, the same to you, Issei replied. May I ask where Rias-senpai is? She is the one who invited me after all. Oh, she will come any moment, Akino answered. Why don't we talk to each other for a while? Issei had to admit he was nervous. He was surrounded by devils. Devils who obviously wanted to recruit him for their team, and had no qualms about the methods who had no idea what had happened to him, and he had no way to know how they would react. In opposite to Asia, he had no real insight into the feelings and motivations of these supernatural beings. It was as if something about them was blocking his newly developed sixth sense. I see you have arrived, Hayate-kun. He was greeted by Rias Gremery, who had just arrived. He felt his jaw fall down as he took a look at her. She was wearing nothing but a towel. Beneath it, he could see, she was completely. I am happy that you could make it, she told him. I am sorry you had to wait, but as you see I came just out of the shower. Issei was caught between his urge to look at her body and being gobsmacked about her actually thinking he would buy it that it was a coincidence that she just happened to shower while he arrived here. Still, as he saw the form of her body lining up under the towel, for a split second he began to doubt if it had not been a mistake not to join her before he came back to his senses. "What did you want to talk with me about, Gremory-senpai?" he asked. "Please wait a minute, I want to get myself clothed first. I can hardly change right here in front of you, right?" She gave him a smile that normally would drive him insane, had he not been so nervous about the situation he was in, and that not because her lack of clothes. "Akino, would you help me here?" she asked. About a minute later it was over and a fully clothed Rias Gremory was sitting in front of him. "Tell me, Issei, is everything all right?" she asked him. "I have heard that you have been missing school yesterday." "I am okay. I was just not feeling well the last day," he replied. "Really?" she asked knowingly. "Issei, you can talk with me openly." Something in her voice changed. "I know that something happened to you during your date 2 days ago. I'm not sure what exactly it was." "What? How do you know that?" he asked innocently. "How do you even know I was on a date?" "Yes, how would you? Unless of course you had me followed the entire time," he thought silently. He knew all that already, but he didn't let it show. "Issei," she said, "I want to tell you the whole truth. I was trying to protect you." "Protect me?" he asked incredulous. This time his surprise was not entirely faked. "I have heard that you have been asking about a girl named Yuma Amano. That nobody could remember her." "Yes," he simply replied. "Everybody claimed that I must just dreamed her up or something," he said with a light grin. "I assure you that she certainly exists," Rias answered. She stood up and picked something from her desk that she handed him. It was a photo. It showed him and Yuma walking together on a street. He took in the details. He knew when this was. Whatever reaction the devils had hoped to achieve, the one they would get was the exact opposite. "Issei," Rias continued, "the truth is, I am a devil." Once again he was somewhat surprised about her open admission, but pretended not to believe her. "Oh, that is a good one, Rias-senpai," he said and forced himself to laugh. As an answer, she just materialized her wings. Interesting, though, they were different from the ones of the fallen angels. More bat-like instead like the ones of birds. "Oh, okay. I guess this has to convince me," Issei stated. "So you are really a devil." She nodded. "You should know there are 3 great factions, the devils, the angels and the fallen." She essentially repeated the same story about the factions and the Great War he had already heard, and told him once again about the sacred gears and that Yuma was a fallen angel. All in all, nothing new there. Then, however, she came to a part he found interesting. She mentioned how fallen angels were sometimes hunting down and killing sacred gear users. "I was pretty sure that she was trying to kill you," Rias said in this moment. "So I interfered to save you. I sent someone to give you a certain flyer before your date started. You remember that, right?" Now Issei was the one nodding at her. Inside of it was a so-called summoning card. If you were dying and wished to stay alive, you would have activated it, and it would have allowed me to transport myself to you. I could have saved your life then by turning you into a devil. You would have become my servant, and could have joined our club. I would have protected you from then on. I am still willing to if you accept." She let him take in her words. "But something went wrong." "I don't even know what it was," she admitted. "I know your life was in danger, Issei. But something happened and kept me from helping you. I know that something happened during your date. I wanted to ask you what it could have been." Issei stood up from the place he was sitting. "You know," he said, looking at the photo that showed him and Rainier, "I remember this. It was on the day when I first met her, several days before our date." "Why exactly do you have such a picture?" he asked her pointedly. "How long exactly have you known who Yuma was?" Rias didn't answer for a few moments, obviously not expecting such a question. She also didn't expect Issei Hayato, a normal high school student, to call out someone who had just revealed herself to be a devil like that. "So let me get this straight," Issei pointed out. "You have known about her for days. You have just told me that you expected her to kill me. Yet you didn't warn me. You could have sent Kiba to get me a few days ago, and told me all this." Instead you chose to let me get murdered and then try to turn me into a devil and into your servant. And you call that saving me? Rias was now dumbfounded, not only because of his answer that was by far not what she had expected, but also because he should have still been in shock about the revelation what she was, that a supernatural being was standing right in front of him. Instead he barely seemed to react to it. Did he maybe already know what they were and was just acting along? Or maybe Hayato wasn't he who he claimed to be? Another thought came to her. You already knew what we are, didn't you? She asked him. Now it was Issei who didn't say anything for a few seconds. Everybody else looked similar surprised about this. Yes, he finally admitted. She did try to kill you. But somehow you survived and found out about everything, Rias concluded. In some sense yes, he stated. You know, we could still protect you from the fallen angels. If you would join my peerage we can keep them from ever attacking you again, she told him. So now you are actually trying to ask me? Now, he responded. He could barely believe the nerve of that girl. And he could not believe that he used to look up to her so much, just like everybody else at this school. Look Issei, she said, I know we are not perfect. Far from it, I know that. But the fallen angels have tried to kill you, you admitted that yourself, and they might try again. So you should at least consider it. Even if you are angry at me, we are still the only ones in the town who can protect you from them. You think so? He replied. A moment later he realized that he had probably said too much. What do you mean by that? She questioned. I don't have to tell you anything, he said. Issei, this town is my territory. If someone else is active here, I should know about it. Your territory? Your territory? He exclaimed. If this is your territory, why didn't you bother to lift a finger when I was killed? Too late he realized what he had just let slip. What? Rias asked. The others were looking at him in open surprise as well. He just admitted that he indeed died. Yes, I guess there is no longer a reason to hide it, Issei admitted. There is someone else out there, someone who don't expect a price like eternal servitude for saving a life. They let me decide if I want to join them or not. And will you? She asked. I am not sure yet, he answered truthfully. There is still one more thing, Rias told him. After all you have just said, how can we be sure that you are still the same person as 2 days ago? What do you mean? He questioned. Maybe you have been replaced, she stated. Imagine someone could have killed or captured the real Issei Hayato and replaced him with some sort of double, an infiltrator. Kiba, she said, move. Issei suddenly heard a voice in his head. He saw that Kiba suddenly had a sword in his hand and was swinging it in his direction. Before Issei was even fully aware of it, his body reacted. His sacred gear materialized on his arm. It was a simple test, Kiba on his part knew. He was supposed to stop his blade just a short distance in front of Hayato's throat. Just to make completely sure that he hadn't been, as Bucho said, replaced. But things turned out a bit different. Issei heard the voice again. Boost, boost, boost. It repeated this simple word. He easily blocked Kiba's sword with his sacred gear, nearly on instinct, and then landed a hard punch on the obviously surprised devil. This punch was much stronger than anything a regular human should be capable of and sent Kiba flying through the room. Issei's own energy was now showing itself. To all their surprise, however, it seemed still human, only incredibly powerful. Kaneko had already moved to help her comrade. But suddenly she noticed something. Hayato was not simply using his sacred gear, he was also using some form of senjutsu, or something very similar, a form that she had never heard of before. And that realization made her stop in her tracks in complete shock. She instead kept her distance, and was just watching Hayato carefully. What are you? Rias asked now, completely unsettled as well over the display. What the hell was that? Issei thought nearly at the same time. That voice. And he could barely believe what he just did to Kiba of all people. Akino was looking at Kiba, who to their relief didn't seem to be injured. I assure you that I am Issei Hayato, not as you said, an imposter, he told her. But the people who have resurrected me have also shown me how to activate my sacred gear. And they teach me other things to protect me from the fallen angels, and from you. You don't need protection from us, Rias exclaimed. We are not trying to kill you. This here was just a test. No, he answered, you are just standing by and let others do it, and then try to turn me when I can no longer refuse. I have seen nothing that convinced me that you wouldn't also go one step further. Right now I see little difference between you and them. She visibly flinched at his words. I am sorry, she told him. So am I, Issei responded. I can assure you one thing, the people who have brought me back are not planning anything against you, and neither do I, he added. I am not your enemy, Rias, and I don't want to be, but I want to join you. So please stop following me around and spying on me. I will leave now. Or do you have another question? No, she answered. Well, that couldn't have gone any worse, he heard Aquino commenting, as he had just left the room. Now, back in the present, he and Gabriel were still standing together close to the ice cream parlor where Asia was waiting for them, talking with each other. Issei, someone is coming, Gabriel stated. Do you sense it? Yes, is it? Someone like me, she said. Rainier, or a member of her team, Issei stated. On some level he noticed that for the first time he had called her by her true name. And they are here for Asia, he realized. Yes, Gabriel answered. We better get ready. Issei, she proclaimed, I have an idea. A short time later, Issei was once again sitting with Asia in front of the small shop. Gabriel was close by, but not openly to see. From some distance away, however, another new pair of eyes was watching them. Galahad had to say, she was not exactly in a good mood, far from it. She had now spent a few hours searching for that girl, not to mention having to deal with Rainier's own bad mood. And where did she find the little bitch? Sitting here happily chatting with a boy, and that as a nun. The little slut had obviously no shame at all. Maybe she should teach her a lesson before bringing her back, she thought. Both of them were standing up in this moment, and walking away side by side. After a short time more, Galahad saw that they were now entering the park. And nobody else was around at this time of the day. Perfect. Issei admitted he hated this part of Gabriel's plan. He was back right here, in the park at evening. The sun was slowly beginning to set. And he was about to be attacked by a fallen angel. So here you are, they heard the voice of a woman addressing them, and I have been looking for you everywhere. Issei saw that it was a tall woman with blue hair and an impressive pair of assets that were pressed in an outfit that seemed at least 2 numbers too tight for her. She was clearly a fallen angel. Her presence felt very similar to Gabriel's. As it looks, you have found a way to spend your time, though, the woman said, looking at Issei. No. You misunderstand this, Asia replied. Issei was just helping me to find the way. Oh really? It didn't look like that as you two were sitting together. You didn't seem to be in a hurry to come to the church at all, she commented. The church, Issei thought. Maybe there were a few other things he should ask Asia. But now was not the time for this. We were just eating an ice cream, Asia told her. Eating ice, the woman repeated mockingly. Maybe I should take care of your boyfriend here, so that you will not get distracted again. Before Asia could say anything else, Issei stepped forward. I don't know who you are, lady, but if you want to cause trouble for Asia, you can make it out with me, he stated. Oh really? She replied. If you say so. As she said this, she let her wings appear on her back and began to form a spear of light in her hand, like Yuma did before. Then she threw the spear at him. Issei, however, materialized his boosted gear and used it to deflect the attack. What the? Galahad called out as she saw what just happened. Before she could finish her sentence, Issei had already moved forward and punched her in the gut. The fallen angel tried to fight back, but she was taken completely by surprise here. And so Issei landed blow after blow on her. Suddenly the boy materialized a sword in his hand, what caught her off guard even more. And she barely managed to dodge his first strike. Whatever this boy was, he was no normal human, Issei smiled. Gabriel had just showed him how to do that just before this fight. Another nasty surprise came for Galahad as her opponent, right in the middle of the fight, seemed to grow much stronger from one moment to the other. Had he been holding back before? She wasn't able to hear the simple word boost, coming from the sacred gear. Then, as she had just evaded another strike from his sword, he landed another vicious punch on her with his other hand where he had his gear materialized, and sent her crashing to the ground. You bastard, she hissed, struggling in vain to stand up. You are the one who attacked me, Issei stated. Who in the world are you? She asked him. My name is Issei Hayato, he replied. You have heard of me. She indeed remembered that name. Impossible. But before either of them could say anything else, another surprise appeared. This time a positive one for the fallen, as Issei was suddenly kicked in the side and sent crashing to the ground himself. As Kalwarner looked up, she saw another fallen angel she didn't know. Who are? Azazel sent me to keep an eye on your group, the stranger stated. My name is Gabriel. As it looks I came just at the right time. Let us get out of here, she told her. What? I need the girl, Kalwarner called out. Don't even think about it. You are dead weight as you are now. And I don't know if I can take this guy alone, Gabriel said, looking at Issei who just came up again. Be glad that I am even here to save your ass. One of our soldiers should not go down so easy against a human, even if he has a sacred gear. Come on. She grabbed the injured Kalwarner and lifted her off, flying away with her. As they left, Issei looked after them, Asia standing a few meters behind him. He smiled. It seemed Gabriel's plan was working out. A short time later the now two fallen angels returned to the church. Rainier was already waiting for them, in an even worse mood than before. And now more than surprised as she saw them. Kalwarner, what in the world happened to you? She asked as she noticed what state her comrade was in. And who are you? My name is Gabriel, special agent for Azazel, she lied. I have just found your friend here as she had some trouble with a sacred gear user. Sacred gear user, Rainier exclaimed. What sacred gear user? Who was he? She asked Kalwarner irritated. She had already taken care of the only one who should have been in this area, she thought. She visibly hesitated with her answer, for good reason. He said his name was Issei. Issei Hayato, she finally said, and Rainier felt as if the world was crashing down on her. This couldn't be. She grabbed Kalwarner by the collar. Nonsense, she called out, that can't be and you know that. I killed Issei Hayato, you hear me? I killed him. That is indeed what he said his name was, Gabriel confirmed, and before you bring it up, I assure you he was under guarantee, not a devil. Issei Hayato. Rainier thought. Why did that name seem to keep following her? The small group of fallen angels was still standing at the edge of the roof of the abandoned church building. To say that these three, Rainier, the beaten-up Kalwarner, and the new arrival Gabriel were in a complicated situation would be an understatement. For one, there was the state Kalwarner was in, and even more who she said was responsible for it, Issei Hayato, a boy who should be dead. He can't be alive, Rainier thought. It was impossible. The wound she caused him was deadly, she was sure of it, and she already sensed his life force fleeing his body when she left him. But now not only one but two people told her that there was a sacred gear user here, calling himself by that name. Was this really Issei? She asked herself. Or someone or something else. A trick, maybe a ruse? But why? Her first thought would have been of course that the devils had somehow gotten a hold of him and reincarnated him. That was the original reason why she had gone through such lengths to get close to him, to lure him to a remote place where they would be alone, far away from them. But both Kalwarner and the newcomer had confirmed that this was definitely not the case. And two fallen angels would of course recognize a devil when they saw one. So how was he brought back? If it was really him, of course. The picture of a young boy came to her mind, the same boy who she went on a date with the purpose to kill him. One who in his clumsy way tried to give her a good time, appreciated her, cared for her, tried to make her happy. She pushed the thought down instantly. What the hell was she thinking about? Damn it, she didn't need affection from some human brat, and least of all one who spent a good part of his time staring at her breasts, and wished nothing more than to grab and fondle them. To her shame, Rainier realized that for a short moment her body was feeling hot at the thought. But somehow, she just couldn't help it. She of course knew perfectly well about Issei's perverted nature, and she admitted, a small part of her was actually impressed that he had kept it in check so well around her. Not that it mattered at all. Why did it all have to come back to this? She asked herself. Issei Hayato was a potential dangerous threat to them, even Lord Azazel believed so. That was why he had sent her to observe him, and as long as she had to spend her time watching over him, she could not concentrate on her scheme involving Asia. Issei had been in her way and a danger to them. His feelings, or even her own, on the matter were not important. She did what she had to do. Rainier had thought she let this matter behind her once and for all. She felt anger rising up in her. In opposite to what one could think, it didn't anger her that he might still be alive, or even that he was interfering with her plan. No, it angered her that she had done all that in vain. That she went that far, to seduce and murder him, that she had pushed herself to do that, and then it was all for nothing. It was like a slap in the face. Right in this moment, however, they had other things to deal with. One of them was standing directly in front of them, namely the fallen angel who was not part of their group, who was standing right in front of her right now, and that could mean problems. "You are working for Azazel-sama, you said?" Rainier addressed her. "Yes. I do," Gabriel replied. "And it seems you have some problems here," she commented, looking at Calawarner. Gabriel knew this part of her story could cause trouble. If this Rainier or Yuma should come to the idea to contact the fallen angel leaders and ask for confirmation. She already had a telepathic conversation with the boss about this part of their plan, and he had promised her to contact the Azazel of this world to give her some backup for the deception. "Like you are one to talk," Calawarner called out. Rainier, she had just left Asia Arjento behind, with that boy. She had not even tried to get her back with us. "Dante blamed me for your failures," Gabriel retorted. "You were already beaten when I stepped in. I only interfered to save you, and by the way, as I recall, that girl was completely willing to come with you peacefully, until you had to make senseless threats to the boy and start a fight. Who was that girl anyway, and why are you so interested in her?" she asked. "Asia Arjento. Isn't this the name of a sacred gear user I have heard of?" she questioned. "But last I heard she wasn't supposed to be anywhere in this country, wasn't she?" Gabriel had a knowing smile on her face as she looked at the other two. When there had ever been a moment when Rainier wanted to strangle her old friend, it was now. Why in the world could Calawarner not simply have kept her mouth shut? But no, she just had to blat out Asia's name in front of someone who was not supposed to know she was here. "No, until a short time ago she wasn't," Rainier admitted. "She had been sent to us recently." "Interesting. I admit I haven't known about this," Gabriel stated. "Who exactly had authorized to bring her here, if you allow me to ask?" "Kokabile-sama did," Rainier answered this part without hesitation. "Since you are working directly for Lord Azazel, you have possibly not heard about it," she suggested. "So Kokabile, you say?" she questioned. The same smile was still on her face. "Rainier," she said to her in a friendly but demeaning manner, "cut the crap. You don't need to tell me what you are doing here. I have already a good idea. Do you think I have not heard the talk under the troops about the ideas to take sacred gears from their users? And I also know how precious especially the twilight healing would be for our kind. What exactly are you suggesting here?" Rainier asked her, playing dumb. "It is quite simply," she stated. "About your plan. I want in." This statement clearly surprised the other fallen angels. "What? I thought you were working for Azazel?" Calawarner questioned. "Azazel-sama knows the worth of the twilight healing for our race just as well as any of us," Gabriel responded with a stern look. "But he is caught in the politics with the other factions, and as our leader he has to hold up, well, certain moral standards, even if the rest of us do not. That is why he can't openly approve. But we all know he will thank us later if we secure the twilight healing for our kind." "You mean if there is in US?" Rainier countered. "But I guess we have not much choice here," she commented. "If you don't want me to tell Azazel what you are doing, not much." "No," Gabriel pointed out. "Okay," Rainier gave in. "Come with me. I will introduce you to the others." She invited her inside with a gesture. But then she stopped her in the movement. "But let me make one thing clear," she stated. "The one who carries the twilight healing will be me." Something about her expression was different from a moment before. It was stern and deadly serious. For some reason this matter seemed really important for her. "I have no problem with that," Gabriel replied. "There are other sacred gears. Many of them might suit me better. My real interests are actually somewhere else," she said. The other one, called Calawarner, had already gone inside. "Good. Some things are better being said under four eyes. What I truly want," Gabriel told her, is to actually watch the extraction ceremony of the sacred gear itself. This actually seemed to surprise Rainier. And why? She responded, you should know that my group has for some time been experimenting on the principles of the workings and used sacred gears. And we have also been researching more effective and safer ways to remove them if the need should ever come up. Really? She stated drily, but now sounding somewhat interested. Of course, since sacred gear users are rare, we have only seldom the chance to study on the living subject. To actually see and watch over the extraction procedure is a chance I wouldn't miss. To be honest, I would like to assist you. Oh, it seems we have gotten ourselves an expert here, Rainier responded. She did not even try to hide the sarcasm in her voice. Be honest, Rainier, Gabriel countered. Tell me, have you ever removed a sacred gear before? She asked. Do you know the risk of it going wrong and losing both the user and the object? The other fallen didn't respond. But the short, barely recognizable flinch on her face was telling enough to Gabriel, as I thought. Seriously, I would have been surprised if you had, she stated, and slightly worried. After all, such a sacred gear extraction is not something you would do every day, right? I know more about the process than you will probably ever do. I have actually participated in it before. You can use my help. Rainier now looked as if she at least seriously considered her words. We can talk about it later, Gabriel offered. First introduce me to the rest of our team. At the same time, Asia, who was still beside Issei, was now at the other side of the town. They had tried to get as much distance between the park and them as possible. Now Issei faced another problem, and that was one simple question: where to go with her now? She had still no place to stay. That and people were after her. Their last conversation with Gabriel was now over an hour ago. She had told him that this would be probably their best chance to do it, and gave him some last instructions. That included one last telepathic transfer of knowledge. It, in this case, meant her idea to infiltrate Yuma's group. Sadly, they didn't have much time to talk and couldn't make a concrete plan where to hide Asia. Still, the chance was too good to pass up, and so she said that she would leave this to him. To him, he thought. Great decision, Gabriel, he thought sarcastically. As if he had any idea what to do. The easiest idea would be to bring her home. Tell his parents about her situation, the part about having no place to sleep for this night, of course, not the one about the fallen angels chasing her, and ask them if she can stay at their house for the night. But the problem here was that Yuma knew where he lived. If they were searching for her, it would obviously be one of the first places they would look. Think, Issei, think, he told himself. But nothing came to his mind. He knew he wasn't the brightest sometimes, but right now he cursed his lack of imagination. Where could he bring her? Asking Rias for help was completely out of question. As a high-ranked devil, she would never simply give shelter to a member of the other factions. Even Issei knew that, and with their latest confrontation, the chances were even worse. If he could offer something in exchange, then maybe. But what? Who else? Matsud or Motohama? No, they would probably try to molest poor Asia as soon as they saw her. But they still seemed to be the safest bet. Maybe if he would stay as well, he could keep them under control. Yes, maybe, but then another thought came to him. Yuma, no, Rainier, had, as he had been told, been observing him for some time. Who said that she didn't knew where they lived as well? If she had been watching him, this was actually more than likely. What should he do? Gabriel had also informed Asia about what the Guardians believed the fallen angel group had planned for her. Taking her sacred gear, that would cause her death. They would be killing her. Asia herself accepted her words with a sad expression, and to Issei's shock, something that seemed to be resignation. It was nearly as if she was not even surprised about the revelation that the people who took her in after her excommunication from the church were planning to kill her. But she had also eagerly accepted their offer to stay with them for the time being, or better said, to stay with Issei, who was her first and only friend, the person who meant most to her. A part of Issei was burning in rage that Yuma would actually consider doing something like that to Asia. Of course, she had already killed him before, so he should have a good idea what she is capable of. But Asia, someone so innocent. But he also remembered the other things Gabriel had told him. That it was dangerous to let your feelings, especially your anger, overcome you and affect your judgment. You are getting a tunnel vision and can only see the evil that is right in front of you, as she had explained to him. This was not their way. If he decided that he wanted to remain with the Guardians, he would have to overcome that impulse. Yes, Asia was his friend. Yes, she was a kind-hearted and probably the most innocent person he knew. But he couldn't expect the fallen angels to know her personally and value her like he did. Just because he cared about her didn't make the fallen angels planning to kill her automatically worse, as if they did it to any other innocent person. He needed to get over himself here. That was at least how she said it to him. But Gabriel had also told him that she would do something to keep Asia safe, that she would try to keep Rainier from doing it. Could that really work? He asked himself. Or was it too much asked for? Issei had by now made up his mind. He had decided to bring Asia to his home after all. What other choice did he have? They would ask his parents if she could stay for the night. And when Asia told them her story, how he had found her walking through the town without any idea where to go to, they would hardly say no. At least his home was warded. That and at least some protection from anyone just teleporting inside. If any of the fallen angels showed up, he would just have to defend her and do everything that his parents wouldn't get in the crossfire. He hated to get them involved into this. But now that both the devils and the fallen knew that he was still alive, this would probably happen anyway. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his head. Issei, are you alright? Asia asked him, worried. It is okay, he said. He knew that he wasn't sounding too convincing. Partner, Drake spoke to him, it seems you are not feeling well. You can say that. This headache, he spoke mentally. That is probably the result of having too much knowledge placed into your mind in a short time, the dragon replied. You mean this is because of what Gabriel did? Issei questioned. This is maybe part of it, Drake stated. But to be honest, without it you would probably feeling even worse right now. The real problem is still that you have two different sources of power that don't interact well with each other. The information this angel had placed into your mind is actually the only thing that allows you to control them so far. I thought that problem was solved. It was stabilized for the moment. But the powers you are developing are just too strong and they are growing uncontrollable. I will tell it to you plainly. Something strange is going on. What do you mean by that? Issei asked, a bit confused. To put it simply, your powers are not working like they are meant to. You remember the incident during your talk with those devils, as your sacred gear suddenly activated? Of course I remember, he replied, not really wanting to talk about this topic. It wasn't supposed to work like this. It gave you multiple power boosts at the same time. My boosted gear isn't supposed to work like that, unless you have reached a level called Balance Breaker. Isn't that a good thing? Issei asked sheepishly. He could literally hear the dragon growling as he shouted the answer into his head. It would be, if that was the end of it. But beside that there are also other things. For example, that we are even talking with each other, despite that you shouldn't have that ability yet. Or that you were able to understand a new language within a few seconds, despite having no devil or fallen angel magic. Or the fact that I have beaten a devil and a fallen angel after less than 2 days of training, Issei stated with more than just some measure of pride. Don't let this get to your head, partner. They were caught off guard and underestimated you. The next time will be harder. Not that they know what you are capable of, Drake pointed out, but that isn't what I am talking about. It seems that your two powers are mixing together, influencing each other, with unpredictable results. And not only that, they are developing in an incredible rate. As far as I can tell it, you are growing stronger every day, maybe even every hour. And how again is that not a good thing? Issei asked him. I have 2 theories how this might turn out in the end, the dragon explained to him. The first is, you will turn into a being of incredible power and abilities, a god if you want. Really? Cool. And the other? He wanted to know. You will sooner or later lose control and destroy yourself, Drake stated. And probably everyone around you, he added. What? Issei called out. He spoke this loud, so that Asia, who was still standing close by, looked at him worried. Issei? She asked, concerned. I am okay, he answered. No, he was not, he thought silently. Calm down, partner. That is exactly what we are working on now, to prevent that from happening. To make that clear, your training is not simply about getting stronger. It is about controlling the powers you are developing and prevent that from happening. The headaches came back. In fact, they were getting worse, and Issei was holding his head. But this time it was not only them. He suddenly felt confused and disoriented. Issei stumbled forward. He heard Asia calling out to him one last time. Then he could no longer see her. Issei saw that he was no longer with her. The abandoned church. At the inside, the others were waiting for them. Besides Galahad, there were 2 more fallen angels that she had not seen before. One of them was a man in a trench coat, the other a very young-looking blonde-haired girl in a gothic Lolita outfit. These are Danasik, Rainer introduced them, pointing at the man, and Middlet. She gestured to the girl. And who is this? The man called Danasik asked. Looking at the new fallen, they didn't know. This is Gabriel. She was sent here by Lord Azazel, Rainer said, hoping that the others would get the hint. She has decided to join our operation. So one more, eh? He commented drily. That's okay with me. As long as we get the job done. Hey, Middlet greeted her and gave her a friendly wink with her hand along with a bright smile. She actually sounded a bit like a little girl. Somehow the gesture felt in Gabriel's opinion just as much creepy as it was cute. There was, however, another person present at the other side of the room, leaning with his back against the wall. This one wasn't a fallen angel. No, he was human, a young man with light blonde, nearly white hair, dressed in clothes of cleric origins. He was wearing a long dark blue coat with gold-colored sleeves over plain-looking light gray shirt and trousers. Around his neck was the typical collar of a priest, but his appearance was not the actually unusual thing about him. The corrupted form of power that was radiating from him and the few psychic impressions she was able to get from his well-shielded mind were more sinister than of any of the fallen angels here. This man was clearly an exorcist, but a very twisted and insane version of one. This is Fried Selzen, formerly of the Catholic Church, Rainer introduced him. I guess you have heard the name before? She indeed did. One of the most infamous stray exorcists in this world. As he was still part of the church, he was said to be a genius, one of the most talented exorcists of his generation. He had been efficient and brutal. More brutal than efficient, actually. Stray exorcists were former priests who had been excommunicated. In Fried Selzen's case, because of his cruel methods and because it became more and more clear that his motives were pure sadism and the wish to kill than faith in God, he was not the only one. On their way here she had introduced a few others, obviously also stray exorcists. There had to be an entire group of them here. Nice to meet you, Fried Selzen said to her. Likewise, she responded. She did not even try to sound convincing. It was obvious to her on the first look that the other fallen angels around didn't like this guy any more than she did. The girl angel named Middlet was looking at him with discomfort. Rainer, on the other hand, did it with nearly open rage. So you have decided to join the team, right? Fried remarked. Have you made sure that she can be trusted, Rainer? You are hardly one to talk here, Selzen. It was your job to bring the girl here. Instead you let her travel alone, and now we have lost her, she accused him. It was told to me that I was her bodyguard, not a babysitter, he retorted, not sounding concerned at all, as if all of this was not truly his business. It is not my fault that the little bitch was too stupid to find her way here. Being around her the entire time would have only drawn attention, and I had other things to do. These other things, Rainer remarked, did not happen to involve some random killing or torturing, did it? Well, now that you mention it, he said with a grin. Oh, calm down. We will just all go out and find her. How difficult can that be? She is not alone, Galahad pointed out. Someone, a sacred gear user, is helping her. Even better, Fried replied. The sadistic smile on his face only deepened. So we can kill this guy. Finally, the chance for some real fun. For a split second, Rainer had the irrational urge to stop him, but only for a moment. Galahad will tell you now everything she had seen, and then we will search the entire town and find her, she announced. Outside, a few minutes later, most of the fallen angels and also Fried Selzen were already gone. The rest of the exorcists would stay behind as guards. Only 2 fallen angels were still present, at least for the moment. They too would join the search in a few minutes. But before that they still had something to discuss. Rainier, Gabriel said. The woman she had just addressed turned around to her. Oh yes, you offered to assist me in the procedure. But you have to admit, you suddenly show up here out of nowhere and offer me help that would improve my chances to success. You understand that this sounds a little bit unlikely. Do you really just want to watch the process? Is this your only motivation? This reaction didn't surprise her. It matched perfectly with her impression of this woman, paranoid and distrustful, but also very passionate and determined to the cause of the fallen angels, and also to her own goals. But it was the sort of determination that could drive someone to kill. This plan here proved that all too well. She claimed loyalty to the fallen angel leaders, especially Azazel, who she seemed to admire. But she was willing to do this here behind his back, lying behind all that seemed to be a very deep-rooted and overwhelming craving for attention and especially affection. The leather outfit Rainier was wearing certainly matched with that idea. If this girl wasn't crying for attention, she didn't know what it was. In some sense she was a living contradiction. Gabriel could only hope that the positive aspects of her personality would win out this time. That would make everything much easier. I admit there is something else, she said. I of course want a sacred gear for myself, a powerful one. But it doesn't have to be twilight healing. If you allow me the question, why do you even want this one gear so much? I have my own reasons, she stated. Of course, Gabriel replied casually. Rainier, tell me one thing. If I would tell you that there was a way to remove the sacred gear, but let the girl live, what would you say? For a few moments, Rainier didn't say anything. But her surprise was obvious, even if she did her best to hide it. I guess you are talking about one of this new more effective methods you have been talking about? She questioned then. Why should I trust you on this? The method works, Gabriel responded. We already had removed one sacred gear, successfully. At the wish of the owner himself who wanted to get rid of it. But that was already some time ago. Oh yes? Which sacred gear was that? Rainier asked distrustful. Noah's Gate, she answered. You have heard of it? She indeed had. It was a well-known sacred gear. One that the last user had disappeared several years ago and that then suddenly showed up again, in the hands of a new owner, only a short time later. One who had already been a young man. What should be impossible, since sacred gears were only reincarnated into newborns, unless... You shouldn't think that I am sentimental, Gabriel continued speaking. You know none of us are. But if you had the option to either kill this girl to get the sacred gear or not to kill her with the same result, what would you do? For some reason, for a short moment, Issei's face was flashing in Rainier's mind. Gabriel, on the other side, was silently cheering in triumph at the inside. A small telepathic suggestion, when Rainier's mental defenses were already weakened, and she knew she had her somewhere else. As Issei was able to see again, he nearly fell into panic. Wherever he was clearly not in the place he had been a moment before. In fact, he was clearly not even in Ko anymore. No, this was a much larger town. He could make out skyscrapers and other large buildings that were extending till the horizon. How in the world did he get here? Was this what Drake had been worried about? Had his powers suddenly activated and sent him here? Wherever this here was? Asia. He realized that she was no longer with him. But then, as he really took in his surroundings, he saw that this was probably for the best. He was standing in the middle of a battlefield. The town, he recognized some of his surroundings, he remembered seeing some of the buildings in the distance on TV. It was Tokyo. How in the world did he suddenly come from Ko to the Japanese capital? But it was not simply any battle that was going on around here. What he was seeing was just unbelievable. This was a fight between supernatural beings, two groups that were clashing with each other. And there was something else. He actually understood everything that was going on around him, when it was clear to him that he shouldn't understand anything at all. At one side he saw two men fighting each other with swords. Both of them were making movements faster than any normal person could see. But that was the least unusual thing here, and not every one of them was human. He saw one bizarre being with large claws and a face that only consisted of white eyes and sharp teeth, like a cross between a reptile and a fish. There was a woman with the ears and the tail of a cat. She was a Nikomata. But Issei wasn't even aware how he knew this detail. He noticed a figure standing under them he knew all too well, the same man who had resurrected him, the man calling himself Darien. Instead of the unremarkable gray suit he had seen him in the last time, he was now wearing a futuristic-looking sort of armor. Issei realized who this people had to be. A group of members of the Guardians, and the other one were their mysterious enemies. He tried to call out to them, but they didn't seem to hear him. They didn't even react. Next to Darien was standing a tall man in a red coat with shoulder-long dark hair. At a closer look Issei saw that his eyes were glowing bright red and his canines were long and sharp. Spreading from his body was a black substance, or maybe it was a form of energy that he controlled, that was flowing from him like a living shadow and reforming itself into different shapes, like spears, blades or tentacles, that were attacking his enemies for him. As he moved one hand, a wave of fire appeared out of nowhere and burned a couple of warriors who were standing against him to ash. But this, Issei knew, was only the slightest fraction of this man's power. If he wanted he could have devastated this planet with one move. He was one of the strongest under the Guardians. But Issei didn't knew how he knew this. In opposite to Darien, fighting him, stood a tall young man with black hair. He was wearing a similar sort of armor, only his was colored black instead of light gray like his opponent. Like Darien, he was looking like a regular human. But he was a being of cosmic powers, rivaling the strongest beings Issei's universe knew of. As the powers of these two beings clashed, the space around them itself was bending to their will. They were sending fire, ice, pure energy and other elements at each other. They were moving large objects with the help of telekinesis, and threw them at each other. At one point of the fight they were multiplying their bodies into nearly a dozen copies, each fighting in a different way. At another Darien's opponent created a black hole that could have ripped the planet apart. But Darien dissolved it before it caused any damage, and both of them were doing other things that Issei was not even able to describe. Issei knew at some level that these entities, there was no other way to call them, were actually using a part of their power to keep the planet from breaking apart under the energy they unleashed. Still the outfall was terrible. The earth was shaking. Entire lines of houses were crumbling around them. In some distance Issei saw how a man was being thrown into a building. To his surprise, however, he broke through the walls, he just passed through them without actually touching them, like a ghost. It reminded him of something that happened during his training with Gabriel. He managed to land a hit, but his sword just passed through her body without actually touching it. Phasing, she had called this technique. Simply put, she was transferring the mass of her body out of this dimension for a short moment. She had, however, admitted that she could do it only for a second. This guy here was clearly much better in it than her. The whole battle was a single show of madness. Both sides were using supernatural attack at each other. Fighters were teleporting from one end of the town to the other. The entire district of the town was standing in flames. Was this the war Darien and Gabriel had told him about? And then suddenly everything was over. A second later Issei found himself back where he had been before. Issei, he heard Asia's voice. Issei. He realized that was again standing right next to him. Asia, he said. Yes. Issei, you can hear me? What is with you? The nun asked him. And Dante, tell me you are okay. You are clearly not. Asia. I was suddenly gone. Yes, you were. You were just standing there, not moving or saying anything for nearly a minute, she told him. What? I was not longer here. I was. He realized the full implications of what she was saying. You say I was actually standing here the entire time? Yes, you were indeed, partner, Drake told him. You have not moved 1 meter, except in your mind. What happened? Issei asked him. I believe what you have just experienced was a memory that had manifested itself in your brain, a vision if you want to call it that. You mean, nothing what I have just seen was real? Oh, it certainly happened. To that fallen angel Gabriel, or maybe to someone who had once passed this memory to her like she did to you. I guess this is simply another side effect of the continued telepathic transfers. But the last time Gabriel did that was already a few hours ago, Issei countered. Your brain probably just needed some time to process all that information. Then that happened, the memory was replaying itself inside your mind. A memory? When did this happen? Issei asked himself. If Tokyo had been devastated like that at one point, everyone would know it. But nobody here did, because this hadn't been their Tokyo, he realized. That battle happened in another universe. I see, he replied. Issei, he heard someone calling to him. As he turned around, he saw Gabriel, who was flying above them, and was just gliding down to land next to them. You are back, he said. Yes, and I had success, she stated. You mean? Yes, your girlfriend has agreed to my offer. Asia, you can come with me now. She was looking at the nun. Moment, Issei called out. You mean you actually want to go back there with her? Of course, that was the plan. What have you thought? Did you seriously think we two alone could hide her somewhere in the town without causing even more problems? And where would that be? I was just bringing Asia home, he answered. To your house? That is the first place they would look. At least it is warded and... Issei tried to argue. And that would barely hold them back. And your parents would be put in danger as well. That is exactly what we have been talking about. We don't endanger 2 or 3 people to protect one. You are not thinking rationally here. You know what? You are right, I am not thinking rationally when it comes to Asia. I am worried like hell for her. She wouldn't be in any greater danger there, as she would be anywhere we could hide her and co, Gabriel responded. Rainier has already agreed to my offer to spare her. That means she isn't a direct threat to Asia right now. She will actually make sure that nothing happens to her until I give her that sacred gear. She might actually be safer at the church with me watching her and Rainier not trying to hurt her, than she would be being hunted by the entire group and all those nut jobs with them, and endangering others in the process. Issei said nothing and was just looking downwards. Issei, I will go with her, Asia said to him. She is right, and I don't want to put anyone else in danger. I will protect her, I promise. Gabriel told him. And as it looks, Rainier might actually helping me doing it, she said smiling. Issei was now continuing his way home by himself. A part of him could not believe that he had actually agreed to this. He was still a few kilometers away from his house, when he started to hear it, a long, obviously painful howling. Not very loud at first, not more when a whisper, but as he moved it was growing louder and louder. Before Issei even fully realized it, he was walking in the direction the noise came from. He arrived in front of a house. The whisper had by now become a loud screaming. Then it suddenly ended. But Issei was sure that it came from inside. He saw then that the door had been broken open. As he stepped inside, he already knew that this was probably not a good idea. But he couldn't help the feeling that someone here needed help. When he entered the living room, he saw that he had been more than right. The walls were splattered with blood. He saw the mutilated dead body of a man, bound to a chair. To his horror, Issei realized that the man was still alive, but unconscious. Issei realized now what had led him here. The pain of this man that he had sensed telepathically. Oh, look who is here, a voice greeted him. It was a man who was dressed somewhat like a priest, but looked like a maniac, with a gun in one hand and a bloodied sword in the other. This had to be one of the stray exorcists that Gabriel had mentioned. It was Fried Selzen. But there was another person in the room. Kaneko. The school uniform of the small devil, that she was still wearing, had been cut apart at several places, and Issei could see her bra and her panties through the shredded clothes. Normally this would have excited him, if it weren't for the fact that she was also bleeding from several wounds. You must be this Issei, the sacred gear user, the exorcist said. It seems my guess was right that you are somehow connected to the devils, he mused, glancing at Kaneko, and he started to laugh. I will first deal with your little devil friend here and then you will lead me to Asia Arjento. Forget it. Whoever you are, Issei shouted, instantly activated his boosted gear. Issei. Kaneko whispered as she recognized him. Issei was leaving his eyes off the man before him. This guy was clearly one of the exorcists. Probably the one Gabriel had especially warned him about. Fried or whatever his name was, given the state both the devil Kaneko and the man on the chair were in, it was more than rightfully. I guess I should introduce myself, the exorcist said. I am Fried Selzen. My job, and my quite personal pleasure, is it to exterminate all devils that cross my path, he declared, and everyone who associates with them. He grinned. As he said this, he readjusted the gun he held in his left hand, just a little bit, and shot the bounded man in the head. Blood splattered the floor and the wall close by, and his body sank down, dead. Issei, who didn't he expect a reaction like this, didn't he act to stop him in time? Why did you do that? He asked. Fried just shrugged with the shoulders, as if this wasn't a serious matter at all, and continued to speak as if nothing had happened. As if he had not just killed a bound-up man in cold blood. This guy had summoned a devil. As you can see here, he pointed to Kaneko with a glare. And we can't let that happen, can we? He questioned. I mean, where will we get when anyone can just summon a devil and get away with it? Maybe even making a deal with them, eh? I mean, these are devils we are talking about, shitty devils. They are like a disease spreading everywhere, always tempting innocent people to create more of their filthy race. They need to be wiped out. Ideally in the most painful way, of course. He laughed. Issei was looking at the man. Whatever he was, it was clear to him that he was not completely right in the head. After their last confrontation, he couldn't say that he was all too about devils either. But this was madness. You should know that I have nothing to do with the devils, he told him. Oh yes, that is exactly what a friend of the devils would say, the exorcist replied. That's how they are. Always lying, cheating and betraying. Killing, maiming, raping, torturing, just like everyone else, but never admitting it. Never being honest about it like us righteous people do, no? Damn it, Issei thought. It was clear that there was truly no reasoning with this guy. Not that he had really intended it from the beginning, but he had hoped he could at least talk him down for some time and maybe give Kaneko a chance to flee. And that, Fried stated, means all will have to die. You, of course, only after you have told me where the girl we are looking for is. He was looking at Issei. I won't tell you anything, you freak, Issei exclaimed. Our resistance, Fried announced. You truly are an interesting one, aren't you? With these words he pointed the gun at him, and fired nearly in the same moment. Issei moved, incredible fast. He managed to actually evade the first volley of 3 shots. Boost, he heard Drag's voice in his mind as the boosted gear did its work. Issei remembered his training. But at the same time he was for a short moment, surrendering himself completely to his own power and acted nearly completely on autopilot, on instinct. He also remembered what Drag told him a short time ago. That his powers were growing and growing and that he needed training for control. But right now he couldn't bother with control. He needed to survive. And for that he needed speed. Near instantly he reached Fried, after avoiding the first 3 bullets, and landed a hit on his left arm that threw off his aim. But Issei had miscalculated his own speed, moved accidentally past him, lost his footing in the process, stumbled and nearly crashed into the wall behind the mad stray exorcist. Fried was for a split second staring at him, caught between shock and amusement about what had just happened. But only for a short moment. Then he was back to his normal sadistic self. A bit clumsy, aren't we? He commented. Maybe I should cut off your legs so that something like that can't happen to you again. Fried grinned maliciously, and took aim again. I guess that was what Drake meant about controlling my own powers, Issei murmured to himself as he was still trying to regain his balance. He moved his left arm just in time to block another one of Fried's bullets with his sacred gear. Like he had learned it, he used his own energy to strengthen his own defenses, like an armor made of his own power. A master of this technique could have stopped the bullets with his bare hands. Sadly, he wasn't one. If he had better control over his other abilities, he could, as he was told, use Drag's and his own energies to form a barrier, a shield, around himself that could stop bullets before they even reached him. But he wasn't yet capable of that either. Maybe he would in the future. But in this moment he had to work with what he could do right now. To that came that Fried's weapons had themselves a certain spiritual energy behind them. Issei could sense it, feel it. They were the weapons of an exorcist after all. It wasn't exactly what one would call holy power. Not anymore, at least. Not with what Fried had become. His power was now just as corrupted as his character. I see you are able to use your sacred gear, in more sense than one, the stray exorcist commented drily. Issei was standing ready, waiting to deflect the next shot. But it didn't come. Fried decided to stop wasting his bullets and lifted his sword instead, taking a fighting stance. Issei ran forward, intending to match him. But he waited a bit longer until he conjured his own sword, hoping to catch him off guard. It was one of the earlier techniques he had learned. The sword, as he had been explained, was placed just a little bit outside of normal space and could be brought here by his command. It worked quite similar as the materialization of his sacred gear, so he could learn it quite easily. Normally such a technique, letting an object vanish and bringing it back, would have been above his current level of skill. But he improvised, with other words he attempted to send the blade to the same place as the sacred gear, and it worked. As the weapon suddenly appeared in his hand, the stray exorcist indeed seemed surprised and had to readjust his position in the last moment, and barely managed to block Issei's attack. He had obviously expected him to use his boosted gear for it like the last time, but the surprise only kept him on balance for a short moment, and he was now back in the game. He parried the next two strikes without any problem. The boosted gear, Issei knew it would continue to power him up. A few more boosts, and he might be able to take this freed down by pure strength alone. But he knew his body couldn't take much more, and he would most likely collapse before he reached this point, and then he would be helpless, so he deactivated it for the moment. That meant he would need to power up again from the beginning. But this was the lesser risk by far. This was it, Issei thought. This opponent wasn't underestimating him, and he wasn't holding back. Whoever this nutjob was, he knew he couldn't win this fight on power and reflexes alone, and he didn't have the skill yet to keep up with someone of Fried's caliber. He needed to find a middle ground between both. He needed to, or he would be dead. The abandoned church. At the same time the fallen angel Gabriel was just landing, along with Asia, who she had brought back with her, outside of the church building. Remember, she said to her with a low voice, try not to act too close with me. That would only make them distrustful. As far as it comes to them, I have just found you and dragged you back here. I will not be your protector when we are there, not officially at least. That will be Rainier. A bit ironic, don't you think? Since she is the one who would have killed you otherwise. She said those seemingly cynical words to her. But her voice was warm and she gave her a reassuring smile while doing it. You see, in some sense we are not only helping you, but Rainier as well. We are helping to show her that what she truly wants cannot be achieved with death and violence. I promise I will do everything to keep you safe. But for now you just have to stay quiet and look frightened, she told her. They entered the building. Inside, in the hall they met Rainier, Middlet and a handful of the stray exorcists. The others were obviously still out somewhere in the town, looking for Asia. But she was already here. You have found her, Rainier exclaimed, sounding, perhaps for the first time since Gabriel met her, truly happy. It seems it wasn't a bad idea to add you to our group, she stated. Asia didn't say anything. But she was looking around from one of them to the other, visible fearful. She was playing her role really good, Gabriel thought. No, she corrected her own foolishness, it was more than an act. Of course Asia was truly afraid. How could she not in her situation? Rainier was kneeling down right in front of the small nun. I see you are finally here, Asia, she said. You remember me, right? Lord Kokabeel had introduced us shortly some time ago. I am to take care of you from now on. Yes, Rainier-sama. I remember, Asia responded, a bit hesitated. You don't need to be afraid. I won't let anything happen to you, the fallen angel assured her. I admit that I want your sacred gear, she downright told her the truth. But you don't need to worry. We have a new method to take it without harming you, she said. That means you won't have to die. Middlet was looking at them, visible surprised about this statement. But she didn't say anything, at least for the moment. You have gone through so much because of it, Rainier reminded Asia. The sacred gear was the reason you were excommunicated by the church. Tell me, wouldn't you actually be happy to get rid of it? Why don't you give it to me? Rainier asked her with a soft voice. Asia began, not quite knowing what to say. It was clear that Rainier's words were getting to her. I know you liked helping people. But I promise you I will put it to good use when I have it. And you can live a normal life. Don't you want that? Yes, Asia now answered firmly. I don't want to be alone. I want to have friends. You see, I will take the twilight healing from you and we will both be happy, Rainer told her. She had a friendly smile on her face. It nearly seemed genuine. And who knew, maybe it was. Who said that she didn't actually meant what she said and expected Asia to be happy? Now that it was no longer necessary to kill her. Asia, tell me, I have heard that you have met Issei, Rainer said to her. How is he? Has he said anything? Do you know what he is doing right now? She asked her. Yes, she answered slowly. He found me when I was walking through the town. We talked. He had mentioned you as well, she said, remembering the few times Issei had mentioned the fallen angel. Of course he had. Me and him, we are quite close to each other. You should know. I am his girlfriend, she told her. The smile on her face, if at all, turned even brighter than before. What? This clearly surprised Asia. She could barely keep her voice down. Sure, he had mentioned Rainer, but not like that. She clearly didn't know what to make of this information. Why did she feel so uneasy about this? Tell me, how is he? Rainer asked her. We didn't get to spend much time together in the last days, since I have many important things here to take care of. So tell me, what is he doing right now? Has he told you anything? Asia didn't see the grin on the fallen angel Middle's face as she heard her saying this. But Gabriel did. He said he wants to protect me. We have become friends. He said he cares about me. He said he will keep me safe at every price, Asia stated. Really? Rainer replied. The snarling tone in her voice was barely heard, but it was noticeable, for someone who paid attention. Well, if you are a friend of my boyfriend, then that means we should be friends as well, right, Asia? The coldness and anger was barely to hear now. But it was still there. Yes, Rainer-sama, thank you, she said happily. She didn't think that the fallen angel truly meant it. But she knew she would be happy to make another friend. Come, I will show you your room, Rainer told her and gestured for the nun to follow her. As they were leaving, the other two fallen were left alone. Middle saw no reason to hold herself back. That was just hilarious, don't you think? I knew Rainer was a great liar, but this was just great. She chuckled. What makes you call her a liar? Gabriel asked with an obviously played curiosity. If you look closer you will see that nothing she had just told her was actually untrue. Just out of context, she thought. You are kidding, right? She just told Asia that she is in love with that Hayate guy. Really? She just told her that she is his girlfriend and that she would really like to know what he is doing right now. This is quite true, isn't it? Middle, who finally got it, was now laughing freely. Oh yes, right, it was all completely true, she said, intentionally exaggerating with a smirk, thinking that she saw the irony. You see, the greatest liar is the one who tells you the truth right in your face, Gabriel remarked. She let a little bit of her real amusement of the true irony of her statement flowing in as she grinned. The small fallen angel didn't realize that she was the one being fooled, she and the others. It was nice talking to you, Middle, she stated. Yeah, see you around, the childlike fallen replied cheerfully as Gabriel too left the room. Issei and Fried Selzen were still crossing swords. After being taken by surprise for a few moments, the stray exorcist was now attacking on his own. Like he had learned, Issei was channeling part of his energy into his weapon. This was, to be honest, probably the only reason he had not been disarmed yet. While the light-based powers of the exorcist's weapons were not very effective against him, since he was not a devil or another demonic being, there was another factor. Fried was simply better than him. His opponent was a skilled swordsman and an experienced fighter, while he was only an amateur with an impressive source of power. He had started to draw strength from the boosted gear again. But he knew his current limit his body could take, and that this power boost alone would probably not be enough, and any wrong move could cost him his life against this opponent. Issei truly cursed his luck for running into this situation. He blocked another strike of the exorcist's sword by letting it hit his sacred gear, while trying to land a hit with his own blade at the same time, that Fried however dodged. He stopped another 2 hits, one with his sword, the other once again with the boosted gear, one of the most powerful sources of power in the world, and you use it like a simple wood shield. Drake commented his habit of using his sacred gear to deflect his enemies' blows. When I am able to use it in a better way I will tell you, Issei told him mentally. Until then I need to survive. Okay partner, Drake responded, It is clear that you 1T beat this opponent in swordsmanship, and if you just continue dodging his bullets, he will get you sooner or later. Use another kind of power he is not prepared for. Stop playing his game. Good idea, Drake, Issei replied. But what should he use? To be honest, he wasn't all too proficient in any of these techniques. His telepathy, he remembered. Of course, he thought. It was clearly the power he had shown the greatest talent so far. Issei tried to focus. He intended to send a telepathic attack against his opponent. Similar as he knew now he had done it against Kiba. Only that this time it wasn't a reflex but a conscious choice. The stray exorcist had already raised his weapon again for another strike. If only he had 1 second to concentrate, Issei thought. To his luck, his wish was fulfilled a moment later when Kaneko finally took her chance and jumped at the exorcist from behind. Fried, who put a great part of his concentration on his current opponent, only saw her coming in the last moment. But he did saw her. The day when he let a devil like this take him by surprise was the one he would gladly die, he told himself mockingly. He turned his blade around and instead of going against Issei, stepped her in the left shoulder. She cried out loud from the pain the light-based weapon caused her. No, you little cunt, he hissed at her. This is not how we are doing it. First I will deal with your pal over there, and then I will have some fun with you. But see it from the positive side, at least you 1T die a virgin. Issei felt even more sick as he already did before as he heard his words. Sure, he wasn't on good terms with the devils, for obvious reasons. But to do that to Kaneko? By the look of horror on her face she was thinking the same thing. He swore to himself that he would take this guy down here and now. Fried was hit by Issei's mental attack without warning, and for all his training and experience he wasn't prepared for this. As an exorcist he had been schooled to resist mental probing to some level, but what nobody had ever thought of was a telepathic assault right in the middle of a battle. All what Fried could do in this moment was holding his head and screaming in pain. Issei on the other hand saw for a short moment a few glimpses of Fried's memories. What exactly he did to the man on the chair, other of his victims, a scene of him talking to Yuma/Rainier, Asia, another fallen angel, this one looking quite different than the others he had seen, red eyes, long black hair and pale skin. The guy was looking a bit like Dracula, he thought, and heard Drake scoffing in the background of his own mind at that. A few other people he didn't recognize, but at the same time he was not wasting this chance. Issei was jumping at his opponent. Boost. The sacred gear was assisting him once again, in more than one way, as Fried had put it. Before the stray exorcist had time to recover and to react, he was hit by Issei's blow. It hit him with enough force to send him flying and leave a visible crack in the wall before them. Issei believed he heard, much to his satisfaction, at least a few of Fried's bones breaking. The exorcist was now lying on the ground, clearly out. But he saw that he was still breathing. Issei sat down, trying to come to breathe again. Thank you, Issei-senpai, Kaneko said to him. Their personal disagreements seemed to be forgotten for the moment. A short time later a magic circle showed up on the ground in front of them, and Rias and the rest of her peerage were appearing in the room. They all were looking in shock from Kaneko and the state she was in to Issei, the dead man on the other end of the room and the unconscious stray exorcist. None of them was looking very happy about what they were seeing. Then Kaneko began to explain what happened. A few minutes later Gabriel was leaving the building. She had left Asia behind for now, in Rainier's care. Yes, it was quite the irony that the one who would have otherwise killed her was now watching over her. But right now Rainier was probably the person most interested in her safety, even if it was mostly for her own self-interest. At least until the ritual. But for that part, Gabriel knew she needed a special kind of power, a power she didn't possess. She sends out a mental call. Not to Issei, but to another person she had a telepathic connection with. She sends the call into the void between the realities. Boss. I hope you can hear me. There's something I need you to help me with, she said. Gabriel knew in some sense she was just as much a manipulator as many of the people her groups were standing against. She was manipulating Rainier and the others, not quite unlike Rainier had manipulated Issei, there was no denying that. She was using their ambitions for her own agenda. So far she had found out a few interesting things. But she was doing it all for a good cause. She had, for example, been lying to Rainier about what exactly the ritual would do as well. Yes, it would give her what she wanted, but not exactly in the way Gabriel had claimed. She had been falsely claiming to work for Azazel, to be part of the Grigori, and many other things. So what? She thought. If her manipulations kept Rainier from killing an innocent person and maybe, just maybe, even helped to turn her into a better person in the process, then she gladly accepted to be one. For now, it was time to reunite with Issei and tell him about what happened. She concentrated on the telepathic marker that had been placed on him. A circle appeared under her feet and a moment later she had teleported away. As she reappeared moments later, she felt how her jaw dropped. She had expected Issei to be home by now. Or maybe out at training. But not this. The scene before her could have come right out of a horror movie. She was standing inside some house. At the other side of the room was the mutilated body of a man, bound to a chair, who had been killed by an headshot. Issei was standing there, breathing heavily and being visibly beaten up. Another body was lying on the ground before her. She recognized him as freed Selzen, unconscious by what she could say. The entire room was stained with blood. The furniture had been broken. What in the world had happened here? What made it even worse was that some of the devils from Ko Academy were present. In fact, the entire Gremry peerage was here. One of them, a white-haired girl, seemed to be injured and her clothes had been partly cut off. Most likely the work of Selzen. They all were standing in opposite to Issei and had their eyes on him. But now with her arrival, their attention turned to her. It seemed the cat was probably out of the bag now when it came to their connection. The devils were looking at her with wariness, and in most cases open hostility. No wonder they could sense what she was after all. Gabriel, he called out as he saw her. Great, so much for the last bit of chance at pretending that they had nothing to do with each other, she thought sarcastically. Issei, I think we should plan in another lesson about the entire concept of keeping your mouth shut, especially in front of devils, she remarked. So you have joined the fallen angels, Issei, Rias Gremry stated. I hadn't thought you would after the last one tried to kill you. She is not one of that fallen angels, Issei replied. Not that this devil had any right to talk here, he thought. She belongs to the same group like me. Is that so? She responded distrustful. He is telling the truth. I am not a member of the Grigori. In fact, I have infiltrated the group residing in the old church building for our own reasons, Gabriel told them. Really? Rias asked. Her curiosity was now sparked. And for what purpose? That is our business and not yours, devil, she replied sharply. Rias frowned, but held herself back from saying anything. If the group Issei had joined were truly not the Grigori, she at least wanted to avoid a fight with them until she knew more. Gabriel, Issei said to her, I was able to take a short look into this guy's head. It was only a few glimpses, but I think he might know something important. Her gaze turned to Fried. Yes, having Selzen captured might turn out more than useful. But as things looked, they would very likely have to leave his capture to the devils. Not only did they have a very good argument, since he had as it looked nearly killed a member of their peerage. She and Issei also had not the time or a place to actually hold Selzen and guard him, especially not with her still with the fallen angel group and Asia. But the devils had both. As an angel/fallen angel and a member of the Guardians, she didn't trust the devil as far as... No, scratch that. She had found out that she could throw a devil quite far from personal experience. Well, the point was she didn't trust them. But this opportunity was too good to pass up. Rias Gremry, she finally said, I want to offer you a deal. Rainier was standing by herself somewhere in the area surrounding the church building. She just wanted some time away from the others. Things were going well again. Asia Arjento was now here, and it was now she would probably not even be trying to leave. But there was still the question of Issei, or whoever it was, who was still out there. It was not so important, she thought. As long as he didn't interfere. Asia was the sacred gear user who truly mattered, she told herself. But her time alone was cut short in this moment. Yuma-chan, she heard a well-known voice. Issei. But as Rainier was looking around, she didn't see anybody. Where are you? She called out. Yuma-chan, she heard the voice again. This time it was a bit louder and sounded closer by. As she turned around this time, she actually saw Issei Hayadu standing a few meters before her. So it is really you, she stated. Yes, of course it is me. I am so happy to see you again, he said with obvious sarcasm. Not that she could truly hold it against him. Yuma-chan, or should I rather call you Rainier-chan? It seems you have found out a few things, she remarked. I know a lot, he responded. Issei, tell me, how exactly are you still alive? You are clearly not a devil, just as I have been told, Rainier questioned. There are other people beside them who can bring you back, he answered. Others? It wasn't heaven, was it? No. Then another group? Interesting. Lord Azazel will be very interested in this information. Is that all you care about? He asked her. Anger was now shining through his words. Oh, what else with that tone? Can it be that you are still a bit raw about this whole killing you thing? She asked him mockingly. You know, I really cared about you. I had even begun to love you. But what did you do? Reina said nothing for a few moments before she answered. I took no pleasure in killing you. Like I told you, it was all because of your sacred gear. But I will not hesitate to do it again if you disturb my plans for Asia. In this moment she lunged at him, but she just passed through his body as if it wasn't he even there. And it wasn't he. Some sort of projection, she realized. Interesting. Issei had to suppress a grin. After the last confrontation with the devils, he, Gabriel and Drake had gone through another few rounds of training. Telepathic projections were a part of it, and this was a good opportunity to test it out, not to mention to get back a little bit at Yuma. He reappeared behind her, and was laying his arms around her. You know, the sad thing is, I can't really fondle your boobs in this form, he told her. Rainier got a deep blush on her face as she noticed where exactly his hands were, and stepped a meter away from him. You have not changed at all, she said. I hope not, he replied grinning. And just that you know, I don't intend to interfere in your plans for Asia, as long as I am sure that no harm will come to her. What else with you and her anyway? Are you already trying to replace me? She taunted him. No. Asia is my friend and I want to protect her. From people like you, he replied. Just tell me one thing, he said. Why did you kill me? He asked. The plain truth? Orders. Lord Azazel told me to watch over you, but he also warned me that he feared your sacred gear could go berserk and endanger everything around you, if it got out of control. Then some of my superiors told me that our leaders decided it would be better to get rid of you. That and I could hardly deal with that, and with Asia at the same time. So I stopped the problem before it even started, and in some sense protected everyone else, she added as if it was an afterthought. Issei was startled for a moment about this simple explanation. But he was also very uncomfortably reminded of Drake's prediction what would happen if his powers got out of control. Stop the problem? He responded. You murdered me. You were planning to kill Asia. That is reason enough for you to kill someone. This is just what happens to sacred gear users. If you don't get used, or killed, by one side then by the other, she replied coldly. Believe me, I have seen people die for far less reason. We don't live in a very nice world. For a short moment Issei wasn't even sure how he should answer to that. But his anger finally caused him to continue talking. This happens to sacred gear users, you say? Well, it seems fallen angels are not so different, right? I have found out a lot about your kind in the last few days. Let's see. Born into a conflict, devils and normal angels are your enemies, no say in that. You all are part of an organization called the Grigori. You all become part of the war, if you want to or not. People around the world hate you just for what you are. Even the ones who never did anything to fall and were just born this way. It seems the sacred gear users are not the only ones who got a crappy deal, right? Tell me, do you really believe that the other fallen angels will suddenly start to love and adore you, just because you have taken a sacred gear from a nun? He asked her. Look at you, the one guy who actually told you that he loved you was the one you stabbed to death. Maybe I should actually feel sorry for you. Shut up. Rainier now yelled at him angrily. Why do you think this sacred gear will give you this, if you didn't do it for Asia? He wanted to know. This is different for a fallen angel, she replied. Really? He asked. Well, we will see. I will leave it to you. Make sure Asia will not be harmed and I won't interfere. With this words he vanished. Rainier was left, still staring at the spot where Issei's thought projection had just been. The plan will work out, she was telling herself. He knew nothing about the three factions except what he might have learned during the last days. Issei, he was alive, she thought. A few miles away, stood Issei's true body, somewhere at a sidewalk in the town. He had just ended the projection and his consciousness had returned. This short confrontation was one of the hardest things he had ever done, he admitted to himself, and that not only because it was difficult to keep up the projection. So Gabriel, I hope your plan works out, he said quietly. Abandoned church. The next day, the ritual had started. Asia's body was bound to a cross in one of the lower-leveled rooms of the building, hanging in front of the two fallen angels. But otherwise she was okay. She was still awake, during the entire process. Before this had started, Gabriel had made sure that the way she was hung up didn't cause her any unnecessary pain. Despite that, however, the fear on her face was clearly to see. Gabriel had assured her that nothing would happen to her. Still, the entire ritual in itself was frightening. She was truly sorry that she had to put Asia through this. But on the other side, the nun had volunteered to do this. Gabriel was performing the improved ritual, while Rainier was standing next to her, waiting to receive the twilight healing. What she didn't know was that all that was mostly facade. Hanging Asia up on a cross, the long preparation, the strict ceremonial procedure, all this was unnecessary. This made Gabriel only feel even worse that she was putting Asia through this. But it couldn't be helped. Rainier, and especially everyone else, needed to think that this was only a modified version of the original ritual. In truth, however, Gabriel was using a completely different technique. A power that she normally didn't had on her own. She silently thanked Darien for transferring it to her temporarily, for this one task. Mirrored essence, she thought without words as she reached out her hand to Asia's chest. Her mind and her powers concentrating on her life energy, and on that was hidden inside it, the sacred gear. Asia cried out, and a second later sank down motionlessly. Just as she had told her to do it earlier, Gabriel thought. One moment later she focused her powers once again and redirected them, and the power was gathering in her right hand, until it was taking form. The sacred gear, the twilight healing and the physical manifestation of two bright glowing rings. Then she handed it to Rainier, who was eagerly taking it with a mixture of glee, greed and pure happiness, and placed it inside her own chest. The entire body of the fallen angel began to glow in a green-colored light. Yes, it is mine. Finally, I have what I have longed for so long, Rainier exclaimed. Gabriel took a side glance at her. She found her fixation of this sacred gear fascinating, she admitted, and on some level disturbing. One thing was clear, it was more than just greed or hunger for power that drove her to this. Then she looked at Asia. She was all right, but she looked tired and her clothes were quite disheveled, in more sense than one. For the ritual she had only been wearing a light nightdress that had seriously slipped out of place. Her left boob was nearly completely hanging out. Issei would have loved to be here in this moment, she thought naughtily, but she pushed the image away right afterwards. She still had some important things to take care of. As I promise you, you have it, and Asia is still alive, she addressed Rainier. Now about the rest of our agreement, don't worry. There is only one last thing I need Asia to do for me. I am keeping my word. Then she can go wherever she wants to and start a new life if she wants. And we will leave everyone else to believe that she died here, despite your efforts, Rainier told her. Then nobody will ever go after her again. Rainier-sama, thank you, Asia said to her weakly. The fallen angel grimaced a bit at the unexpected words of the nun. Why in the world would she say something like this? She and the other fallen had just put her through this painful procedure, and she knew that she had originally planned to take her life. So why? When Asia has recovered enough, tell her to come to me, she said to Gabriel. We will be making a little trip, and then, when we return, she will be free. Somewhere in Italy, Cardinal Azzetti was sitting behind the desk of the main office of a secret installation of the Catholic Church that he was visiting and waiting for the two people he was here to talk to. Less than a minute later he heard a knock on the door. Please come in, he said in Italian. The two people who walked in were two very young women, not more than schoolgirls actually. But he knew perfectly well that both of them were trained exorcists. And beside that both of them were holy sword wielders. Your Eminence, the first one greeted him, you wanted to talk to us. She was 16, maybe 17 years old and had light brown, nearly orange-colored hair, that she was wearing in twin tails. Her partner was a bit taller than her, and had short bluish hair. Yes, Irina Shidu and Zenobia Korda, I am here to inform you that the church has decided to interrupt your current mission, he told them. What? Zenobia said. A small break of discipline, maybe. But he had already been informed that this girl had somewhat of an impulsive strike. An important matter has come up. One that could by our knowledge also help with the task you are currently working on, he stated. We have been informed that Fried Selzen has been captured. At the mention of the infamous stray exorcist, both of the girls knew this was truly important. And the ones who are holding him have offered to hand him over to us, Cardinal Azzetti informed them. I want both of you to travel to Japan and retrieve him. Your Eminence, it may be Fried Selzen, but by what you said he was already overpowered and detained. May I ask why 2 holy sword users are necessary for this task? Especially since we were already on another important mission, and why you are coming in person to tell us? Zenobia asked him. The place where Selzen was captured is in Devil's territory, the Cardinal answered. To that comes by our information the devils of this area are involved in this. Grigori headquarters a few hours after the ritual, Rainier had returned. She was in this moment standing in front of a group of a dozen individuals who were sitting at a long table before her. They were the leaders of the Grigori, the fallen angel state and organization. Asia was standing beside her, proving to everyone that she was still alive, while Rainier demonstrated to all of them that she now possessed the power of the twilight healing, by cutting her wrist and healing it right afterwards. The reaction of her leaders was not quite what she had expected. Kokabeel was sitting there, watching silently and looking at her with approval. This surprised her, since he was the one who had brought up the idea of taking Asia's sacred gear in the first place, and she had basically screwed him over. If she had expected one of them to be against her, it was him. Barakweel, on the other hand, seemed barely to hold back his hostility. It was clear that he didn't approve of her latest actions in the slightest. Shemhazai said nothing. She didn't know what he was thinking. Penemu seemed to merely looking at her with curiosity. She had expected her return to either be praised and rewarded or to be court-martialed for acting out of orders. She had been more than ready to face either of them if she was honest. But this mild reaction? This was much worse. They were not impressed, not in the way she had wanted them to. Curiosity, interest, yes, but mostly about the circumstances, how she had gotten the twilight healing, not the fact that she had it in the first place. Azazel was just sitting there in silence, looking at her with a calm expression. Only that. The one of them whose attention she had wanted to win most. Issei's words were coming back to her. Do you really believe that the other fallen angels will suddenly start to love and adore you, just because you have taken a sacred gear from a nun? Ko, the Haida home. Issei's parents were having an unexpected visitor. His mother opened after she had heard it ringing at the door. Yes? She asked. To her surprise, she saw that it was a young girl who was standing outside. Hello Mrs. Hayadu, I am going to the same class as Issei. My name is Murayama. I wanted to ask if he is here? The girl asked her. For a split second, Issei's mother was staring at her with an open mouth. The Hayadus were for the most part a quite normal family. One of the few exceptions was that their son was a hopeless pervert, what had made him into an outsider at school. If there was one thing she would have never expected, then it was a girl standing at their door, asking for him. Who is it, darling? Issei's father asked her from the living room. Someone who is asking for Issei, she answered. Is it those boys Matsuda and Motohama? He questioned. They were normally the only ones from his class who usually visited him. No. It's a girl, she replied. What? He was similar surprised as his wife. I am sorry, but Issei is not here in the moment, she told Murayama. Oh, when will he return? I am not completely sure, she admitted. To be honest, he had not been at home much lately. I see, Murayama responded. Thank you. The truth was, ever since Issei had been suddenly invited by Rias Gremory a few days ago, she had been wondering. During their discussion then, the usually happy-go-lucky pervert she knew had suddenly seemed deeply serious, and was even calling them out for the way they acted. She admitted that left an impression on her. As she started to actually pay some attention to him, she realized that something actually seemed to be going on with him. The way he was looking and acting was simply different from before. All of that made her somewhat curious, and pervert or not, Hayato was a fellow student. So it couldn't be wrong to be worried. When she asked Matsuda and Motohama, who were of course more interested in staring at her breasts than answering questions, she found out that he, despite being their best friend, spent very little time with them during these last few days. Okay, she admitted she had followed him once or twice after school. Then she had seen him meeting with a woman she had never seen before a few times, and every time he and the woman vanished a short time later. All that seemed even more strange to her. Shall I tell him that you were here when he returns? Issei's mother asked. This isn't necessary. I will just talk to him another time, she answered. If someone had told her a few days ago that she would be following around, not to say stalking, a member of the perverted trio, she wouldn't have believed it. But she couldn't help herself. Something was happening with Hayato, and she felt that she just had to know what it was. If someone had told Issei 1 week ago that he would be walking through the corridors of a seemingly abandoned factory building somewhere at the outskirts of the city, together with Rias Gremery of all people, he would have thought this person was lying. If someone had told him that Rias Gremery and the members of her club were devils and that he and them were together would capture and interrogate an insane priest and serial killer, he would have thought that person was completely out of his mind. Well, in this moment he was walking through said building, together with Rias Gremery and Akino Himejima. As they had told him, the place was officially abandoned, but in truth the place belonged to the Gremery family, as a storage or in this case a prison for things that were too dangerous to be kept at the school, like freed cells, and they were here to begin the interrogation of the very clearly insane exorcist. Here it is, Rias said to him as she was leading him to a door. He had already seen a room that was filled with various items that were probably connected to devil culture. This one, on the other hand, was outfitted like a prison cell, where the stray exorcist was being. That wasn't even all of it. As hard as it was to top that level of craziness, beside all that he was also having a conversation with the dragon, and the topic of their current talk was not exactly usual either. Dracula? I know there are many strange things out there. But really, Dracula? Issei questioned. Yes, Dracula. Or Prince Vlad III of Wallachia if you prefer his official title, Drake replied. It was clearly him. The man you have seen in the stray exorcist's memories, however, was, when I remember right, Kokabeel, one of the leaders of the fallen angels. The same one that Gabriel had mentioned is somehow involved with Rainer's group, Issei commented. Yes. He and Drake had been talking in a bit more detail about the vision he had experienced, that showed him a battle that had happened in some alternate reality. What had astonished Issei the most was who exactly one of the people he had seen fighting was. He remembered the man in the red trench coat, with the glowing red eyes, and the long canines. According to Drake, who was connected to his mind and has so seen the vision as well, this guy was nobody else then. You're telling me that Dracula is a member of the Guardians? You are joking, aren't you? He asked. Even if he exists, how would he even be on their side? No, partner, I am not, the dragon assured him. One version of him at least. But he was obviously not the one from our world. In his lifetime as a human he had been one of the most feared rulers and warlords of his race. In secret, however, he was dealing with far greater powers than that. And with his mortal death he became something different, a so-called Nosferatu, a king of the undead, a vampire of the highest order. But the one from your vision, he was different, far above even that. This one had somehow evolved into a being whose power even surpasses mine. You actually sound impressed. I am. For a being who started out as human to actually surpass me, not only the power of one of my hosts, but me myself. That is quite impressive. After all what I have seen, why does that even surprise me? Issei stated. Yes, his life had obviously turned crazy, so he is a member of the Guardians, and that means I am now part of the same group as him? The thought obviously unsettled him. Actually, by what we have seen, he seemed to be one of the higher-ranked members of the organization, maybe even one of their leaders. That means if you decide to stay, he will be one of your superiors, Drake told him. Great, Just what I always wanted, the king of the vampires as my boss, he thought. Issei remembered the scenes he had seen of him in his vision. Aside from Darien and his mysterious opponent, the man in the red trench coat had been the most impressive and, plainly said, most frightening of the warriors he had seen. The power of all three of them was far, far beyond anything he would have thought possible. But ironically, it was not only their supernatural powers. He remembered the details of the fight. If he had thought the two sword fighters he had seen at the beginning of the battle, the skill and speed that Darien, the guy he had been fighting against, and this Dracula had shown with the blade when they had temporarily used short-range weapons, made them look like amateurs. One thought, however, had crossed his mind. Why would beings like this, whose power surpassed even gods, be this good with simple weapons like swords? As I told you, Vlad Dracula had started out as human, Drake reminded him. It might be the same with the other two, them? But he remembered how absurdly powerful all three of them were. Would he himself one day also be a being like that? He asked himself. Or would he turn into a killing machine and destroy anyone around him, like Drake and Rainier had suggested? Rainier, even thinking about her had started to hurt. But if this plan worked out, he might have to do much more than thinking about her. Don't worry, partner. I am sure together we will get this under control. The being who had resurrected you seems quite competent, and if he and the others were really born as humans, they are living proof that it is really possible to control that kind of power. Thank you, Drake. Well, in Dracula's case, his skills should not really be a surprise. He was a knight of the Order of the Dragon after all, he stated with obviously played pride. Drake, I didn't know you had a sense of humor, Issei replied. But honestly, you could still work on it. Back in the real world. We are here, Rias said to him. They had arrived in front of the door, and were meeting with Kiba, who was currently standing guard. Issei admitted he wasn't exactly feeling well, being here with the devils who had tried to forcefully recruit him just a few days ago. He didn't really trust them, but Gabriel had offered them a deal and Rias had, as soon as she heard the offer, very quickly agreed. So far she and her entire peerage had been completely cooperative, no tricks, no manipulations. What Gabriel had promised was obviously quite important to her. Has he said anything yet? Rias asked Kiba. Only if you mean throwing a lot of insults at us. Then yes, Bucho, Kiba replied stoically. I see, she answered. They entered the small room, Aquino right behind them and Kiba still standing at the door. Fried was shackled and tied to a chair that was chained to the walls. Ironically, it was a quite similar position as his latest victim. You shit-headed devils think you are so great? He growled at them. Had it not been for your pal over there, he was looking at Issei, then I would have screwed your little girl until she could no longer stand and then cut off her head. Rias slapped him across the face as she heard what he just said. Let me make one thing clear. We have all seen what you have done to Kaneko, and you want to get away with this. If I had my way, you would be already rotting away, right next to the human you have killed, but our temporarily AHM allies think you might know something important. So tell me, what you know about the fallen angel group in this town? She asked him angrily. What I know is the position you will be in when I get out of here. Bend over and screaming your lungs out with something hard deep inside your ass, just like so many other whores like you. Rias was backhanding him again, and then even gave him a punch right in the face. She had gotten really angry now. She couldn't help herself, but this guy just set her off. Tell me, beating a chained-up man, do you get off on this? Is that the thing for you devils? Fried asked her. Well, to be honest, it is my thing, Aquino admitted, grinning brightly. She had been following their exchange with great interest and a more than a bit wicked smile on her face. She actually seemed to be a bit aroused, Issei thought. He wasn't quite sure about what to think about this side of Aquino-senpai. He admitted it made him somewhat uncomfortable. Normally I would be the one doing the part of the interrogation which Bucho right now so eagerly performs. She grinned. But to be honest, you are not really my type, she told him. You are too vulgar, so I will leave it to her, this time, she stated. Fried only laughed at this. Oh, I see. The lady is a perverted sadist. But she still has her standards. It is kind of amusing, don't you think? He commented. Let me deal with him, Issei said to them. Like the last time he reached out with his newly developed mental powers to the stray exorcist's mind. This time, however, he avoided to actually look into Fried's deranged mind. He just concentrated on forcing information out of it. The mental barriers of the stray exorcist were holding him back for a few moments. But then he focused his powers even more. As some kind of signal, a trigger for the full extent of his telepathic powers. It was something he just came up with. He snapped with his fingers, and Fried began to talk. And with every word he heard, Issei became more angry. Grigori headquarters. At the same time, Rainier was still facing her leaders. Now, Rainier, tell me, what exactly do you think we should do with you? Azazel asked her. For a short moment he actually sounded a bit amused and a grin flashed across his face. But then he was dead serious again. On one side you have secured a very valuable sacred gear for our race. And you have extracted it, and keeping the original owner alive. On the other you have acted without authorization, you killed a non-involved sacred gear user, and you gave false information to a few of your superiors. Maybe we should reward you first, and then bring you before a court-martial. What do you say? Court-martial? How can you even consider punishing her, Azazel-sama? She is a hero of our race after all, Kokubile addressed him. A hero? Baraquiel asked, incredulous. She had murdered a 16-year-old human teenager, and she had at least been planning to kill this girl too, he said, looking at Asia. A teenage boy that even Lord Azazel admitted could have become a threat, Kokubile responded, and an excommunicated nun who had, according to the reports, at least considered to betray us and defect. She would be gone and her sacred gear with her. He sends a glare to poor Asia, who was already intimidated from being here and was now actually fighting the urge to hide behind Rainier of all people. How many other lives have we already sacrificed without a second thought? Kokubile asked them the question. Those answer they all already knew. Too many. Now Baraquiel. You know as good as me that if we locked up everyone who killed someone for one weird reason or the other, half of the underworld would be imprisoned. Azazel commented, and the other half would be standing guard. I know that. But that doesn't mean I like it, he replied. They all knew that the fallen angels didn't have much choice when it came to their methods or to their allies. That was the only reason why people like Fried Selzen were even tolerated work for their organization. And that was also the reason that the chances of Rainier and her group actually getting a serious punishment for killing an outsider and acting without orders were pretty low. Not if people like Selzen were doing things like that and worse every week, under their protection, and were getting away with it because they were needed. No, Rainier's latest actions were only a symptom of a far greater problem. Something that needed to be changed if there should ever be a chance for true peace. How can their lower ranks be expected to show discipline and follow their orders or even to respect the lives of other races, when their leadership is letting mass murderers into their ranks, and in some cases allows them to run amok? And how would this lower ranks react if one of them would get punished for something human stray exorcists get away with all the time in their organization? Punishing Rainier now would only make them all look like hypocrites. Especially with Kokubile obviously trying to stir up trouble. You don't like it, Baraquiel? Or is it more about the fact that that boy was human? Kokubile suggested. You have a weakness for humans, haven't you? You were even married to one and had a daughter with her. What do you think my family has to do with this? Baraquiel asked him angrily. Just that you had this family until someone who hated our kind decided to kill them. So the loss of human children is probably something of a wound point for you, right? But on the second though, your daughter is still alive, isn't she? Oh right, she had just abandoned you and joined the devils. She is right now with our enemies and is helping them to kill our people. How dare you? Baraquiel growled. What? Telling you the truth. Your daughter is a traitor, and you are doing nothing about it, like trying to bring her back. Instead you are sitting here, trying to take the moral high ground and place judgment on people who actually care about our race. Of course if she were here, you wouldn't ask to have her punished, would you? Because you care more about humans and their offspring than your own kind. Baraquiel jumped up from his seat. He looked as if he was ready to throw a light spear at his comrade. You bastard, he hissed. But Kokubile was only sitting there, grinning. That is enough, Kokubile, Shemhazai cut in. This is not a question of the species. Well, of course you would be saying this, given who your wife is, Kokubile retorted, reminding them all that their vice-governor had married a devil. But at least you are leaving her influence on you in the bedroom where it belongs. Your attitude is not helping at all, Gabriel, Penemu, who was sitting at the right end of the table, pointed out. Rainier had meanwhile been watching with shock and, to be honest, even slight amusement how her esteemed leaders were verbally ripping themselves apart. What was frustrating, however, was that Gabriel was the only one who actually seemed to back her up. For a short moment she asked herself why she was even trying so hard to impress these people. Actually, Issei, I mean the boy Rainier-sama has killed, is alive again, someone spoke up a bit timidly. They realized that it was Asia Arjento. Is he, Azazel questioned. Somehow there was a playful undertone in his voice. But it was something that only the people who knew him would realize. Yes, the fact that the boy had been returned to life was about the best part about this entire mess. And not by the devils, what would have made everything probably only more complicated in the long run. Especially now that he knew who this boy was. Rainier, he thought. Why did it had to be her of all of them who ended up pulling something like this? Oh yes, he knew exactly why. This desperate desire to prove herself to him. Her nearly obsessive need to gain his and the other leader's attention. He was willing to bet every last one of his wings that it was Gabriel who had placed this idea with the twilight healing into her head in the first place. But right now there was little he could do about it. Azazel knew a part of it was his own fault. He had seen the problem with her coming months ago. He could have confronted her and talked with her about it. But he had other things on his mind, and she was after all only one of many group leaders under his command. Instead he had ignored it, and sent her to the mission in Ko. Whatever you could say, telling a young woman with a borderline obsession to please him, that the sacred gear user she was meant to observe was a potential threat was clearly not one of his smartest decisions. It looks like this discussion is leading us nowhere, Azazel announced. Fighting each other will help none of us, he stated, looking at Gabriel. If you allow me, I would like to make a suggestion. If you all agree with it, I want to take care of this matter by myself. To be precise, there is a special assignment that needs to be done, and Rainier here is the perfect candidate for it. This statement surprised all of them, especially Rainier herself. For a split second it crossed her mind that Azazel had maybe something else in mind to let her make up for acting outside of his orders. She wouldn't say no, she knew. Not if it was him, but what was said a moment later convinced her that this was clearly not the case. Special assignment? How come I didn't know anything about this? Penemu asked him. By her expression it was good possible that she had the same thought as Rainier did. Given that lust was a common sin under the fallen angels and Azazel's own reputation, it wouldn't even be that far off. But he proved both of them wrong instantly. It is a mission that is top secret even under the higher ranks, he answered. And I myself have only found out about this a short time ago. Besides that, for it will be necessary to remove her from the official ranks for some time. There will be either an official reward or punishment. She will just disappear for some time. I think that would be the best for everyone involved right now. When she finished this mission successfully, then she will have fulfilled a great service to all of us. Her failings will be forgotten, and she will be rewarded for all her achievements for our cause. That means, of course, if you agree to this terms, Rainier, he said. Lord Azazel, I don't know what to say. Of course I agree, she replied. Good, meet me in my office after this meeting. I will discuss the details with you, he told her. All of them were looking at him in surprise. But none of them were against it. This would get the problem out of their hands and served, by what Azazel said, even a long-time purpose. And about you, Asia Arjento, the leader of the fallen angels addressed her, as I have heard you are intending to leave our faction. Why, yes, I do, she answered nervously. I have found people who are willing to take care of me. She interrupted herself for a short moment. Rainier-sama now possesses the twilight healing, and thanks to her most other people now think I am dead, so, I see, Azazel replied. Does any one of you protest her decision to leave us? He asked. Asia was looking at the fallen angels in the room. To them she was now only a human girl, without any special powers, fighting skills or other uses. There was no longer a reason to hold her. None of them said anything. Good, Asia, then you are free to go and live wherever you want to, he told her. Thank you, Lord Azazel, she said. Gabriel had been following the events without another word. The plan had clearly not worked out, otherwise none of these two would even be here. The only question was why. There was a reason he had made a pact with that disgusting devil in the first place, as much as he hated the thought. It was about time he contacted with his ally, Co-Academy. Rias, we need to talk, she was greeted, a short time after she and Aquino had returned to their club room, by two young women in student uniforms. Both of them had dark hair, the first one in a short bob cut, and both were wearing glasses. For the human students, these two were Sona Shirtorai, the president of the student council, and her vice president Tsubaki Shinra. Behind that, however, they were Sona Citri, the king of the other devil peerage that was controlling this area, and her queen. Yes, Sona? Rias asked her. What do you want to talk about? First of it is about this dangerous stray exorcist who you are holding prisoner, Tsubaki stated in Sona's place. I assure you that he is completely secured and he won't stay for long anyway, Rias said, looking at both of them. Besides that, the place where he is held belongs to the Gremory family alone, so it is my responsibility. I am aware of that, Sona answered. But it is not only this. There is also this agreement you have made with a group that we have never heard of before. That makes it an ideal opportunity to find out more about them, Rias countered. Don't try to fool me, Rias. I know exactly what they have offered you, she responded. By the way, while you were absent, Grafia had been trying to contact you. Grafia, what did she want? Oh, I am not quite sure. She only told me to tell you to call back, but by what she said it seems to be connected with Razor. The thin smile on Sona's face as she said this was barely to see, but Rias did notice. She knew that her friend Sona was mocking her a little. Grigori headquarters. Rainier followed Azazel to his personal office. If she was honest, she wasn't quite sure what to expect. Maybe he was indeed secretly happy about what she did, and wanted to tell her this in private. But after all what had been said, she wasn't so sure anymore. She knew she had completely overstepped her competencies. She acted behind the back of her superiors and even killed people she was not supposed to kill. But she had acted in his best interest. Or at least that was what she was telling herself. But was that truly the case? She had a moment of doubt, or were the problems her actions caused greater than the benefit? All that, however, didn't change one single fact. She had misused his trust. As they both entered the room together, the thought once again crossed her mind that maybe he considered as a way to work out their differences. It wasn't that uncommon under the Grigori, but for some reason the thought now seemed to make her uncomfortable. Of course it was clearly not his main intention. Then he would not have been talking about a secret mission and her leaving the official ranks. But that didn't mean that he didn't maybe consider this as well. She caught herself thinking for a moment if she wasn't technically still Issei's girlfriend, and whatever sins she had committed, she didn't want unfaithfulness to be one of them. Sure, she had killed him, but he came back, and during their last meeting, he didn't exactly seem disinterested. Less than a second later she shut down the absurd thought. She was a murderer and was worried about cheating on her boyfriend. It was not as if she had real feelings for Issei Hayato, and even if she had, she knew about his plans to have an entire harem. So it wasn't as if he would be faithful to her. Who was she kidding? She did have such feelings, otherwise she wouldn't have such thoughts in the first place. When she had killed him, she had been cool like ice and completely businesslike. She didn't actually resented him. To be honest, she found him funny, even a bit cute, in a completely ridiculous kind of way. But of course so far beneath her that she would have never actually considered anything. But since she had heard that he came back, and had met him again, the way he was acting now, that he had practically ordered her not to harm Asia, the little bitch, that he confessed his love for her, developing feelings for a guy that you were not only planning to kill, but who you actually did kill. Stupid Rainier, stupid, she told herself, and that enough to feel bad about the thought of a possibility that you would have jumped for a week ago. But she knew perfectly well that it wasn't really likely that Lord Azazel truly wanted that from her. At least here and now, the only one who actually confessed his love for you was the one you killed. She remembered Issei's words. But then she was brought out from her daydream by Azazel. So Rainier, you always wanted my full attention. Now you certainly have it, he said to her as he sat down. Lord Azazel, she didn't quite know what to say anymore. Say nothing. Let me see, he said to her, you think that I don't value you, that I don't appreciate you and your efforts for our cause. You think that I don't see your worth you like I should and don't pay enough attention to you. Well, it seems I have truly made a lot of mistakes. Isn't that right, Rainier? What? She nearly called out. She barely managed to keep her voice down. Please, it is clearly to see for everyone that you feel unappreciated, lonely and neglected. It became so bad that you even felt the need to achieve this plan behind the back of me and the entire leadership. I failed to act and give you what you needed. So all what happened is obviously my fault, right? He asked her with obvious sarcasm. Oh, of course not. How can you say something like this? She stammered. Really? Is this not how you really feel, Rainier? That I have failed you? No, of course not. You dream about becoming one of my higher officers, a member of my inner circle, maybe even more than that, he suggested, leaving it open to interpretation what he meant. Yes, something inside Rainier shouted. But she didn't say anything, and when I didn't give you what you thought you deserved, you secretly blamed me for it. So you decided to do something radical to gain my attention, and since I could not be trusted, after all I was the one who had not seen your worth in the first place, you decided to do it all behind my back. Of course it was all for the best of our people. Since obviously you know so much better what is best for our people than I do. Isn't that how you truly feel deep down, Rainier? How could he say something like that? She asked herself. But she remembered there were times when she actually felt like this. You know, he continued, I had always considered you one of my most loyal subordinates. By far not the strongest or experienced, of course, but one of the most loyal. Sadly, it seems I was wrong. What? How can you say that? She called out. I know inside your own mind, you did this all for my sake and the sake of our race. That is maybe the saddest part of this entire mess. But a leader cannot tolerate subordinates who are acting without orders the entire time. Otherwise he won't stay a leader for much longer. You thought having the twilight healing in the hands of a fallen would be an advantage for our race, and technically you were right. But you didn't know the whole situation. You couldn't have known. You have talent and potential, Rainier, but in many ways you are still like a child. She felt as if she had been slapped. It was like playing house with a little child. Her own words to Issei went through her head. You really left me in a difficult situation. As you saw today, Gabriel is trying to undermine the rest of the leadership. He wants nothing more than to start a new great war that could destroy us all. And now he is using you as a tool to spread dissent. If I would reward you for your actions or do nothing about it, it would encourage others to do similar things and weaken my position. Gabriel would without a doubt take advantage of this. If I would punish you, Gabriel would claim that I treat our own kind worse than the stray exorcists who are working for us, who get away with such actions all the time and use it against me as well. And that is not even everything. Do you even know who the boy is that you have killed? I have just got information a short time ago which sacred gear it is that he possesses. It is the boosted gear. He is the Red Dragon Emperor. Rainier was now just sitting there frozen in shock. Red Dragon Emperor? Issei was. To our luck, however, it doesn't. He seems that he is aiming for revenge against you, Azazel stated, or against the rest of us, he added. But that is the only good thing about this. So tell me, what shall I do with you? I'm sorry, I didn't know. I had been told that you wanted it to happen. Yes, you did. You had been deceived. We all were. And that is your one and only excuse, he said sternly. I guess a part of it is actually my fault, he admitted. I should have made myself clearer why I wanted Issei Hayadu observed. I should have made clear that I wanted him alive. Maybe then you wouldn't have fallen for these false orders, he commented. Listen, I have been offered an opportunity. For both of us in a way. I have recently found out about two powerful new forces that had gotten active in our areas and the one of our enemies. The first one is a dangerous terrorist organization, those trail I found some time ago, and that recruits their members out of all three factions. The other one is even more mysterious. I have found out about their existence only a few days ago. But they don't seem to be hostile. In fact, they came to me and offered cooperation. Cooperation? She asked. They claimed to be after this terror organization as well, and they offered to work together with us, and they have even agreed to accept members of the Grigori in their group. Rainier saw where this was going. So you want me to? Yes, I want you to join them. I want you to be my eyes and ears in this group. I want you to help them fight the terror organization that is a threat to all of us. But at the same time I want you to find out all about them what you can. But that, Rainier stated. They have agreed to let you contact me regularly and give a status report, and they agreed to give me all information about their organization that is not considered top secret, but only under the condition that we work together. I want to sugarcoat it, Rainier. This mission is extremely dangerous. We know barely anything about these people. There is no guarantee that they are truly as benevolent as they claim, and even then you will fight against terrorists with people we barely know. You will fight with them, work with them, fight with them, but unofficially you will still be a member of the Grigori. You are also free to bring the other members of your team with you if you think it is the right decision. If you refuse, I will just restore you to your old position and give you a new post. You will not be officially punished. But you will not be rewarded either. And you will stay there and want to get any sort of promotion for the foreseeable future. Placed at the sidelines, that was the human term, Rainier thought. I see. So you are sending me off because I became deadweight to you anyway, she stated bitterly. You know the situation, Rainier. I wish it was different. Maybe in time I would give you another task to win back my trust. But as it is now, this is your chance. If you succeed, you will be promoted to the higher ranks, and as promised, your mistakes will be forgotten. Yes, and like I already said, I accept, she answered. Good, because as it seems the representative of our new allies just arrived, Azazel stated a second later. A magic circle appeared on the ground before them, and the fallen angel Rainier knew as Gabriel appeared in the room. You have arrived, he greeted her. Azazel, has everything worked out? She asked him. It indeed did, he said. Asia Arjento is not longer part of our faction, and Rainier here has agreed to temporarily join your group. Her group? But I thought she was working for you. Rainier questioned. You have tricked me? She realized, accusing Gabriel. Well, that was maybe what she has told you, but in fact I have never met her until 2 days ago, Azazel commented. Yes. I have tricked you, just like you have tricked Issei, she reminded her. But I did it with the best intentions. After all, you now have the twilight healing, just like you wanted, and you didn't need to kill Asia for it. Rainier didn't say anything. Rainier, Azazel addressed her, one last thing. This entire plan to take Asia Argento's sacred gear, is it possible that it has originally not been your idea? That someone else had brought it up? Yes, she answered after a short hesitation. Was it Kokabeel? Yes, she replied once again. I see, Azazel stated. Just like killing Hayato then, he said quietly. A few minutes later the three of them, Rainier, Asia and Gabriel, had teleported back to Ko. For Rainier it was right the next shock as she saw who was awaiting them as the town border. Issei Hayato was standing there, waiting for them. You, she called out, looking from him to Gabriel and back, you two are working together? She also remembered the shock as she found out what kind of sacred gear Issei possessed. Yes, does that really surprise you? Gabriel asked. As it seems we are all on the same team now. She grinned. Rainier barely held back a growl as she began to realize how far she had been duped. As she looked at Issei, however, his eyes seemed to avoid her. Does that really surprise you? She asked herself. You have killed him. Asia meanwhile was running towards him. Issei, it has worked. I am free now. I can live wherever I want, she told him. That is good. He laid his arms around her. Do you still want me to live with your family? She asked. Of course. Seeing the entire scene, Rainier could once again feel the burning rage coming up inside her. A part of her actually regretted not killing Asia. There was no sense to longer deny it. She actually was jealous. A few hours later, it was at the same afternoon that Issei, Gabriel, Rainier and Asia were meeting again with Rias Peerage, who had freed with them. They had teleported to a small forest area, a few miles outside of the town, where they had agreed to meet with Rias and the others. Asia was with them, but she was looking completely different from before. She had her hair dyed in a brown color, and was wearing it in a ponytail, with 2 loose strands at both sides of her face, which made her only look even cuter in Issei's opinion. Her nun outfit had she switched against regular clothes, and for this day, she was wearing glasses. Gabriel had also used the technique to mask the fact that she actually still possessed the Twilight healing and that Rainer's version was a copy. They had by now introduced Asia to Issei's parents. Like Issei had already planned, he told them the story how he had found her in the town, and asked them if she could stay with them for a while. Given how Issei knew his parents, and that they sometimes talked about how it would be to have a daughter, he knew there was a good chance that a while would turn into permanently very soon. This is Maya, he introduced Asia to the devils under her false name. None of them would know who she truly was. This was also a test how good Asia's disguise worked in extreme situations. If she needed to have a normal life in Ko, she needed to be able to fool devils and maybe even exorcists, at least over a short time. You have brought him here? Issei stated towards Rias. Yes, she replied. We will meet with the agents of the church very soon, and hand him over. At her sign, Kiba and Akino brought Freed closer, who was still in chains. Oh, look who we have here, the captured stray exorcist exclaimed. The shitty devils, the sacred gear boy, Rainer and another fallen angel, all together, and a little girl. He was looking at Asia a bit longer than at the other. But he wasn't saying anything, for the moment. Are we all collaborating with the enemy now? He asked them and grinned. You of all people have nerve to say that, Selzen, Issei stated. Did you bring anything out of him? Gabriel asked him. You can say that, he replied. So Freed, why don't you tell them exactly what you have told me? For a split second the stray exorcist was looking at him in visible rage. Now, since you have already brought me to spill the beans to you, by the way, an interesting technique, I will make sure to repay you someday, bastard, he said with open malice. Well, I guess it can't hurt to tell you all the whole story once again, right? Grigori headquarters. The meeting between the leaders of the fallen angel faction had just come to its end. Ultimately nothing had been decided. Just like Kokabeel had intended. Azazel, however, seemed to have his own plans for little Rainer. It didn't matter, he thought. She was no longer truly his concern. There were enough others who could take her place. He created a magic circle and transported himself to a place in a safe distance from the headquarters, where he would not be overheard. Another circle appeared close to him, a smaller one meant for communication. Kokabeel, I have been expecting to hear from you, a voice greeted him. I can imagine. Tell me, what has happened? We have you not attacked like it was our plan? He asked the voice. Yes, why? That is a good question, he responded. Let us say things were not exactly like they were supposed to be. For once another fallen angel had arrived that you didn't have informed me about. One more would hardly be a problem, Kokabeel countered. Your forces would still outnumber them, and there was also that little Asia actually survived the ritual, the voice commented. That was not what we agreed to. She was meant to die, so that I can bring her back and be her savior. This was not what we agreed to. Asia was meant to belong to me, and in exchange I would leave her sacred gear to you. That was our deal, right? But with this new fallen showing up, who said that I could still trust you? Maybe it was instead meant to be a trap for me. Coward, Kokabeel thought. Of course someone like him would only act if the situation was absolutely in his favor. Listen, Diodora, he said, it is not possible to control a situation completely. This other fallen was sent by Azazel. I had no say in that. But it still could have worked out if you haven't hesitated. Now both Asia and Arjento, and the Twilight healing are out of our hands. Yes, it seems the plan has failed, the devil replied. It is really sad. Well, I will find her again and try anew. Then do that by yourself, Kokabeel stated angrily. I have other matters to deal with, if you say so. I wish you good luck with your plans, Kokabeel, he said, and ended the communication. Idiot, the fallen angel thought. Normally a fallen angel general like Kokabeel and Diodora Astaroth, a high-class devil from a prestigious family, would have never come to see eye to eye with each other, if it were not for a certain organization that they were both part of, even in different arms. But that didn't mean that they trusted or liked each other. Sacred gear? The truth was that Kokabeel had never any real interest in the Twilight healing. Actually, he fully expected his partner to betray him, and keep both it and Arjento for himself. This was what a devil would do after all. No, he intended him and his servants to attack their base, and very likely kill Rainier and the rest of her team. That was why he had placed the idea with the twilight healing inside her head and gave that devil her and Asia's location and the date when the extraction ritual would take place. Then he could use this attack to stir up the Grigori leadership even more to his course of war. If Diodora had decided to keep the twilight healing for himself, he could have even accused him of starting the entire attack just for stealing the sacred gear in the first place. Rainier and her comrades? Their role had from the beginning been the one of martyrs for his cause. But as things were now, this wouldn't work out anymore. But maybe he could still do something with the rest of her team, outside of Ko. So you see, it had all been planned from the very beginning. Diodora, he had actually injured himself, just to get little Asia kicked out of the church. He has this thing for nuns, you know. He just loves turning them into his playthings. You see him and Gabriel, they are both in the same organization. So they made a deal. My role? Well, I was sent here to heat up things a little. To make sure everything goes smoothly. You know, killing people, attacking a few devils. Good old Gabriel wants nothing more than to start a war, you know? And you Rainier and your little team, I fear you were only set up to be killed off from the start. He laughed. He just wanted you to die for him the entire time, he announced. Rainier was just standing there, staring at him like frozen. Then she was looking at Issei and back. She looked down and seemed to whisper something quietly. Most of them didn't understand it. But Issei, who had moved closer to her, did. Will you die for me? He heard the words she had repeated. Rainier couldn't take it anymore. After the words she had gotten from Azazel, after finding out about Issei's sacred gear, this was just too much. She couldn't say anything and just turned around and walked away quickly. She could barely keep herself from running, but she didn't want to humiliate herself even more in front of them. What's with her? Fried asked mockingly as he saw her leave. I guess some people can't take the truth, he stated. Oh, and little Asia, her rescuer would have quickly turned her into a toy. Diodora really knows how to break them in. Even I am impressed here. He would for sure have much fun with her. She was such a cute little thing. Who knows, if I had asked nicely, maybe he would let me have a turn too. But too bad that won't happen now because she is dead, right? Right. He asked in Issei's direction. As he said this, Asia walked forward, until she was standing right in front of him, and without saying a word, kneeled him right in the crotch. Fried called out in pain. You little bitch, he howled. I will get you for this. I know about you. Rias and the other devils were only smiling. Issei, however, was looking with an open mouth at Asia as he saw what she had just done. He could not believe it. He was staring at her for a few seconds, before he turned around and left. A part of him truly questioned why he was doing this. Why was he going after Rainier? He found her about a minute later. She was leaning with her back against a tree, and it looked as if she had tears in her eyes. Issei, she said as she saw him. I am sorry. I am so sorry. I am such a bitch. He could hardly disagree here, he thought. But he didn't say anything. Despite what she did to him, after hearing Frida's story twice now, he could not help to feel somewhat sorry for her. He saw that she was indeed crying. Issei, forgive me, please, she said between sobs. He wanted to say something, but he didn't bring a word out. He saw that his hands were shaking. She realized it as well. I see. I must have really hurt you. Like hell you did, he replied with a sudden burst of anger. I am sorry. Will you at least allow me to make it up to you? Will you give me a chance? I know now how you must feel. He nodded. Thank you, she said. We have to return to the others. Are you coming? He asked in a grim tone and wanted to turn around. Issei, could you not tell anybody that you have seen me like this? She pleaded. Of course, he answered. Thank you. The place where they were meeting with the church agents was once again a few miles further away from the town. They had arrived at the agreed place and were waiting. After around 10 minutes they saw two figures appearing and coming closer. Both of them were wearing blue robes and had hood over their heads, and they could feel holy energy radiating from them. Exorcists. As they had arrived and were standing only a few meters away, They could see that both of them were young girls. Issei, one of the two figures, called out to everyone's surprise as she saw them. She lifted her hood and they could see that it was a girl with light brown-orange colored hair that she was wearing in twin ponytails. The girl stepped closer to him and wrapped her arms around him. Issei, it is me, Irina, she told him. He could feel both Asia and Reina stare at him. The town Ko in Japan, Ko Academy. The black-clothed figure was standing in the middle of the clubroom belonging to the Occult Research Club. He was able to get in completely unnoticed, taking everybody by surprise, and would have been able to leave in the same way, if he wanted. His method of teleportation was completely different from anything the supernaturals here knew. He could just appear right inside the building and only be seen when it was already too late. Like this time, the group of devils was caught completely off guard when he was suddenly standing inside their rooms. Yet they were still trying to put up a fight as they saw his intentions and were of course failing. He saw the devil he was holding onto by her throat was struggling to break free. Another one, the dark-haired fallen angel hybrid, he had literally nailed at the door with multiple spears made out of ice that he had conjured and that were now rammed through her chest and stomach. He could just see the last bit of life leaving her eyes. The smaller white-haired girl was already lying lifeless to his feet. One of the last who was still left, the blonde knight, was raising his sword wordlessly and moved to attack him. He barely reacted to the insignificant threat. The man just made a small gesture and Yudokiba's body was ripped apart from the inside out. He turned his attention back to the devil he was holding. She had tried to use an attack against him, but he stopped it before she even began. He had made sure to let her watch how he had easily destroyed her peerage without even trying. Before he broke her neck and let her dead body fall to the ground. He was looking down at her, Rias Gremry, her queen, her knight, her rook, all eliminated. Then he turned to the last two people who were left in the room. The small blonde girl Asia Arjento. She wasn't a fighter, so he decided to make her end quick. He conjured his own sword into his hand and separated her head from her body. And to the last one, who had been screaming desperately the entire time, when he had seen what the stranger had been doing, the last remaining member of the peerage, Issei Hayato, who was being pressed against the wall by the powers of the attacker's sacred gear. He could have easily finished off this one like the others, but his masters had told him that they had still interest in him. This here was one of the universes where Rias Gremry had succeeded in turning Issei Hayato into her servant. "You bastard," the boy yelled, trying in vain to hold back his tears. Why did you do this?" He was trying to break free, but the blood in his veins was being controlled by his enemy's power and holding him back. Hayato was draining power from his own boosted gear, but his body was far from able to reach a high enough strength to overcome the invisible grip. "Why?" The man repeated his question. "Does there really need to be a reason to finish off a group of devils?" he asked casually. But then a grin formed on his face. "You," Issei growled in a nearly blind rage. The stranger was only looking at him, but then another thought was coming to the man's mind. "Actually, Issei Hayato," he said, "you should thank me." "Thank you?" he shouted. "You killed my friends." "You? Friends?" the man asked curiously. "You are the Red Dragon Emperor, as I have been told. You should stand on your own and not be enslaved to an arrogant and spoiled devil, or bound to people who would only slow you down," he said with a glance at Asia's body. "I will kill you. I swear I will kill you, no matter what I have to do," Issei screamed. The being who had just wiped out the entire Gremry peerage was just returning his gaze with slight amusement. "Issei, have you ever asked yourself one question?" he stated. "How was Rias Gremry able to place a summoning flyer on you during the date where you were killed, unless she knew what was going to happen the entire time?" Issei froze. The boy understood where this was going. He was clearly not as stupid as you got the impression. She had someone in place to take photos of you, just to show them to you later. How come she did nothing to warn you or keep you from getting killed? The stranger questioned. Unless of course she actually intended for you to die. No. That isn't true. Bucho wouldn't do something like that, Issei exclaimed. Even now you deny the truth, even if it is thrown in your face. It is kind of pathetic actually, the man responded. I truly don't know why my associates asked me to spare a fool like you. Your so-called friends have been lying to you every day. The only true innocent under them was Asia, but of course she happened to be in my way. As he heard these words, the rage returned to Issei's face. But before anything more was said, the door was being slammed open. Just like he had expected, the other devil peerage of this town had arrived, after they had realized that something was wrong. It had taken them only a few minutes to come here, but a few minutes were all the entire fight, and his conversation with Hayate had cost him. Sona Citri and her queen were standing in the door, with the entire rest of her peerage right behind them. Rias, she called out as she saw the body of her friend on the ground and her massacred servants lying around her. Who are you? She shouted at the intruder. Who has sent you? Her fury rivaled that Issei had shown a few moments ago. For Sona, who was normally always calm and composed, nearly emotionless at the outside, this was very unusual. But given the situation, nobody was surprised. Who has sent me? That is a good question, he replied. I am told to give you my greetings from Azazel, the man said. Or was it Michael? I am not sure anymore. He grinned. You. Her rage became even more visible since the attacker who had just murdered her friend and her servants was obviously toying with her. Don't you think that you can play with us? Who had sent you? She yelled, but the man only laughed. Oh, and Hayadu. I am afraid you want to kill me. In fact, you will never see me again after this day. Even if you travel to the end of your world, you won't find me, he stated. He was telling the truth. His counterpart in this world, he knew, had been dead for many years, and the current owner of the sacred gear he was using was a 9-year-old child in this reality. He would leave this universe and had no intention to return. There was no way they would find anything about him. Tsubaki, Megumi, Benya, go, Sona ordered for her queen and her 2 knights to move. But it was already too late. He vanished right in front of them. There had been no magic circle to see. It was a form of transportation spell they had never seen before. The man left Sona Citri's peerage and the mentally broken Issei Hayadu behind. Moments later he reappeared, somewhere at the other side of Japan. He let his eyes and also his mental senses wander around, taking in the landscape. He was alone. Just like he had expected, there was no other person around in miles. Another mission. All too easy, he thought. Just a few minutes later he could feel the telepathic call reaching him. Yes, he answered. As I see in your thoughts that you have finished the mission, the voice who had been calling him stated. It was went as planned, I presume? Of course, this young devils were no opponents for me. I even added a little bonus with this Issei Hayadu you have mentioned, he replied. It was actually somewhat boring, he commented. In this world here, Azazel, the leader of the fallen angels, had found evidence about the plot that Kokubile had planned against him, and had him arrested before he could actually start it. This was secretly a great progress for Azazel's plans to end the conflict between the 3 factions. Since Kokubile had been the greatest hindrance under the Grigori leaders for peace, but this went against the interests of his masters. They wanted the conflict to continue for longer. Now, with the sister of one of the Mao killed and the other 2 factions automatically under suspicion, Azazel's plans for peace won't have a real chance to succeed for the visible future. Beside that, Rias Gremry was also supposed to marry another high-ranked high-class devil from the Phoenix family in a few weeks from now on in an arranged political marriage. Of course this will now never come to pass. This little fact might cause additional unrest under the pure-blood devil families. It wouldn't be much, but maybe worth considering. He had purposely dropped hints that either one of the other faction leaders could be responsible for the hit. Or maybe some splinter group that only wanted to discriminate them. But in truth it was none of all these. No, the true mastermind behind this attack was a force that these foolish creatures could not even imagine. And while for them the death of the sister of one of the Devil Kings might be a great thing, for him it was not more than a low-grade mission. Barely more than a waste of his time. It seems, Agent Crossell, that you don't think that your talents are properly challenged, the voice addressed him again. I have another mission for you that you might find more interesting. It was the voice of a woman. He had actually never physically met her, but he of course knew her by reputation. She was one of the lords, the heads of their organization, personally responsible for the destruction of entire worlds, and more. What kind of mission will that be? He wanted to know. One that will bring you back to your home universe. Your time of outside missions is now over and we want you to take care of things in your world from now on, she told him. Outside mission, this meant in his case someone who was given different tasks in different parallel universes that were not his own. Like he had done it for the last few years. I see, so this is a promotion, he mentioned. Yes, you are from now on personally responsible for our plans on your home dimension's versions of Earth, and their heaven and underworld. I see, he replied. But certainly you also have a specific task in mind with that I should begin. Indeed I have. Your first target is ironically the counterpart of the same person you have just been dealing with, Issei Hayadu. And here I thought I finally had a challenge, he remarked. Don't be so hasty. This version of Issei Hayadu has a short time ago been recruited by the enemy. So he is a member of the Guardians, he stated. Yes, and that is not everything. The one who is his partner at the moment, the one who is instructing him, is nobody else than the angel who once fell for your sake. Her, he said. By our information it also seems that these two are beginning to recruit others and maybe build up a team around them. You are right, he replied, this is interesting. He would very soon return to his world. This was what he had been waiting for, he thought. It wouldn't take long and he would come to realize his own plans. A few miles from Ko, back in the regular world, Issei was in a pretty awkward situation. He tried to remember when he had ever met a girl named Irina. Issei, you know her? Asia questioned. If he was honest, she seemed somewhat familiar to him, very familiar actually on a closer look. But he couldn't quite place it. Still, if he had ever known a girl like that, he would certainly remember her, right? Especially one who was willing to throw her arm around him like this on sight. Irina, how do you know this person? Her fellow exorcist asked as well. She too had lowered her hood and they saw that it was a young girl with short bluish hair and a bright yellow strand in it. Yes, Issei, who is this? He heard Rainer asking him as well. Don't you want to introduce us? Her tone was sounding sweet, at the outside. She was using the same voice as in her alter ego as Yuma, the same one like on their date. But he could hear a certain kind of malice swinging with it. Suddenly it hit him. Irina, you mean Irina Shide? He asked. That is you? Yes, of course it is me, she said. Didn't you recognize me? We have known each other since we were children after all. Yes, but you are a girl? He stammered. I didn't. I never realized that you were a girl. If he thought the situation had been awkward before, with this statement he had made it 10 times worse. The dumbfounded expression everyone around was looking at him for a moment could have been out of some comedy TV show. Then, after a second as they fully registered what they had just heard, Rainer, Rias and even Gabriel near instantly broke out into laughter. Aquino was a bit quieter, but still laughing. Kiba looked as if he could barely hold himself back. Even Asia was giggling a little. Issei, that was just great. You actually believed she was a boy? I thought something like that doesn't happen in real life, Rainer said, still chuckling, while she was still trying to get a hold on herself. And I thought you of all people would know the difference between boys and girls. I see you are already back to laughing about me, Issei commented drily. The fallen angel froze. She suddenly looked uncomfortable, even hurt, and somehow afraid. He remembered he had not said that he had forgiven her, at least yet. But why should she even care that much about this? I am sorry, Issei. I didn't mean it like this, she exclaimed quickly. It was clear that all what had happened over the day, especially the revelation about one of her leader's betrayal from a few minutes ago, had really gotten to her. He was looking at her for a few moments. Don't worry. It is okay, he told her. I admit it was funny. He smiled. He was actually smiling at her, he thought. What was he thinking? She was his killer, and now he was standing here, placating her, actually worrying about her feelings and even trying to calm her down. Still, it was as if the impact of what had happened had turned the cynical and arrogant fallen angel that he had got to know into an overly sensitive, fragile and very easy to hurt girl. Well, at least temporary. And a part of him couldn't help hating seeing her like this. Another small part of him, however, he admitted, was glad seeing her so vulnerable. She could surely not be able to hurt him when she was like that. Yet another part of him felt ashamed for even thinking in that way. Anyway, not matter how he felt, He had literally seen her turn into a crying mess a few minutes ago, and he knew the last thing they needed was her breaking down again right in the middle of the meeting. He noticed that Rainier had indeed calmed down, and was even returning his smile. As he turned back around to the two exorcists, he realized that Irina and her partner were staring at them. It somehow came to him what kind of display he and Rainier must have just made. And that right in front of them. Issei, why are you here with a group of devils and fallen angels? What do you have to do with these people? She asked him. And what in the world has happened to you? She yelled suddenly after taking a closer look at him. Issei realized that he hadn't thought about hiding his powers anymore after this surprise. Both of the exorcists now easily noticed the large power he was radiating. Damn it, Issei and Gabriel, though nearly at the same time. They had hoped that whoever the church would send would not pay much attention to him next to the devils and fallen angels with them. To them he would have been just another human who cooperated with the other factions for one reason or the other. How in the world were they supposed to know that his childhood friend of all people would be one of them? They must have had the worst kind of bad luck here. Well, maybe not completely. After all, Issei now looked clearly happy to see her again, now that he knew who she was and even finally figured out her gender. Gabriel admitted even she could barely hold herself back from laughing once again when she thought about it. She actually grinned a bit for a moment. If she was honest, she had hoped to keep Issei's involvement in all this a secret, at least for now. The truth was, the Vatican and the heads of the Protestant and Orthodox churches knew about the existence of the Guardians, and had at least some ties with them. But she would have preferred if the fact that they were cooperating with the Grigori and especially the agreement she had made with Rias would be kept quiet about. She wasn't quite sure how the church would react to these things. Issei, don't tell me you have joined them? Irina exclaimed. So much for that, Gabriel thought. Irina, why else would he be here with them? Her partner stated. Your friend has obviously joined one of the other factions, and since they are enemies of God, we will have to consider him one too. You cannot mean that, Zenobia. Issei is my oldest friend. There has to be a reason for this, Irina insisted. For a short moment Gabriel was tempted to reveal who they really were. But that would make everything even more complicated right now. Especially with the devils around. If we are enemies of the church, why are we handing over one of the most wanted stray exorcists to you? She commented instead. That doesn't mean much. You will have your own reasons for it, the girl replied. Oh, I am Zenobia Corda, by the way. My name is Gabriel, she returned the introduction. You already know of my partner Issei Hayadu, and this is Rainier. I am Rias Gremry. This is my queen Akino Himejima, my knight Yudo Kiba and my rook Kaneko Tuju, Rias stated on behalf of her own group. I see, the exorcist's name Zenobia replied. Issei, tell me, what is with you and that fallen angel? Irina demanded. He felt Rainier stepping forward from right behind him and laying one of her arms around his shoulder. What is with us? That is quite simply, she said, I am his girlfriend. The dumbfounded expression the two exorcists had now was truly priceless. Issei himself was also not sure how he felt about this declaration. So that is the explanation, Irina called out. This fallen angel has seduced you. She was now literally staring daggers at Rainier, and both Issei and Gabriel saw that her hand was uncomfortably close to her sword. Just what they needed, a young girl starting a battle out of jealousy. No, it is truly not what you think, Issei told her. But they all were suddenly interrupted. It was Fried, who was still being guarded by Kiba and Akino, and had followed their entire exchange so far in slight amusement. Now he started to laugh loudly. Girlfriend. Ha, that's just great. Do you know why your friend suddenly has this kind of power? Why his sacred gear had been activated? The shackled stray exorcist yelled. His girlfriend here has killed him with her own hands just a few days ago. I don't know how they have brought him back, but that pretty much, well, he grinned. Irina's expression had now turned downright murderous, and her hand was now truly on her weapon. What? She said in a dangerous low tone. Oh, but that is not even all, Fried continued. This girl there. Do you know who that is? He yelled. This is Asia Arjento. Yes, the same nun who was excommunicated because she had healed a devil. And now she is here with them. What do you think? Maybe you should better kill her now, before the devils or fallen angels managed to corrupt her completely?" he asked them, grinning. The gaze of the two exorcists had now turned to Asia, who they had not actually paid attention to so far. But now that had instantly changed. Issei and Gabriel both clenched their teeth. Fried had recognized her. This was what they had feared. And Asia kneeling him in the balls earlier had certainly not helped his motivation to keep his mouth shut. The main reason why they had come up with the disguise and the false name in the first place was to keep her identity from the devils. But now he had blurted it out, not only in front of them but also the two exorcists. This could be bad. Not that they didn't trust themselves to defend Asia if these two really decided to attack her, but with blowing her secret right in front of Rias Peerage and the church agents, their entire deception to fake her death would essentially become meaningless. "You won't actually listen to this lunatic, right, Irina?" Issei asked her, moving himself between them and the disguised ex-nun. "This is my foster sister Maya. She sent this Asia Arjento or whatever person, and Rainier, she wouldn't hurt me." He said weakly. He really wished he sounded more convincing. But he just couldn't bring the words out. He admitted he hated lying to her like this, and actually claiming that Rainier had never hurt him? It felt like throwing salt into an open wound, but they couldn't let this escalate right now. Irina was still standing before him with her hand on her sword, struggling with herself. "You have to admit, she has a certain resemblance to Asia Argento," Zenobia stated. "Except the hair, and the glasses, it could easily be her. And if someone like Asia Argento was threatening to join the other factions, it would be better if we take her out." Irina now turned back to her partner, looking a bit uncomfortable about the suggestion. But she didn't say something against it either. "Well, that might be," Rainier of all people spoke up, "but this girl here is not Asia Argento." "Why should we believe you, fallen angel?" Zenobia asked. "Tell me, why is this Asia even a topic to begin with?" "Because of her sacred gear, twilight healing, right?" "Yes," Zenobia replied. "A power that can heal anyone, even devils and fallen angels. That is why we should do anything to keep it out of their hands." "It seems you are a bit too late then." Rainier smirked. "May I?" She reached out to the blade of Irina's sword. "I just want to show you something." She let her hand glide lightly over the sharp edge of the weapon, leaving a small but visible cut, and then instantly healed it, radiating a greenish light. The two exorcists looked shocked at the display. "You should know that my former team had found Asia Argento some time ago," Rainier said. "As you surely know, no sacred gear user is capable of surviving the removal of their gear. She can't be Asia, because she is dead." We killed her," she lied. "You damn bitch," Fried growled at her at Rainier. "I don't know how you have done this. But you can fool me like those idiots here." "Oh, shut up, Selzen," she replied. "And by the way, Fried, are you really in a position to call anyone a bitch?" "I mean all chained up like you are," she said with a grin. The stray exorcist was just glaring at her murderously. But he was not the only one. You killed her to get her sacred gear," Irina yelled, "and you Issei, you are with her, even if you know that she is a murderer? She even killed you if what that stray exorcist said is true. How could you? Have you not just considered to kill this girl yourself a minute ago?" Gabriel commented. That is something completely different," Irina replied. "Of course, it always is," she remarked drily. "But this is not the matter right now. You are here to bring this guy," she pointed at Fried, "in, and not to let him play us against each other. He's obviously only trying to distract us all. As much as I hate to say it, but the fallen angel is right," Rias told them sternly. "We are here to hand over Fried Selzen to you. Here he is. If you are not interested and rather fight about other matters, then we can always take him back and you can explain this to your superiors." Okay, Zenobia said. "We have a transport vehicle at the other side of this forest, about 1 mile from here. I will come with you to assist you," Gabriel stated, hoping for a chance to be alone with the two agents of the church. "You can return to the town then," she said to Issei and the others. "I will meet you later like we have agreed to," she added with a side glance to Rias. "It seems being an arrogant devil actually has its advantages, right?" she said quietly to her. "Just remember our agreement, fallen angel," she replied, visible annoyed by the comment. Neither Irina or Zenobia resisted Gabriel's offer to accompany them. They knew all too well how dangerous Selzen was and that they could need the help. As they were leaving together, the others were about to return to the town. Both groups on their own. Rainier, I whispered to her as they stepped closer together for the transport circle, remembering how she had covered for Asia. Thank you. He said the words that he had never thought he would. The abandoned church. For the last day, not much had happened for the remaining fallen angels. Rainier had left for the headquarters last night, after she had told them that she had disposed of the nun's body. As their new member Gabriel had told them, she had died despite her efforts to improve the ritual to keep her alive. Well, it was sad. It would have certainly been a good thing if they could have removed sacred gears with the users surviving. A few might have actually volunteered to get rid of them. Still, it was nothing to shed tears over. They had gotten what they intended to after all. Just a few hours later in the same night, Gabriel herself had left as well without saying much. As Calawarner had asked her, she had just stated that she had gotten another mission and one to return. Since she had not really been a member of their team in the first place, it was also no real loss. Another one who had not returned was Fried Selzen. Someone else they would clearly not miss. He had just not come back from the search for Asia Arjento. Maybe he had run into Issei Hayato and was actually defeated by him. As unlikely as it sounded that a boy who had just activated his sacred gear would beat an experienced exorcist. But going by Calawarner's state after her fight with him, he wasn't exactly a weakling anymore. Or maybe Selzen had picked a fight with the devils and was killed by them. As they knew him, that was also good possible. A number of the other stray exorcists had left as well this morning. They had only been here for the single purpose to assist and guard the ritual, and were now going back to other tasks. The ones who remained in the church were Donasik, Calawarner, Middlet, and the rest that was left of their hired group of stray exorcists. The devils had been quiet, and they had not actually seen much of them. For the greatest part of the day, not much had happened, until about half an hour ago. 2 messages had arrived only a short time apart. The first was the official announcement from the headquarters. It was telling them that Rainier had been assigned to a special mission on direct orders of Lord Azazel himself, and that Donasik was promoted to team leader. Well, good for both of them, he thought. It seemed that Rainier had finally succeeded with her wish to raise Azazel's attention. Furthermore, it only said that their team should stand back and wait for further orders. So it was just sitting around and doing nothing. None of them particular like that. This was until the second message arrived. This one was a direct order from Lord Kokabeel. A smile formed on Donasik's face while he was reading it. Finally some action. Calawarner, Middlet, he called out. Come, we have something to do. Co-Academy. The same evening, Rias and her peerage had returned less than an hour ago. Like she had already expected, Grafia contacted her again only a short time later. And also the reason for her call was no surprise, given what Sona had told her. She had to admit, she was happier than ever before that she had accepted the deal that the fallen angel with Issei had offered her. A short time later Grafia appeared in person. But as she told them, she would not be the only one. Razor Phoenix, as it turned out, has for some reason started to press for the engagement between them. She had instantly sent a message to her new, well, she guessed she should call them allies. It was not that she truly trusted that fallen angel Issei was working with, but this might be her best and quite possible only chance if things continued like this. Tell me everything about this Razor that you can, Gabriel had asked her. Only facts, don't say something only because you don't like him. The better my picture of the man is, the better for you. That was what she had told her. Now the time had come and Rias could only hope that everything would work out. She and her peerage members were now sitting together in their clubroom, waiting. Only Grafia was still standing, acting her part as a maid of the Gremory house. Grafia, Rias addressed her, there is one last thing. 2 more friends of us will arrive here soon. I wanted them to be present for this meeting. 2 friends, Rias-sama? She questioned. This meeting should have actually only been the business of you, Razor-sama, and your servants and houses. I know, but it is important for me to have them here. Grafia, I have one request. Yes? The maid asked. Whatever you hear when they are talking with Razor, don't say anything, and even more, don't attack them. Why should I attack your friends Rias-sama? They are not members of our faction, she told her vaguely. Nor are they regular humans. Rias, what are you planning? Grafia asked now. Concern was to hear in her voice. Just promise me, she repeated. Okay, if that is your wish, she stated, still not sounding exactly happy. Thank you. A minute later another magic circle showed up on the ground before them, this one in the style of the House of Phoenix, and a blonde-haired young man appeared. Rias, my love, how wonderful to see you again, Razor greeted her, his voice sounding more than smug. Co-Academy. Rias, my love, how wonderful to see you again, Razor greeted her. Razor Phoenix was looking like a young man in his early 20s. Being a devil, it was of course hard to say how old he truly is. The way he had greeted Rias seemed friendly, at the first look. But something about his tone seemed off. It was something about the exaggerated manner in which he spoke, as if he was saying it more for the purpose of being heard by others than actually meaning it. Razor, she returned his greeting formally and in one on her part quite obviously uncaring tone. What do you want? She asked the rhetorical question. Grafia had already informed her about Razor's reasons for his visit. My dear, shouldn't that be obvious? I wanted to see you, he replied. Oh really? I have heard something a bit different, she countered. Aren't you here because you tried to fasten up this engagement that our families have decided for us? She placed the pronunciation on the part our families, pointing out that it was not her decision. Now my dear, he said, if we are to marry, why not do it as quick as possible? He sat down right next to her on the couch, very close, more than it would be considered socially proper in most situations, especially here since she clearly didn't want him to do it, and laid his arms around her. Rias was just sitting there motionless, visibly stiffer than before. But Razor didn't seem to notice that, or he did not care and let his hands wander over her body. A more than just annoyed expression showed on her face at his behavior. Razor, I have told you this before and I am saying it again. I am not marrying you. I don't like you. In fact, I despise you, she told him. Well, in this case I should remind you that it is not truly your choice. Our families have made an official agreement, and as the only daughter of Gremory you will have to follow it, he declared grimly. Part of his friendly facade was slipping now. But only for a short moment. He put it back into place very quickly and smiled at her again. Of course nobody in the room fell for it. Rias was about to reply something else, but before she could say anything, there was a knock at the door. Come in. We have been waiting for you, she said loudly. Razor looked up in surprise. But the others, Rias' servants and even Grafia of course already knew that she was waiting for someone. You know you don't need to do this, Gabriel had said to him a few minutes ago. Your agreement was you stay with us for one mission, and then you are given a choice to stay or leave. And that mission has been fulfilled, she reminded him. Both of our direct targets are with us. We have made a positive contact with the Grigori, and even more important, we have discovered information about the organization we are hunting for. If you want to, you could just leave now, I know this. But the truth is, I don't want to leave. You should understand. I am not even sure how to say it. He sighed. Here I have the chance to be something more than just a perverted outsider. And it also allows me to protect people like Asia. He remembered how Asia and Rainier had arrived back at his home after the meeting with Irina and her partner. To say that his parents were a little surprised that there was another girl with him beside his new foster sister Maya would be an understatement. Of course Rainier, who had taken her human form, introduced herself as Yuma Amano and once again as his girlfriend, and once again he just stood by, not even able to say anything. Issei knew he had to speak a few words with her soon. His parents of course were looking at them slack-jawed, before congratulating him enthusiastically after their few moments of shock about her declaration. Why? He asked himself. Why had he not said anything to contradict Rainier? Right afterwards, however, his parents had another surprise as they told him that Murayama of all people had been there and asked for him. A few days ago, his reaction to this would have been to jump into the conclusion that the captain of the Kendo club could actually be interested in him, that she maybe actually liked it when he was watching her in the locker rooms, and that he could maybe get the chance to get his hands on her breasts, and he would have spent the rest of the day dreaming about her épée and the chance to get her into bed. Now he was thinking about all that a bit different. Of course he was still interested in all of that. But the reason that she was here was most likely that she had noticed that something was off about him. Maybe she had even seen something strange what he was doing. He fully intended to talk with her as soon as he would have the chance, and that without trying to hit on her. If she showed too much interest in him as things were now, she could bring herself into danger, and he didn't want that. So he would do something about it. The times when he had let events just roll over him and people get the better of him were over. As Gabriel had said it, start using your brain, or others will use you instead. Besides that, I would miss you if you were no longer around, Issei continued. You are one of my few actual friends beside Matsuda and Motohama, and I have now the chance to spend time with Irina again. Since she is now an exorcist, this would be difficult otherwise. And he hesitated, not even quite sure what he had wanted to say. Does that mean you will be less perverted in the future? She asked him with a sly grin. Don't count on it, he replied in a very similar tone. So part of why you want to stay around me is that you still want to get under the sheets with me? She remarked lasciviously. She was definitely spending too much time with him, she thought. As I have said, if you want to have with me, we can talk about it. Or maybe, as things are now, maybe we should first ask your girlfriend. Issei froze. I see, you would miss Rainier as well, right? She commented with just a small bit of sarcasm. What? Why are you saying something like that? He said grimly. Issei, I don't need any psychic powers to see how conflicted you are when it comes to her. Not that I would still be able to read your thoughts if you didn't want it. You have already grown too strong for that. Issei stayed silent for a few moments. To be honest, he finally said, I am not quite sure what to make of her. She had turned on me and killed me, she had betrayed me. And now she is already back to telling everyone that she is my girlfriend. What the hell I am supposed to think? Have you considered that her actions might be so contradictory because she could be in a similar situation when it comes to you? She asked. Maybe, he admitted. But I find it just as likely that she just wants to get back into good terms with me. Now that she knows that I carry the boosted gear, he stated. And hopes to wrap me around her finger again, he said bitterly. That might be part of it, she responded. But believe me, she had already been acting strange when it comes to you long before she found out about Drake. As soon as she found out that you are alive again, she started to get, emotional whenever you were brought up. That doesn't mean that I have to trust her or forgive her, he said firmly. No. But I am getting an impression that you actually want to trust and forgive her. By what I have heard, she has still been calling herself your girlfriend twice now, and you have said nothing to contradict her. Issei frowned. The truth is both times I didn't get a word out. Whenever I look at her, or when she is talking to me, I can't hate her, not really. But then I always have to think about what she did to me, and I am getting so angry that I just want to punch her in the face. Maybe you should do that. The both you might feel better afterwards, she retorted. That is not funny, he told her. No, it isn't, she replied. What Rainier did had caused a psychotic trauma for you. I would be surprised if it hadn't. You should talk to someone about your fears like you are doing right now, she told him. And sooner or later you will need to confront your fears. That makes it a good thing that the source of them is right with us, right? She asked him. Issei said nothing. I cannot tell you if you should forgive her or not. Or what kind of a relationship you want to have with her. Or that exorcist girl for that matter. Or to Asia, she pointed out. But what I can tell you is this, if you want to get over your problems, you will have to talk to her sooner or later, and I really mean it. And even if it is only to tell her to go and herself. But if you just ignore her presence, you are only dragging the problem out. They were now standing in front of the door of the clubroom. Come in. We have been waiting for you, they heard Ria's voice after knocking on the door. They opened and stepped inside. They saw that beside Rias and her peerage were two people were present. The silver-haired woman in the maid outfit only gave them a short look. The blond young man who was standing in the center of the room, however, seemed very surprised to see them, and not happy at all. Hello, Rias, Gabriel greeted her casually, in a familiar tone. You wanted to talk with us? What in the world is this fallen angel and that human doing here? He exclaimed loudly. How do they dare to just walk into our meeting as if they have any right to be here? He asked. Why have your servants not attacked them as soon as they entered the building? He ranted. And how can they even have the insolence to greet a high-class devil so casually like this? He hissed. Issei couldn't he help himself, but he already hated this guy. Despite knowing him only for a few seconds. But his short rant was already more than enough. If he ever met someone who had the word snob written on his face, it had to be him. If he was a typical example of a devil, he was more than happy that he had not joined them. To that came the way he spoke to Gabriel, who was after all his trainer, and had quickly become a good friend. Rias, throw these two cretins out, Razor told her. And you fallen angel fills should be thankful that I have more important things to do than to kill you, he said dismissively in Gabriel's and Issei's direction. Be thankful for it. These cretins Razor are two of my associates, and they are invited guests, Rias replied. It annoyed her to no end that Razor dared to give her orders in her own home. In opposite to certain people who just show up here unasked and uninvited and then make demands, she added with a clear hint to Razor himself. Issei, Gabriel, welcome. We have been expecting you, she said to them. Her fiancé glared at her for a short moment. Your choice of associates, he said the words with distaste, is very questionable, my dear. I will have to correct that after we have been married, he stated, as if the marriage would give him the right to dictate who she can see and can't. Rias' anger at him was not truly taking overhand. You think you can just command me around? She yelled, but once again they were interrupted. Oh, a devil is throwing insults at me, Gabriel commented theatrically and in a more than mocking tone. I am so hurt. I should probably reply with something nasty now, but I think the word devil alone is already insult enough. Even Gabriel visibly flinched a little at what Rias' guest had just said. But she remembered that she had been told not to do anything, no matter what she heard. The rest of the peerage also looked not exactly happy about the comment, but nobody said anything. So this was obviously some part of a plan that Rias was in on. Gabriel could only hope that she knew what she was doing. Razor, on the other hand, was exploding now. You dare to talk to me like this, he literally screamed. I am Razor Phoenix, third son of the House of Phoenix. A low-level fallen angel trash like you don't even deserve to speak to me. That you are a high-class scum doesn't exactly makes it any better, devil, she responded. The members of the Occult Research Club were all listening to the exchange with a bad mood. They heard how her ally was insulting their whole race. But they knew it was all part of the plan. That is enough, Razor shouted. No matter what my foolish betrothed says, I will kill you here and now. Nobody insults a son of the House Phoenix like that and gets away with it. Issei, however, stepped in front of Gabriel and between her and Razor. If you want to attack her, you have to go through me first, he said, playing his role. You talk like that would be a difficult thing. Human, he replied with contempt. Razor, he is not a regular human. Issei is the Red Dragon Emperor, Rias spoke up. Is he? And probably an inexperienced and weak one, by the way he looks. Well, maybe then he can provide me with a few minutes of entertainment, he stated haughtily. If you want a fight, I am all in for it, Issei told him confidently. Stop this right now, Rias interfered this time. If you really want to fight each other, I won't stand in your way. But this is neither the time or the place. As you said yourself, Razor, we are in an official meeting. Even if it is one that I had never actually agreed to. Razor calmed down, a little bit at least. You are right, he agreed reluctantly. This is not the place for something like that. Name one and I will be there, Issei replied. I agree, but only under one condition, Razor said with a grin. When I win, this fallen angel here will become my servant. He pointed at Gabriel. She really needs a few lessons to respect her better, and I will be glad to provide them. You would make a girl part of a bet? Issei asked angrily. Okay, he was a pervert and admitted it. But this, why not? Or are you afraid to lose, vermin? Razor responded. We will accept, Gabriel answered in his place. If you win I belong to you and you can teach me all lessons you want. But we shouldn't be the only ones who risk something, right? Or is it that you're afraid? She asked him. Razor fears nothing, he stated proudly. Tell me your conditions and I will accept them. Rias on the other side wanted to cry out in joy. This was working better than she had ever hoped for. Well, to be honest, I don't like the way you treat women, Issei told him. So if I win, you will give up on that marriage. That is clearly not wanted on the other part. But that, He wanted to say something. The marriage is an agreement between the houses of Phoenix and Gremory, he pointed out. I see. It seems he really is afraid, Gabriel commented mockingly. Enough. I agree to your terms, Razor called out. Once again he let his pride and his anger overcome him. You mean you accept this as an official challenge to a duel, Razor? Rias asked him. Yes, he answered. You have heard it, Graphia, she said. You should inform my brother and my parents about this when you return to the underworld. You really want to risk your engagement over this challenge, Razor-sama? The maid asked him. Remember, if you accept now as a son of the House of Phoenix, it will be binding. I will, he replied. At some level he realized that he might have just done something stupid or at least reckless. Any challenge from an outsider would and could normally have no effect on the marriage agreement, since it was made between the two houses, unless he accepted the challenge in the name of his house. In this case honor demanded to follow the conditions, but his pride didn't allow him to back out now. I understand, Graphia replied. Since Rias-sama is obviously not willing to accept the engagement, I was about to offer you the possibility to resolve this conflict through a rating game. But in this case, we will do that as well, Rias exclaimed. Why would you still want to hold a rating game? Graphia asked, surprised. It looks like even Rias has no trust in her friend, Razor commented. I trust him, she responded. But I am actually glad about this chance to stand up for myself. You talk as if you have actually a chance. You have what, 3 people in your peerage? I have a full set. He made a gesture and another, larger magic circle appeared on the ground before them. And a second later 15 new persons were standing in the room. All of them were young and quite attractive-looking women. Is this a peerage or a harem? Issei could not hold himself back from calling out. I admit it has a bit of both of them, Razor downright told them with a smirk on his face. I have truly some of the most beautiful here, haven't I? But that doesn't mean that my ladies aren't powerful fighters as well. Well, someone like Razor has of course more success with the women than a nobody like you can ever hope for? Is that why you have to turn them all into your servants to get them? Issei remarked. This statement caused Razor to once again grimace in anger. I will show you how much these girls cherish me. Eubelina, he commanded the blue-haired woman in front of his peerage, come here. She followed his order, and he drew her into right in front of all of them. Issei saw in a mixture of fascination and outrage how he and the woman, who was obviously his queen, actually started to make out, while they all including Rias were watching. Even Issei, as perverted as he was, could tell that Razor was just using the woman to rile them all up. Would he ever have sunk as low to use a girl like that? A part of him asked himself. That is truly enough, Razor, Rias stated, outwardly cool, but with noticeable anger. You have accepted the challenges for both the duel and the rating game. With that I think it is about time for you to go. All what is left is to set a date, right, Graphia? Yes, the maid answered. Razor-sama, since your peerage outnumbers Rias-sama's by far, I propose to hold the rating game in 2 weeks from now on to give her time to prepare, and the duel to follow right afterwards. If your challenger agrees to this terms, of course. She looked at Issei. I do agree, he said. She nodded. Good, and your name, young man? She wanted to know. Issei Hayadu, the current Red Dragon Emperor, he introduced himself. I am sure this name will soon be known to many people, Graphia stated politely. Yes, because everyone will see how I crush him under my boot, Razor remarked. But Graphia just ignored his comment. Then we will meet again in 2 weeks. If you win both, Razor-sama, the preparations for the wedding can start right afterwards. Rias looked up at the last part of her statement, but stayed silent. Now I hope you will not make it too easy for me, Red Dragon Emperor, Razor said once again confidently. I am looking out for some fun. And you fallen angel. He turned to Gabriel. My peerage may be full, but for you I will especially acquire a new piece. Like I said, you are certainly in need for a few lessons in respect, and I am all too willing to give them to you. A grin appeared on his face for a split second. But Issei had seen it, and it made him only angrier. So let us go home, girls, Razor addressed the members of his peerage. He joined them and together they vanished inside a new transport circle. As soon as they were gone, the Gremory heiress showed a reaction nobody would have known or expected from her. Yes, yes, she called out loud and actually threw a fist into the air. Grafia only raised an eyebrow at this. Geez, what an asshole, Issei commented. I can actually understand that you don't want to marry that guy, he said to Rias. It is good that you understand my situation, Rias replied. Yes, he is even worse than you. What? Rias looked at him angrily. A few days ago you were willing to let me get murdered, so that you can force me into your peerage. So don't expect too much sympathy from me, he reminded her. Grafia heard this statement as well, and she intended to ask the young lady in greater detail about this later. Rias frowned. She knew he had a point. She felt the urge to say something else to defend her position, but held herself back. After all, he had already agreed to fight for her, even if she wished he would do it out of actual loyalty to her, and not just as part of a deal. But given all what happened, that might be too much to ask for. Still, Issei was her possible card for freedom, and all what she had needed to do for that was to promise to guard freed Selzen. Something that she would have gladly done anyway, just to get this guy out of her town. It had worked better than I had ever hoped for, she only commented. Razor reacted in exactly the way we have expected. I know his type. Just challenge their ego and they will accept any conditions you tell them, only to protect their sense of superiority, Gabriel responded. Was this rating game really necessary? Issei questioned. Especially since Rias' group is far outnumbered anyway. It was better to convince Razor to give us the 2-week break, Rias stated. Had it been only you, he might have insisted to fight here and now. Exactly, Gabriel agreed, and you are still learning to fully control your powers. And what about betting yourself as a slave? Rias asked her. That wasn't exactly part of the plan, wasn't it? It was a move born out of the moment to make sure he agrees. Don't worry. With the speed how Issei improves, in 2 weeks the only way for this Razor to win would be if Issei were asleep during the fight. Let's hope for it. But like I said, I am also glad about this chance to fight for myself. Besides that, I am not sure I share your complete faith in Issei's abilities. So I don't want to rely just on him alone. But didn't you just say that you trust him? A devil who lies, who would have thought? You realize that Razor will spank your ass in the contest, right? She said, grinning to Rias, and he won't even need to wait for your wedding night for it. You, Rias growled. Her face had turned nearly as red as her hair. Somehow this fallen angel just had to use every chance to insult and annoy her. Enough of this. Grafia stepped up. I have tolerated your insults and provocations since they were obviously part of this plan you had. But this is now no longer the case. And besides that, you are hardly in a position to accuse anyone of telling lies, lady whoever you are. If I remember right, you have done nothing else since you have stepped into this room, the maid declared resolutely. Gabriel knew she had her here. Everything from the moment she came into this room had been nothing but a single planned-out deception. Bringing up the habit of the devils to say whatever was convenient for them in any situation would only make her look like a hypocrite. Besides that, she knew who Grafia was. Despite looking harmless, she was the queen of Rias Gremry's brother Surzex, and one of the strongest devils of the underworld. Picking a fight with her wasn't a good idea unless you were a fallen angel leader or Mao. It seems she let her personal dislike of the devils affect her judgment here. This entire discussion was completely needless anyway. They already got what they wanted. You are right. I was out of line. I am sorry, she said once again, not truly meaning it, but nobody seemed to notice. Rias also appeared to have overcome her anger. It is okay, she replied. By the way, have you thought about my offer about the building that I have shown to you? She wanted to know. We have indeed, Gabriel responded. We will take it, Issei said. The next day, Issei's POV. Issei and his group were now sitting together in the recently magically restored living room of their new base. That was an abandoned villa at the outskirts of the town. He and Gabriel had come to the decision that, aside from his home, they needed an actual base here in the area of Kuo. Until a few days ago this building had been occupied by a stray devil who had been on the loose in this town. That was at least what the devils from Rias Gremry's peerage had told them. They had found and attacked the stray a few days ago, what caused it to flee and abandon its hideout. Rias had told them about this as Gabriel had mentioned their need for a base that was close to the city. Of course it might be that the devil simply had the motive to keep them at a place that she knows of, where they would be inside her reach, and she could have an eye on them. But this place here was, as they took a look on it, too well located and fitting for their purposes to refuse it. Gabriel had also started to train with Rainier. According to her, she was strong for a two-winged fallen angel. That was obvious since was made group leader. What was lacking were experience in actual combat, not that surprising with the war being in ceasefire for centuries, and innovative training methods. Both of this they could easily provide. Issei wasn't quite sure how he felt about the very idea of Rainier getting stronger than she already was. He was not even sure how he felt about her being here. Why of all people, Gabriel had to recruit her? He asked himself. He knew of course what she had told him. That she was useful. That she knew Kokabile. That she knew the Gregorian was, thanks to the circumstances, the ideal connection to them. That she was a skilled, but inexperienced and undertrained fighter. At least by their standards. And there were of course the other, less practical reasons. She has it in her to be a better person. The Guardians had already turned people around who were far more gone than she was. That she was already changing. He had heard it all from her. But that wasn't what was on his mind right now. What was going through his head the entire time was simply the fact that his girlfriend/ex-girlfriend, he wasn't even sure what to call her, who had betrayed and killed him, was their new recruit. He knew one thing, Gabriel was right, he needed to talk to Rainier, about what she had said yesterday, beside various other things. This was however not everything that happened yesterday. To everyone's surprise they had two more additions. Irina and Zenobia had joined them as well. Irina's POV. Irina's Shida was thinking back about the strange events of the last day. At first she and Zenobia had been sent here to take over freed Selzen from the devils and a mysterious second group. But then things were beginning to happen that she would never have expected. The first was that Issei-kun of all people was with that other group, who she had not seen in years. But what was far worse, at least in her view, was that this group consisted of fallen angels, very attractive female fallen angels who were leading him away from the right path. At least that was what she had thought at first. Then came the third complete surprise last night. With the assistance of one of the two fallen, they had transported freed Selzen away. A few hours after they had received him, they handed him over to a small army of exorcists and church soldiers. As soon as they were alone, however, the fallen angel had told them her secret. She and Issei were in truth not members of the Grigori at all, but of a group that was in fact old allies of the church. At first it was a bit hard to believe, but the fallen angel named Gabriel had more than enough information to identify herself without a doubt as they contacted their superiors. And then the next shock followed right away. As the church officials had confirmed that it was truly the organization commonly known as the Guardians they were dealing with, she and Zenobia had gotten their next assignment. They were ordered to join Issei's group and do everything to assist them. Not that she wasn't happy to be in one team with him, but still, the thought that an organization that was allied with the church would have fallen angels in their ranks. Especially her, she said to herself, the one who had called herself his girlfriend. By what she had been told, one of them had even seduced and then murdered Issei-kun, only for them to bring him back to life, and now she was right back to seducing him again. And by what she saw, he was letting it happen. Of course it was freed Selzen who said this, and there was no way she could just believe a word from a man like him. But that was the problem. There was also the latest and final surprise of last night. The girl that Issei had called Maya and introduced as his foster sister, she was actually the former nun Asia Arjento. This fallen angel Gabriel had told them this completely freely, after she had been informed that they would be working together from now on. This and that Arjento was now a member of their group. Issei had lied into her face, Irina realized, and that to protect an excommunicated nun of all people. Of course he had a reason. They were simply trying to keep her identity from the devils that were present. But it still hurt. Did that mean his fallen angel girlfriend had actually tried to protect her when she had claimed to have killed Asia? She asked herself. Maybe she wasn't that bad then, for a fallen angel at least, maybe. But that also meant that half of the story that freed Selzen had told them was actually true. What about the other half? Had this Rainier actually killed him? Issei had denied it, said that it had never happened. But the way he had said this, it sounded more as if he just wanted to defend his girlfriend, as that he truly meant it. Girlfriend, the word alone had somehow started to feel like acid to her. No matter what some people might think, Irina Shido was not stupid. Naive, yes. A bit gullible, sometimes maybe, yes. Stubborn and single-minded, yes. But not stupid. She knew she needed to find out the truth. She knew she needed to talk to Issei-kun once again, and this time he would tell her the truth. The whole truth. And then, what if he told her that he loved the fallen angel? No, she would not simply sit down and accept this. And if she had to seduce Issei-kun by herself, she thought. Asia's POV. What Irina didn't know was that she wasn't the only one who had similar thoughts on her mind. Asia, who was in the moment sitting only a few meters beside her, was thinking about the events as well. She was also present as her now former master and new teammate had referred to herself as Issei's girlfriend, and both times he said nothing to contradict her. Did that mean he accepted it? She couldn't help herself but feel a sting whenever she remembered Rainer-sama calling herself that, and Issei saying nothing. Asia of course didn't know that her thoughts couldn't be further from the truth. The reason that Issei had not said anything about Rainer's claims was not acceptance. No, it was him struggling with his conflicting emotions towards her, the trauma that his death by her hands had caused, and also simple surprise about what she had said. But he hadn't downright rejected her either. Their combined group was just going through the events of the last days, and recapitulating them for Irina and Zenobia. The two exorcists were sitting on a couch at one side of the room. Rainer and Asia were sitting on the other. Gabriel and Issei had just ended their explanation how she had recruited Issei, after her master resurrected him. So that part of the story was really true, Irina thought. Her eyes wandered to Rainer. The look the fallen angel showed as they recapitulated this part of the events seemed to be somehow troubled and pained. Did that mean that she regretted her actions? That was actually the least thing that could be expected, Irina told herself. But still, what kind of group was that? That was allied with the church, but let fallen angels and excommunicated nuns join their ranks? She questioned. They just came to the point where Gabriel had copied instead of extracted, like she had claimed the twilight healing from Asia. Rainer's look as she heard this detail for the first time was truly priceless. What? She called out. Even Irina could not suppress a small grin at the expression of the fallen angel as she found out how far she had been deceived. Rainer sent a glance to Asia, who in return however only smiled at her innocently. She wanted to growl at Gabriel. But what she brought out was not far more than a whisper. She took another short look at Asia. Okay, you are right, she finally said. It is truly better this way, she admitted quietly. Both Issei and Irina noticed this. And in Issei's case also how different Rainer sounded from her usual sarcastic and confident/arrogant self. They all continued to listen as Gabriel explained the rest of the events that had led them all here. The part she was saying in this moment caught everyone's attention. As I have said, she stated, my organization doesn't like or trust the devil faction. Their habit to take over entire towns in the human world and claim them as their territory had marked these places as targets to their enemies. To that comes that they are turning humans and other races into devil servants. All too often without ever actually asking them or giving them a choice, practically enslaving them. Some of these servants then rebel and become stray devils. And the devils hunt them down and kill them all too often here on Earth. As you can probably imagine, all that makes our duty to protect this world only more difficult. So the Guardian as standing towards the devils is not exactly a friendly one. To put it simply, we didn't want a successful alliance between the houses of Phoenix and Gremory. That would only strengthen the devils and they would probably cause even more trouble for us, and we especially didn't want a devil of Razor's known attitude to gain even more influence than he already has. But since none of us is a member of the devil faction, we couldn't interfere in their internal politics. At least not without revealing much more of our organization to them as we were willing to. But Rias Gremory had provided us with a way to get a foothold into Devil Society. I had offered a deal, that she and her servants would hold freed Selzen for us, and in exchange we would assist her in her problem with Razor. If she invited us to their meeting, to get us into a position where we could challenge him in the first place. Do I get this right? Zenobia asked her. You got this devil and her peerage to guard one of the most dangerous stray exorcists for you. And in exchange you offered her something that you were planning to do anyway? On top of that you used her as an entrance card into Devil's Society? And all that right after you deceived the fallen angel leaders into thinking Asia Argento had lost her sacred gear and convinced everyone else that she was dead? If you put it in that way, yes, Gabriel answered, now sounding a bit insecure. Rainer's comment said it in the best was what most of the people around were thinking. God. And people say I am a lying bitch. But you make me look like a poor amateur, she remarked. Issei could not even deny it. There was truth about what Rainer had just said. For the first time, he felt how small doubts were rising up inside of him about his friend and trainer. Gabriel was doing everything for everyone's best. He knew that for the greater good, if you put it that way. But could he really trust someone who manipulated people that easily and often? That she has an impressive pair of breasts doesn't he automatically make a girl trustworthy? That were her own words. Rias and her peerage, Razor, Rainer and her team, Irina and Zenobia, his parents, she had lied to practically every one of them at one point or the other during the last days. He and Asia were the only exceptions. Really? Was he sure about that? He asked himself. Could there maybe be things she kept from him as well? The evening of the same day, a few hours later, after the two important meetings from the day before, Rias' peerage had now returned to daily business that they had failed to complete so far. In this case it was the hunt for a stray devil that they had been requested to eliminate, but who had survived their first encounter a few days ago. The same one who had been hiding in the building that they had now left to Issei's team. The devil Visser had killed her former master, fled the underworld and had since then been attacking, killing and even eating a large number of humans. The building had been her hideout, where she had brought and devoured her victims, until Rias' peerage had driven her out a few days ago. Right now she was running through the park of the city. Ironically not so far away from the place where Issei Hayata had died a few days before. In the moment she was once again in the form of a young woman, instead of the monstrous being that she had become. She knew the resident devils had found her. They had been hunting her for days. Visser was clad in a long raincoat that she had taken from the last human she had killed, shortly after their fight with her that she had barely escaped from. She knew she had to get out of the city and as far away as she could, and that as quickly as possible. The last time she knew she had barely gotten away with her life. Damn devils, all she wanted was her peace and a few humans to feast on. Was that too much asked for? For a few short seconds, she actually allowed herself to believe that she had lost them. Moments later she was shown the opposite when she was hit by a burst of lightning. The stray devil was screaming in pain and could barely keep herself on her feet as the assault was over. They did that, she knew. It was one of the servants of this Gremry bitch who had that kind of power. Moments later they showed themselves. Akino came gliding down from the roof of a neighboring building with her wings and Kaneko appeared from between the group of trees in front of her. It was only two of them, Visser realized. That meant she had a good chance. It seems we have finally found you again, Akino addressed the stray devil. It wasn't exactly smart of you to take this shortcut, was it? You should have known that we could attack you here without holding back. This time you won to escape. She smiled at her. This only caused Visser to attack them in an even greater rage. Her stolen coat was torn to shreds as she once again took her other monstrous form. The magic that their fight unleashed could of course be detected by other supernatural beings. Much to their bad luck, Rias and the others instantly knew their exact location. But they were not the only ones. The fight had so far taken only a few minutes. But both Rias' peerage members and the stray devil were already showing visible damage. Nothing too serious, in first sight just scrapes and bruises. They all noticed someone else appearing through a magic circle close by. For the first moment Akino and Kaneko weren't worried that this was just the rest of their team who arrived, until they noticed that the presences weren't devils at all. No, they were. Before any of them could think anything else, they were hit by nearly a dozen light spears. The equally surprised stray devil was hit through the chest and upper body by 3 spears at the same time and died near instantly. Akino was able to avoid the assault. As she looked around, however, she saw that her partner had less luck. Kaneko knew she had been lucky. It was some instinct that told her to move in the last moment, or it would have been her head that had been hit instead of just her shoulder. Injured for the second time, in just a couple of days, she thought. As they looked upwards, they saw a trio of fallen angels, standing on the tops of the trees surrounding them. One of them was a man, wearing a dark-colored trench coat and a hat. Another was a blue-haired woman in a very tight, and very short, business suit, and the last one looked like a very young girl in a gothic Lolita outfit. What made it even worse was that along with them a group of 6 men had shown up, who seemed to be stray exorcists. "Ah, what do we have here?" "A few devils trying to kill each other," Donasek announced. "You know we have been trying to track you down for some time now, and here is the chance for an interesting fight. Even if one of you is already done for," he said, looking in the direction of Viser's dead body. "Now how about we take over for her?" he asked. Aquino and Kaneko knew they had problems. About a half-kilometer away, Murayama didn't know what to think. No, that was more than an understatement. Right now she wasn't even completely sure anymore what goddamn planet she was on. She knew that the habit she had developed to keep an eye on Issei Hayadu and follow him around whenever she saw him somewhere was, well, somewhat questionable. Or more than that. But even in her wildest dreams she would have never imagined to see what she just did. The same boy she had been trying to subtle, or maybe not so subtle, observe for the last days, had just appeared only a minute ago from an empty street corner, along with not just 1 but 2 girls. That alone was a bit strange given his reputation. She saw that they were going in the direction of the park. At night? She asked herself. Murayama decided to follow him once again. But it was what she saw then what truly blew her mind and made her question her own sanity. As they had arrived at the park, that was of course completely empty at this time of the day, the 2 girls suddenly changed, transformed. Both of them were suddenly growing black feathered wings on their backs and changed their appearance and clothing. One of them was now even wearing something that looked like a strange dominatrix outfit. What was going on here? She felt as if she had gotten herself into some sort of manga. And Issei? She saw how a bizarre-looking device suddenly appeared out of nowhere on his left arm. "This place, why does it have to be this place?" she heard him saying as he looked in the direction of the park. But of course she had no idea what he meant. What in the world was going on here? She asked herself again, looking at the strange group who had just managed to shatter her perception of reality. She felt how she was once again walking after them, as she saw them running, or in case of the 2 girls actually flying, further into the park, in the direction where she could hear some loud noises coming from. If she had not been under shock from what she had just seen, if she had her senses still completely together, then they would have probably told her that this was a very stupid idea and that she should have better run in the other direction. But as things were, she couldn't overcome her curiosity. Donasek admitted, when he received the orders to go after the devils he had been happy. Finally, the chance for a real fight instead of hiding and working in secret. Besides being the only male, he was also the oldest member of Rainer's former group. In fact, he had been alive since before the end of the Great War. Of course he had been a no-name fighter back then, only one of the countless faces in the mass. Still, sometimes he nearly missed those times. At least back then things were clearer than they are now. He was one of the supporters of Lord Kokabil's more aggressive course, instead of Azazel's newer peace policies. In the end only came down to giving in to their enemies whenever some sort of dispute came up. At least Kokabil was willing to stand up for their race, even if it could mean a new conflict. As the humans would say it, better risk to die on your feet than live on your knees. Or something like that. Of course someone like Rainer, with her blind devotion to Azazel, could just not see that. In her eyes he was still the leader from the Great War. A man who no longer existed since before her life even began. Azazel's fangirl, that's how she was called under the hand by some people in the ranks. It was not hard to suspect that she might have secretly hoped to become one of his concubines. Well, wherever Azazel had sent her to, he hoped she was happy with it. Donasek for his part was glad that things here were now finally getting his way. He had been sick of the endless laying low, the waiting and hiding. He ached for some action, for an active mission, a fight, and now he finally got his wish. They had taken the 3 devils by surprise and already killed one of them. Ironically, the stray the other 2 were fighting against, and wounded another. Together with their remaining exorcist group, they have them cornered the last uninjured devil. She had defended herself with her lightning power quite well, Oh yes, he was aware who she was, Baraquil's traitorous daughter, and now the queen of the Gremory heiress. She and the smaller white-haired girl were still putting up a fight, but they were attacking them from all sides. But as it turned out, Baraquil's brat had some actual fighting skills. She managed to kill 2 of their stray exorcists with a powerful burst of lightning. Her already wounded comrade was able to take another one down. Defeated by an injured child devil, he didn't know it he should pity the man for his death or for his weakness. The small girl herself, however, was also looking as if she could barely stand anymore. Both the wound and the light that had entered her body were obviously taking their toll on her. It was probably only a short time until she would collapse, and as it looked they would not even need the reinforcements that Lord Kokabeel had promised them. Nearly the same moment, however, Calawarner was hit by another powerful burst of lightning from the traitor. Through a mixture of simple luck, or bad luck in Calawarner's case, and Aquino's expertise, the fallen angel let out a terrible scream as the high-level electricity ripped through her body, and she fell crashing to the ground. She continued to use her lightning at her for a few more moments to the already injured opponent, causing even more damage. Normally she would be laughing about the painful-looking attack she had just landed on one of the enemies, and even now she couldn't hold back a grin. But she knew the situation was more than serious. She herself barely managed to survive one more barrage of light spears. She dodged another spear, until she was finally hit as well. She saw that it had pierced clean through her leg. This was it, she thought. Kaneko didn't look as if she could fight for even another minute. And neither would she against so many opponents. Unless help would arrive very quickly, they were both dead. A few seconds later Kaneko collapsed and Aquino herself had already sank to her knees. Right then another magic circle appeared a short distance from them all. But their short moment of hope that the others had arrived was nearly instantly dashed as they realized that the circle was not from the Gremory clan, but one they had ever seen before. And when they saw that the figure appearing before them was yet another fallen angel. The newcomer was looking over the fighting place. I see you have already done most of the work without me, he said. Sardo-sama, Danasik greeted him, a bit surprised. Lord Kokabeel didn't say that you would come in person. No, you have just been given the necessary information, the man replied. But as I see, one of them is still standing. He was looking at Aquino, who was struggling to move with her wounded leg. The stranger spread his black feathered wings. His 3 pairs of wings. 6 wings, Aquino thought. This was a higher level fallen angel. The stranger attacked her and took her down with one move, and only a small gesture, as if squashing an insect. He didn't use a light spear. Instead he formed with his hand a small globe of what looked like concentrated light energy. He threw it at her and Aquino was thrown to the ground with visible burn wounds. 2 devils less to stain this world, the man named Sardo commented as he was looking at them. Now, would you please finish them off, Danasik? He let his gaze wander over the fighting site. But there is one last thing, he said. Without any warning he fired another attack, directly at the 3 remaining stray exorcists. That was left behind was nothing but burning remains of flesh. Danasik and Milf were, to say the very least, more than a little bit unsettled about this. Sardo, who they knew as the right hand of Lord Kokabeel himself, had just killed 3 of their allies without a moment of hesitation. Of course the exorcists were basically only hired guns, but they were still on their side. So what purpose did this serve? Good, 1 loose ends less, Sardo stated. Then there is only one thing left. He looked at the wounded Calawarner. Kill her, he said. What? Danasik asked in shock. What are you talking about? She is one of us. The others, including Calawarner herself of course, who was staring at him from the ground, unable to even say anything, could also barely believe what they were hearing. Yes. That is exactly the point, the 6-winged fallen replied. What do you mean? Danasik angrily asked him. Let us say, to reach what is best for our faction, sacrifices have to be made, Sardo told him. You are one of the people who understands that. A new war is unavoidable, and should start better soon than later. But just the loss of these 2 pathetic servants will not hit the devils hard enough. They will just whine a bit and do nothing. That stupid brat that had been handed control of this town by her brother will just get 2 other evil pieces and simply turn 2 other idiots to replace these 2. He was fully aware that the two Gremry servants were still conscious and heard every word he was saying. But he didn't care. Should these two filthy devils know how worthless their lives were, even to their own people, and our side? They will be willing to compromise and make amends. Just like always under Azazel's leadership, he said with disdain. Not that the devils would ever make any amends to us though, he remarked. But if the devils killed one of us and an entire group of our exorcists in an unprovoked ambush, and we killed some of them in return, let us say that many of our people are also having enough of always giving in to the devils. And if a few such incidents happened, bastard, Akino spat at him as she heard what he was saying. Donasik was known to be a ruthless fighter under the Grigori, always starving for some real combat, and not giving any quarter to the enemy. But that is enough, he said. This is madness. Calawarner may be a dumb bitch sometimes, but she is a member of my team. I want to do it. You are crazy. Wait till Lord Kokabeel hears about this. Without another word or a moment of hesitation, Sardo moved and shot him with the same attack he had used against Akino earlier. Lord Kokabeel was the one who had ordered it, you fool, he stated as he looked down at him. Now it looks as if we get one martyr more for our cause. What do you think? Middlet, that was your name, wasn't it? He turned to the last member of the group. Are you with me? He grinned, or are you with them? He pointed at Calawarner and Donasik, who were desperately trying to stand up again, to do anything to defend themselves. She said nothing for a few moments, just looking at him fearfully. I am with you, Sardo-sama, she answered then, visibly intimidated. Good. In this case, prove your loyalty. Kill one of them. I don't care which one. I will just take the other. The truth was he had been intending from the beginning to have at least two of them killed. Lord Kokabeel's original plan had actually been to sacrifice the entire group. They were all only cannon fodder anyway, but his own team could also need some extra help for the things that are coming. So he decided that he would take the one who was most willing to get along with his way. He would have never expected it to be the small gothic Lolita though. Actually, he thought it would be Donasik. But as it turns out, he didn't have the guts to do what was told to do. Middlet now formed a light spear in her hand and stepped closer to Calawarner. You know, when I think about it, I never really liked you, she said to her. And those oversized boobs of yours were always getting on my nerves. Maybe I should just cut them off before I finish you. What do you think? A wicked grin now formed on her face. You little bitch, Calawarner hissed. Donasik was standing up again, intending to not go down without a fight. A fighter after all, Sardo commented. Only one too sentimental to be of any use to us. In this moment another transport circle appeared before them. This time, however, it was actually the rest of the Gremry peerage who had just teleported in. The angel called Sardo, however, only grinned when he saw their arrival. It seemed a far better prey than these two devil slaves here had just come. If he killed the sister of one of the Maus, it would be far more efficient than just this charade here. Rias, on the other hand, was quickly losing her courage, now, as she saw their opponent. 6 wings. What in the world was someone like that doing in her town? She knew they were outmatched. He instantly attacked them. As Issei, Gabriel and Rainier arrived, less than a minute later, nearly Rias' entire peerage was down, just like Donasik and Calawarner. Only she herself was still standing, barely. It was clear that she had no chance at all. The only reason she was even still able to fight was that, until a few moments ago, she had Kiba at her side. That and that their opponent didn't seem to be very serious at all. They saw the 6-winged fallen angel who had obviously been dominating the fight. Neither Issei and Gabriel had ever seen him before, no wonder in Issei's case, but Gabriel had been an angel of heaven and a guardian. But Rainier, as a member of the Grigori, did have. Issei, be careful. I know this man. He is very dangerous, she warned him. Issei had heard her. Trusting her was of course another matter. But dangerous or not, he would not simply let this guy kill all the others, even if he had issues with most of them. Hey, he shouted at him. So you have arrived as well, Sardo greeted them as he turned around in their direction. The group Lord Azazel currently have dealings with, he stated casually. Issei saw Rias' gaze shift to him for a moment as their enemy said this. Rainier? Donasik asked in surprise as he recognized her. What are you doing here? Danasik, she greeted him with a good bit of sarcasm. Now, what is this? I am gone for just a few days and everything goes downhill? She asked, grinning smugly. He nearly growled at her, but calmed himself down. If she and the others were saving his ass here, then he would gladly accept a few smart comments from her. Issei saw their short exchange as well. The Rainer he knew and loved was obviously back now, after her breakdown from yesterday. But right now that was the least of his worries. He turned to Rias. We will talk about this later, he said to her. We have other problems to deal with. She nodded. Oh, and what do you want to talk about? Sardo asked them mockingly. Maybe about the fact that you Issei Hayato and this fallen angel there, he pointed at Gabriel, are both members of a secret organization that has its origin in another universe. An organization that is working in dozens, maybe hundreds of parallel worlds and that has now made a secret agreement with Lord Azazel. How are you usually called? Oh right, the Guardians. And I guess our friend Rainier here is a new recruit as well, right? Sardo announced. Rias and her peerage were just looking gobsmacked at what he just said, their eyes wandering between Issei and Gabriel and him. How did you? Gabriel asked, completely aghast. In the next moments she realized that it was probably not a god idea to say it like that. Don't tell me this crazy story is true? Rias called out. Shit, she thought. She should have followed the same advice she had given Issei and learned to just keep her big mouth shut. How do I know about all this? Sardo repeated. You could say I have some kind of source. And it is not the only thing I know. How about this sacred gear holder Asia Arjento who you have saved and are hiding here right under the devil's nose? It was Lord Kokabil himself who told me this. This caused even more awkward looks from Rias and the others. Like Issei said, we will talk about this, but not now, Gabriel told them. Okay, the devil replied. But we will talk. Look out, Issei exclaimed. Sardo fired another of his attacks on her, hoping to catch her off guard. But the Gremry devil avoided it, barely. He knew the situation from a just few minutes ago had completely changed. Of course he was easily superior to every single one of them on their own. But all of them together? He admitted he wasn't so sure. By talking about the information of the Guardians he had been given, he had hoped to create a rift between these two allies. To turn them against each other. And while he certainly succeeded to sow some mistrust, it wasn't enough to bring them apart. Yet, tell me, fallen angel, what are you doing here? Rias asked him. This is devil's territory, and you are attacking my servants. Rias, this guy wants to kill us, Aquino called out to her, and also his own allies as well, and then blame it all on us. He wants a new war, and he wants to make it look as if we are responsible. Hearing this angered the Gremry heiress only even more. You would sacrifice your own allies like that? As if you wouldn't do the same thing if it suits your needs, devil, he replied. But we both know just killing two of your servants wouldn't give my lord what he wants. You on the other hand. If I kill you, by yourself you might be only a weak pathetic brat. But it is your family that makes you important. Imagine, just your useless little life, he told her mockingly, letting the words hang in the air. Rias didn't know what enraged her more. His insults against her or his claim that she would sacrifice her own servants. It made no difference anyway. He was attacking once again, throwing light spears and small globes of energy at them, and the one fallen angel who as it seemed had decided to side with him was backing him up now. The teenage girl who was standing in a short distance to them, hiding in the shrubbery between the trees close by, could still not believe what she was seeing. She had been following her classmate Issei because she was convinced that something strange was going on with him. But what she had found was nothing else than a fight between monsters. Supernatural creatures? There was no other way how she could call it. She had heard the terms devil and fallen angel being shouted by the beings before her. And Issei Hayato was right between them. Murayama didn't quite know what to think or to do. The fight was still going on. Despite being hopelessly outnumbered, in the moment it was Issei, Gabriel, Rainier, Rias Gremry, Danasik and Kiba, who just managed to get up again, against only him and Middlet. Sardo was still quite confident that he could reach what he wanted. Half of them were already damaged. But he was also starting to get tired. He cursed himself in part for toying with the devils earlier. otherwise this would already be over. But he also had another, easier solution left. He threw another couple of attacks in their direction which they all easily evaded. But he used this chance to make another move. In a split second he had gone from the place he had been before and was now standing at a small group of trees around 24 meters away. But he was not alone. Most of them recognized the girl he was holding in his grip. It was Murayama. Issei saw it as well. What was she doing here? She must have followed him, he realized. He had known about the curiosity she had developed about him. He had planned to talk with her about it, but didn't he came to it yet. Gabriel and Rainier had taken position next to him, both having formed light spears and pointing them at their opponent. Who do we have here? Sartle asked, while Murayama was struggling to break free from him. But of course she had no chance against the hold of the fallen angel. Hayate-kun, she called out as she saw him. Can it be that you know this girl? Sartle asked. He had felt the presence of a human close by. Given that it was in the middle of the night in the park, none of them had actually bothered to create a barrier to keep intruders away. He had intended to take whoever it was as a hostage. But this seemed even better, as he had hoped. She is a student of the same school as you, isn't she? He questioned. One last time, it does not have to be like this, Hayate-san. Just step aside and leave this devil to me, and I will let this girl go. We don't have to be enemies. Believe me, she and her kind are scum that needs to be exterminated. Don't even think about it, Gabriel said. You know I can't stand these devils myself. But if the sister of one of the Maos dies through the hands of a fallen angel, it could maybe cause a new war. Issei was clenching his teeth. He knew she was right, even if he hated it. But Murayama was only here because of him. Well, I guess that means no. A pity, Sartle said. Issei needed to do something. He knew he was about to see one of his classmates die, all because she had been curious about what he had been doing. He rushed forward as fast as he could, with superhuman speed. But his enemy was even faster. In the moments Issei had reached them, he had already formed a light spear and stepped it right through Murayama's heart. All he could do was catch the dying girl in his arms. Sartle drew back as attacks from Rainier, Gabriel and Rias hit him. But none was strong enough to cause any lasting damage. No, Issei stammered as he saw the state of his classmate. Murayama was looking at him. Her lips were moving as if she wanted to say something. But she couldn't anymore. A moment later she was dead. Issei was in shock. He could only think one thing. It's all my fault. If he had been more careful, if she hadn't been following him, if he had taken the time to talk to her earlier, if only, he felt tears flowing from his eyes. He truly was an idiot. Nothing but a perverted fool. Don't blame yourself, partner. He heard Greg's voice in his head. You couldn't have known that she would follow you to this place. Remember, you had good reasons why you didn't had a chance to talk to her earlier. You had other things and other people to worry about, Asia Arjento. Freed Selzen, your actions saved many. This one helped Murayama, he replied. No, but it helped all the other people whose lives were saved, including Asia. Issei remembered every moment he had spent in school next to this girl, every time he talked to her, even the times she attacked him for peeking on her. This would now never happen again, all because of that bastard. And he felt his sadness turn into anger and rage. Issei felt how energy was slowly building up inside him, how it was taking form and concentrating, here right in the palms of his hands. He laid Murayama's body to the ground and stood up. He remembered at this point that maybe Rias would be able to bring her back as a devil. If she was willing to do that. But it would still not be the same. She would no longer be human. She would have to be her servant. No, it would not be the same. And it would not just erase the fact that she died here. He had never been this angry before, not even as Rainier had killed him, or as he heard about her plans to kill Asia. What got to him most was the pure senselessness of it. Whatever selfish motives she also had, Rainier actually believed that possessing the Twilight Healing would be a great help for her people, and she had been willing to kill Asia over it. Something he truly had a hard time forgiving her for, and she had killed him because she had been given actual reason to believe that he could a threat to both her plans, and to the people around him. As much as her decisions angered him and her betrayal hurt him, he could at least in a twisted way understand why she acted like that. But this. He had taken her hostage. But it was already clear that they would not simply hand over Rias Gremory. There has been nothing to win for him by killing her, nothing to gain. It was completely pointless. He just did it because he could. Just because they had refused to give in to his demands. Because they didn't let him have his way. To give Rias to him to be killed. Issei saw how his entire rage was released in form of a large blast of energy that he fired from his hands and was directed at their enemy. Sartle, just like everyone else, was completely surprised by this attack, as the blast hit him and sent him flying straight through a line of trees, before he was finally slammed into the ground. Sartle-sama, Middle called out, more out of fear for herself than of actual worry, since she had just openly betrayed her comrades. What was that? Issei asked himself. Dragon shot is one of the techniques of the boosted gear, Drake explained. But this was somehow different. Far more powerful as it is meant to. It wouldn't be the first time your powers worked a bit different as they used to. You mean like with my short fight against Kiba? Yes. Issei saw that most of the others were staring at him with open mouths. I have to say I am impressed, Rainier commented. To think that I ever thought of you as a weak human. In some distance, however, they saw that Sartle was coming up once again. He showed visible burn marks on his body, and his wings seemed to have taken some damage, but he seemed to have survived the attack without any greater injuries. In this moment, however, something else changed about the entire situation. From the direction where Issei and his group's temporary base was located, they saw three figures running in their direction. It was Irina and Zenobia, and a few meters behind them, Asia. The two exorcists were now dressed in leathern combat clothing and had their swords drawn, while the former nuns stayed in some a bit greater distance away. You two were meant to stay and keep an eye on the base, Gabriel reminded them. We thought you could use help, Irina replied. And beside that, we don't take orders from fallen angels, Zenobia added, even if they are on our side. Whatever, it is good that you are here. And as you can see, we have some injured here, that means you could help as well, Asia. Rainier might have a hard time to heal them all alone, Gabriel told her. She got strange looks from the two exorcists for saying Asia's name like this in front of the devils. They didn't know that their enemy had already blown their secret. Issei, however, had other things on his mind. He could only look at the girl lying before him. She was dead because of him. He would not simply accept this. There had to be something that could be done. After all, he came back as well. Yes, he suddenly remembered. The memories that Gabriel had transferred to him. Under them was also the knowledge of a technique, the same one that had brought him back. He felt the energy building up inside of him again. But this time he would use it for something different than an attack. Sartle, from his point of view, saw that on top of everything else he had now two holy sword wielders against him as well. It was enough. Middle, he said to her, we are leaving? Yes, Sartle-sama, she replied. Magic circles appeared beneath both of them, and 1 moment later they were gone. They were gone. Rainier, Asia, could you please heal the others? Gabriel asked them. Both, the fallen angels and the devils, she said in Rainier's direction. Of course, the other fallen angel replied sarcastically. I wouldn't dream about leaving these poor devils to suffer. Not that they would lift a finger for me if I were in their situation. Many of them had heard this comment, but nobody said anything. The devils of course noticed that there were in fact 2 people who possessed the power of the twilight healing. How this was possible was another question. Asia was just about to heal Kiba. For a short moment she saw him giving a short, very sharp glance at Zenobia, who was standing close by and still holding her sword in her hands. Or maybe she had been wrong, Asia thought. A second later Kiba was back to his normal self, and thanking her for her help. Rainier had just healed Calawarner, and was now turning her attention to Kaneko, while Asia was healing Akino. Donasek was the one with the least severe injuries, so they would wait for him till the end. They turned to Issei. They remembered the girl who was with him. But they knew for her all help was probably too late. Issei. I could. Rias was just about to offer him to resurrect this girl. Sure, she didn't have a sacred gear or another source of power. But given all he had done to help her, even with the grudge he had against her, this was the least she could do for him. But then she and the others saw what he was doing. He was kneeling over Murayama's body, and a bright glowing white light was shining from his hands. Then he lowered them on her and let the energy flow into her. For a few moments nothing happened, before she started to move again. First it seemed as if a shock went through her limbs that caused her entire body to suddenly cramp. Then they saw that she slowly began breath again. The wound through her chest started to heal on a rapid rate, but she still showed no sign of waking up, lying unconscious before them. The others could once again only stare in disbelief at him. Issei-kun, what have you done? Asia asked him. You can bring back the dead? Rainier questioned. Gabriel sat down next to Issei, who was still on his knees before the reanimated girl. She used her supernatural senses, all of them, to check and examine her as good as she could. As she found what she had suspected, she turned to her partner. Issei, she began. I wanted her to live, he said. I just wanted her to live. Yes, she will live, Gabriel repeated. Forever, she said a bit sharper. What? Issei asked, now surprised. The technique that you used is normally meant to recruit new guardians. It transfers some of the Guardian's inherited energy into you, that merges with your own and reconstructs and enhances the body's functions. In opposite to that, for example the devils, you stay the same species. But the new recruit is turned immortal in the process, she explained hastily. It is the same technique Darien used for you. But he modified it to make sure you keep your human lifespan, so you could eventually return to a normal life if you wanted. In opposite to you, however, he actually knew what he was doing. She is still human, technically, but she will never age a day for the rest of her existence. And we are lucky if that is the only anomaly, she added. What do you mean? Issei asked, now worried. The energy you have transferred into her might be unstable, she stated. Issei felt as if he had been punched in the gut. Unstable? He knew all too well what this could lead to from his talks with Drake and Rainier. Had he actually brought Murayama back only to get her killed again in the long run? Issei. Something about her demeanor changed. I am sorry that I was talking to you like that. I know you mean well. It is just. I am not sure about this either. I have never used this technique myself. I am not an expert. We need to bring her to the others. You mean the other guardians? Yes, we should visit the home universe of our organization, she told him. This of course piqued the interest of everyone around them. There is also another reason why we should meet with them, Gabriel pointed out. This Sartle, he knew about us. That means someone must have told them, very likely someone from the other side, our enemies. Co-Academy. It was less than an hour later that they were all assembled in front of the school. Issei and his group were standing on one side, the devils on the other. However, it was not only Rias Peerage who they were already acquainted with, but Sona S as well. I believe you have not been officially introduced yet, Rias said to Issei and the others. Sona is the heir of the Citri family, and the sister of the current Mao Leviathan, as you probably know. It is a pleasure to meet you, Sona greeted them in her typically stoic manner. That means of course officially in your case Hayade. As I remember we have met several times before. Yes, he actually remembered several times she had warned him off, Issei thought. Normally he would probably make a comment about that, but with the girl that was lying still unconscious in his arms, he had other things on his mind right now. Murayama was alive again because of what he did. But by what Gabriel had told him she was now in an unstable state, also because of him, and needed to be looked at by someone who knows more about this form of reanimation. More than either he or Gabriel did. That meant they needed to meet with the other guardians. The ones who were outside of this world. But for the moment they were still stuck here, explaining the situation to Rias and the other devils. Gabriel had told him that she had already contacted them and that they would prepare a transport to a place where they could get help. After they had just returned from the fight, Calawarner and Donasik in tow, they had waited for Sona and the others, and then Issei and Gabriel had given them a short explanation about who and what the guardians were. More or less the same short explanation Issei himself had received in the beginning. They also told them of what they had found out about Kokabil's conspiracy, and his connection to the terrorist organization they were tracking down. To say these devils were stunned would be the understatement of the year. A powerful faction that they didn't know about, that had its roots far away from their world. It is good that you have finally told us all this, Rias said to them in a friendly tone. I am sure now that we know who and what your organization is, we will get along better. Indeed, now that we are starting to know each other, I am sure we will be able to build up a friendly relationship, Sona stated. I would seriously doubt that. Gabriel scoffed. To be honest, the Guardians were never on good terms with the Devils, and I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. But you are on good terms with the fallen angels? Sona asked now more aggressively. Rias told us that you made some kind of deal with Azazel. Hardly on good terms, she responded. In fact, the Grigori didn't even knew about our existence until a few days ago. I might technically be a fallen angel myself, but I have never been a part of them, and they still don't actually know who we are. Still, there are many things wrong in the Grigori. I am the first to admit that. But it is not nearly as much as in your society. Since you are a fallen angel yourself, technically or not, it doesn't surprise me that you say this, Sona replied drily. Okay, I want to know it now, Rias exclaimed angrily. What exactly is your problem with us? From the first time we met you always acted as if we devils are trash to you. You are kidding, right? Do you truly want a list? She asked. How about this for the beginning? Rogue fallen angels, stray devils, terrorists, if it wasn't for your arrogant claim that this entire town is your territory, beings like that wouldn't even show up here and endanger innocent people in the first place. And then you are standing here as if you deserve a medal for helping to fight these guys, while nothing of this would have happened if it weren't for you. Rias felt as if she had been slapped. She made it sound as if it was her fault what had happened to this girl. Sona looked as if she had taken the accusation a bit better, but she knew her well enough to know that it got to her as well. The other two remaining members of the fallen angel group, Donasek and Calawarner, were standing in some greater distance away, not truly trusting the situation. Rainier had told them a few minutes ago about what she had heard from Fried Selzen, and what she had been told by Lord Azazel at the headquarters. It seemed nearly unbelievable, such a complete betrayal from one of their leaders, setting their entire team up to die, conspiring with the devil against them. But after what just happened with Sardal, they were all too willing to believe it. He had been willing to see them all dead for his goal of a new war. This was the man he had been following, Donasek thought, a man. And now they were standing here, right in front of a devil stronghold, exhausted and confronted with what seemed to be two entire peerages. Depending on whatever deal Rainier and her new allies had with these devils to survive. We will talk about this again another time, Gabriel said to the two pure-blood devils before her. I have contacted my group and they will open a portal that will lead us to the homeworld of our organization very soon. This is okay, Rias replied. But I fear before you can go, we will have to introduce you to 3 other guests who will arrive every moment. Other guests? Gabriel asked. She didn't need to wait long for the answer. Less than 2 minutes later 3 more figures appeared in front of them, teleporting right from the underworld. The first was someone Issei and Gabriel already knew, the silver-haired maid from the house of Gremery Gafia. The second was a tall young man with long red hair who was looking very much like a male version of Rias. And the third, they could barely believe it. It was a young woman in what was clearly some sort of magical girl outfit. May I introduce, Surzex Lucifer, Rias' brother, and one of the Mao, Aquino stated. This is Seraphal Leviathan, Sona's older sister, and Grafia, maid of the house of Gremery and Surzex queen, she said for the sake of the ones who didn't already knew the silver-haired woman. You have called your brother? Issei asked Rias accusingly. You have told him about us. Of course, she replied defensively. Put yourself in my situation. We have just found out about a new faction, one that is not even from this world. Think about the possibilities for my race. My brother is one of the Mao. How could I not tell him? Issei admitted she had a point here. He couldn't have expected her and Sona not to inform their siblings about something like this. But on the other side he was truly running out of patience. He wanted to bring Murayama to the Guardians as quickly as possible, and had no time to talk to these people. Before Issei could continue this line of thought, however, something else happened. The girl, or rather Mao, in the magical girl outfit was throwing her arms around Sona and draw her into a hug. Sona-tan, I am so glad that nothing had happened to you. I was so worried when I heard about it, she exclaimed. Calm down, Wani-sama. It was Rias who had been attacked, not me, Sona replied, visibly trying to keep her voice down. But I still couldn't help to be worried, the girl Mao replied, looking a bit as if she was pouting. "Hello, it is nice to meet you all," she then turned to the others. "As you have already been told, I am Seraphal Leviathan. But please just call me Leviathan," she announced while taking a typical magical girl pose. All of them looked gobsmacked at the display, especially the fallen angels. Issei saw that Rainier had a grin on her face and looked as if she could barely hold herself back from bursting out into laughter. Even Gabriel looked as if she could barely hold herself together. "If this is a Mao, I have to ask myself why our people have not beaten them centuries ago," Donasek whispered to Calawarner. But since they were standing a good dozen meters away from the rest, nobody took notice of this. "So you are Issei Hayadu," the man introduced as Surzex greeted him. "I have heard much about you." "You did?" Issei stated, not really caring much at the moment. "That you have challenged Razor, for example. And of course about this organization you are part of," he stated. "Of course," Issei replied. "And you are Gabriel, if I am not mistaken, a fallen angel who is not part of the Grigori but a member of the Guardian organization. As such we will not consider you our enemy, or group leader Rainier here for that matter," Surzex explained. "How courteous of you," Gabriel replied with light sarcasm. "And what can we do for you in return?" "We are just interested in peaceful diplomatic and political contact with your group," the Mao told her. "You mean we are your first version of real-life aliens, and now you desperately want to make first contact," she stated. "In a sense you could put it that way," Surzex admitted. "You are a group, a powerful group by what my sister told me, that possesses abilities and techniques we have never heard before. You even have access to other worlds, I have been told. Of course we are interested to know you better. You realize that my group is not exactly thinking highly about devils?" Gabriel asked him. "Yes, I have heard about this," he replied. "But I am sure we can work over this as soon as we both realize how much cooperation can give our two sides," he said diplomatically. "And it might also give you an edge over your enemies," she commented. "None of us wants a restart of the war between the factions," Surzex told her. "But you have already made contact with the Grigori. So you could see this as just evening the odds." "I truly don't want to interrupt you," Issei said to them, "but we are planning to leave this world at this very moment. My friend here needs help and we are going to the place where she can get it. So if you could please spare this discussion for another time?" "I see. This is no problem," Surzex responded. "Actually, we are planning to go with you." "What?" Gabriel called out. "Just like I said, we want to make contact. You can't honestly expect me to bring a group of devils uninvited directly in our headquarters," Gabriel pointed out. "You can forget that. I will tell my leaders about your request, and then they will tell me when they will meet with you. If at all," she thought. "I truly hate to bring this up," Surzex said, "but as I understand it your organization wants to keep their existence a secret, right? If we could talk to you quickly and make sure you have no hostile intention, I am sure we can keep your existence between me, Seraphal and the other Mao for the time being. But if we can't, I fear we will have to inform the rest of our society." "With other words, you're blackmailing us," Gabriel replied. "You can see it as this. But we are only defending our own interests. If you are active in this world and especially in our territory, you understand that we want to know more about you," he stated. "There is also the matter of the two fallen angels," he mentioned. "As I understand they had been part of an ambush for two of the servants of my sister? They had acted under orders from questionable elements inside the Grigori," Rainier told him, "and they had been betrayed by their leader. I intend to recruit them as part of our group." "But they aren't part of it yet," Surzex argued. "That means we don't necessarily have to give them the same immunity as you." "Gabriel, we have no time for this," Issei reminded her. "Don't worry. The others will open the portal any moment, independent from this discussion here," she replied. "Okay," she addressed the two Mao and the other devils. "We will take you with us, all of you who wants to go. But after that I will guarantee for nothing," she told them. A few seconds later a large portal, a rift between the dimensions, was opening right in front of them. It was different from the ways the devils or the other factions used for transportation, but from the structure is quite similar. Issei and his group, together with Donasek and Calawarner, stepped into the portal. Shortly followed by Surzex, Seraphal, Graphia and Rias with her peerage. Sona and her group had already agreed to stay behind to take care of things while they are gone. The planet Earth in another universe, the year 2724. The on some parts a bit quite unwillingly combined group was just stepping out of the other end of the portal. From one moment to the other they found themselves in a different universe. What they were seeing was not really what they had expected. Where are we? Surzex asked. We are on Earth, but another one as you are used to, London to be exact, Gabriel informed him, and in the 28th century of this world. The last part of her statement took everyone by surprise. This was not only a different dimension, it was also from their POV, the future. They saw that this really seemed to be the outskirts of the English capital, but in no way is the one they knew. They could make out several futuristic-looking buildings, and flying above them was something that looked like a spaceship, before it was landing somewhere at the other side of the city. Once again nearly all of them could do nothing but stare, barely believing what they were seeing. This is so cool, Seraphal said grinning. They noticed then several people standing only a short distance away from them. Issei recognized one of them as Darien, the same being who had brought him back to life. But this time he was obviously hiding his energy, and seemed more like a regular human than a cosmic super being. But Issei knew what this man truly was. Behind them was a very large, no a gigantic, building, that looked like a cross between an oversized mansion and a fortress. Gabriel, Issei, Darien greeted them both. It is good to see you again. I see you have brought the others as well. Next to him were an old man with long white hair and a beard. Two identical-looking red-haired women in leather clothing both could give Rias a run for her money in the hot department. A man with wild-looking black hair, a brown-haired young man and a very young-looking blonde woman in a light gray cloak. That was a bit similar to the ones that Irina and Zenobia were usually wearing over their combat clothing. But it seems there are some more guests, as we have expected, Darien mentioned. Gabriel opened her mind to him, and one moment later he knew everything. Of course, while he could have easily bypassed her mental shields if he wanted, he only did it with her permission. I see, he stated. You have to take a look at this girl, Gabriel said to him, pointing at Miriama. Of course, he replied and took her out of Issei's arms. You are the Maus Surzex Lucifer and Seraphal Leviathan, Darien addressed the devils, and you want to establish diplomatic contacts with us. Yes, Surzex replied. And for that you have invited yourself with some, let us say questionable methods, he stated, smiling at them. I admit, yes, the Devil King answered. We are not exactly proud of it. We will see about that, Darien replied. But as you can see, I have to take care of this girl right now. So I will send you to talk to my old friend Vlad. He is something that you could call our public relations expert, he told them, once again smiling. Ceres, would you please bring these people to your master? He addressed the blonde woman in the cloak. Of course, he has informed me that he will return in a few minutes, she replied. Please follow me, she said to both Issei's group and the devils. Surzex, just like his sister, Graphia and even Seraphal, had tried to use their power and their senses to at least get a better impression of these people, even if not to directly manipulate them. But to Surzek's complete surprise he found out absolutely nothing. It was as if his mental powers were not even working, or as if the shieldings these beings were so strong that they could completely neutralize them. Just who were these people? He could not help getting a bit nervous. Vlad, Issei was meanwhile thinking as they were all following the blonde woman. Where had he heard this name before? Your memory is not exactly perfect, is it, partner? Drake said. Vlad of Wallachia, also known as Vlad the Impaler, also known as Dracula. Oh yes, him, Issei now remembered, the other man he had seen in his vision. Moment, they have a guy called Vlad the Impaler as their public relations expert? I got the impression that your friend Darien wanted to mess with them a bit. After all, they have basically blackmailed themselves in here. Have you not seen the smile on his face? Oh yes, Issei replied. I admit I am getting a bit curious or maybe nervous how this will turn out. About a minute later they had arrived at a small forest area close to the building where the other guardians had been waiting. Right before them opened another portal, very similar to the one they themselves had used, and walking out came the same red-dressed man with the crimson eyes. Issei remembered. I see our guests have arrived, the man greeted them all, and as I have been told, Darien asked me to talk to them. Yes, master, the woman named Sarah said. May I introduce my master Alucard, sometimes also simply called Vlad, also known as Dracula. Yes, I see, the being who was called Alucard, or Dracula, or by various other names, said. Our new recruits have arrived, and since they had brought along new problems as well. So it is on me to entertain them, he stated. They all saw that the eyes of the woman introduced to them as Sarah's had turned into the same crimson red as her master's, and like with him they could see long sharp canines in her mouth. Yes, Issei thought. Vampires, both of them. He could feel Asia grabbing his arm a bit harder than she already had before on their way here. While she had clearly seen many frightening things before, these two were still something new to her. And in the other side of his eyes he also saw the sharp glances of Rainier and Irina's that were sending in their direction as they watched Asia hanging on his arm. You are two of the devil kings of your world. Alucard turned to Surzex and Seraphal. And you also brought others of your kind with you. That is right, Surzex answered. Now let us begin, Alucard stated smugly. You wanted to start negotiations between our groups. Isn't that right? He asked. We do, he replied. Good, then would you please answer my first question, he said while a nearly predatory grin was starting to form on his lips. Why should I not simply kill you? He asked in a completely casual tone. This was followed of just a short moment of silence, as everyone around registered what had just been said. What? Surzex exclaimed a second later. Wait a minute. We are here to talk, We are here to talk about possible relations between our people and you, Grafia pointed out in his place. I know completely well why and how you came here, Alucard interrupted them. You wormed your way into this meeting through blackmail and veiled threats. You were taking advantage of the fact that two of my comrades had a girl with them that needed help. Why should we even want to talk to you? We devils are one of the three factions of the supernatural world. We are one of its strongest races, she argued. We could be a great help for each other. To hers and Surzek's shock, however, the red-dressed figure in front of them only started to laugh. To their horror, they all saw how the ground around them suddenly began to turn into a black shadow-like substance, covering the entire area around them, and to their even greater shock they saw Alucard's eyes growing out of the black mass, and staring at them, eyes that had the same red color as the ones of the creature before them. It was a single horror scenario they were trapped in. Calm down, partner, Drake said to Issei, who felt the urge to protect the others, even if he knew it would be useless. Nothing will happen to you and the others, trust me, Drake told him. This here is surely just a test or a warning in case of the devils. How can you be so sure about that? Issei replied. I have some experience with such situations, and with people like him. Trust me. Besides that, do you really think a member of the group you have joined would just attack you for no reason? What you are, is parasites, Alucard replied coldly. You are living off from humanity, but have the gall to call yourself the superior race. From one moment to the other and without a warning, the black substance that surrounded them had started to move, against them. Deep black spikes, tentacles and spears were forming themselves out of the shadows and leashing out toward them all. They were grabbing them, the tentacles circling around their feet and holding them in place, the spikes still pointed in their direction. A few of them, like Kiba or Kaneko, were actually sinking into the ground, the black matter they were standing on starting to act like quicksand. Rainier, who had until now been in her human Yuma Armano form, transformed back into her real self. Calawarner panicked and formed a light spear, that was however instantly knocked out of her hand by a black tentacle. Asia was now screaming in terror, but she was still somehow holding herself. Well, let us begin our little game, shall we? The vampire in front of them stated. His voice now sounded different, louder, as if it wasn't he just coming from him but from everywhere around them. At the one side we have our little group of volunteers, he said, looking to Issei and the others. And here are guests who have just invited themselves along, he commented with a side glance at Surzex, Rias and the other devils. You say you want to talk to us? You think you have something to offer to us? Your faction above all had been nothing but a thorn in our side for centuries in your reality. We call ourselves the Guardians because that is what we do, protecting the many universes from threats, external or internal. And you have truly done everything to make our job worse. As if to make a point, the spears that were growing out of the ground, the ones aimed at the devil part of their group, were now growing a bit closer to their targets. You claim territory in the human world and simply state it is yours, not asking or even informing the people who already live there. You use your powers to manipulate everyone there whenever it is convenient. But that is not even the true problem. You paint a target on the places for your enemies. You are dragging countless outsiders into your conflicts without even telling them. While it is our purpose to protect all worlds including yours and secure the peace, you intentionally involve large areas in the human world into your Cold War. While he said this, he wasn't sounding angry or aggressive. No, he was talking in a casual and even friendly tone with them, the smile never leaving his face, as if all that he was accusing them of wasn't even an important matter. He was mocking them. Behind the taunting facade, however, there was cold steel. Rias remembered how she heard the same accusation from the fallen angel Gabriel. She could not even truly deny it. The logic was quite simple and devastating. Like Murayama had only been hurt because the fallen angel was targeting them. She admitted she felt bad about this. But she knew controlling territory in the human world was in the best interest of their race. Resurrect on his part was starting to get actually nervous. As he had been talking, the power of the creature had raised more and more, and had now just surpassed his own, and it was possible that he was still holding back. He began to ask himself if they had walked right into a trap. He now remembered the smile of the man who had sent them here. The entire peerage of his sister and their allies had been immobilized, with one move. They came here in hope of a peaceful contact and maybe, in the best case, a valuable agreement for both sides. But now they seemed to be right in the middle of an outbreaking fight. He regretted ever coming here. It had been an impulsive and foolish decision, especially with the methods they had used. But as they heard that they had the chance to make contact with a faction from outside their world, they just couldn't help themselves. Only he, Grafia and Seraphol were still free. But that didn't mean that the shadow mass wasn't bothering them. They were just far too strong to be overcome by it so easily. Grafia had frozen the ground around her, and was using the ice to keep the black substance away. There were only 3 reasons they had not already tried to strike back. They had come here with the intention to talk, not fight, and they had absolutely no idea how powerful this being was. And most important one of all, they were all in another world, and if they made an enemy out of the organization who controlled the place, they would most likely be trapped here. To boost your own numbers and to use their abilities for yourself, you turn humans and other creatures into your kind, Alucard continued, all too often without even asking them first. Your own sister is a prime example of this, he commented. The creature sends Rias a look that made her insides turn to ice. And then you have the nerve to act as if the people you have turned just for your own benefit owe you loyalty in return. And if some of them rebel against you and break away, you call them stray devils, hunt them down, and kill them, calling them monsters and a threat to humans and devils alike. Conveniently ignoring that they only became like that because of you. There was still no trace of anger or unrest in his voice. He was speaking like he was talking about the weather, and somehow this made his hostile words even more frightening. That is the way of our law, Resurrect replied. Devil's law? He asked sarcastically. Don't make me laugh. Laws that you have created just to serve your own purposes, you mean? Do you think you are the first group of wannabe conquerors who just walk in, with friendly words on their lips and thin justifications, take everything they want and act as if they have a right to be there? I raised up entire forests out of their impaled bodies in my old homeland. I have hunted down supernatural trash like you for sport a few centuries later. Now do you want a little demonstration of my old hobby? He grinned, and the pikes that were pointed at them all were moving even closer. Resurrect knew he didn't have a choice anymore. It was clear that the vampire was not open to reason, so he did what he would have usually done far earlier. He attacked, using his power of destruction against this opponent who was threatening his family. The energy he fired at him was concentrated on a small place, but would have been strong enough to wipe out a city. Resurrect saw that the body of the vampire was completely disintegrated. The black substance all around them, however, was still there. He could only hope that he had done the right thing. If the rest of the Guardians considered them their enemies now, they might never be able to return from this world. But he had been threatening to kill them all, he reasoned. With the others backing them up, there was a good chance that they would accept their explanation. But he never came to end this thought. A loud laughing was suddenly heard from everywhere around them. It was Alucard's voice. Resurrect and the others froze as they looked around them. They could barely believe it. Suddenly 5 Alucards were standing at different places around them. all of them looking identical to the one he had just seemingly destroyed. You think it is that easy? The 5 incarnations said at the same time. You think you can just force your way in here with blackmail and underhanded tactics, and we will just have to talk to you because in your small part of the universe you seem to be someone important? You think you are powerful beings, a force that should be respected by everyone? You are sitting on top of a system built up on corruption. You consider yourself good people because you treat your slaves somewhat better than some of your demented peers, but you let all kinds of abuse, mistreatment, murder and manipulation flourish right next to you. You are nothing but cancer that has befallen the human race, and I seriously consider a radical treatment, one of the Alucards said. The devils realized that his power had indeed grown once again. It outshone everyone here by far. Even Drake admitted that his own full strength did not even really compare. Whatever Alucard had once been, he was no longer simply a vampire or human, he had evolved into something more, a higher being. His power seemed practically endless. Reality itself seemed to be breaking under it. For a short moment the Alucard's eyes switched from their blood red to a pinkish color. Now it was on Surzek's and his fellow Mao to panic. They just began to realize how badly they had misjudged the situation. He tried to use his powers again, only to find out that he couldn't deactivate them. One look at Grafia and Seraphol told him that they were in a similar situation. Time, space, and reality follows my commands, Alucard informed them simply. Mind over matter, you could say. I decided that you shouldn't have your powers, so they don't exist right now. Tell me, how is it to be helpless? He made a gesture and both Surzek's, Grafia and Seraphol felt an invisible force constricting around their bodies. They could no longer move, they couldn't breathe, and it was forcing them to their knees. Then he released the hold on them a little. Some of the others, specifically the fallen angels and the 2 exorcists, were actually feeling some grim satisfaction to see not only 1 but 2 mouths beaten and humiliated like that. But at the same time they were of course terrified. If this being could do that so easily, what chance did they have? A magical girl devil, Alucard remarked drily with a look at Seraphol. Now I have truly seen everything. I surrender, she said simply and with a grin. I have a sister that I need to take care of. Please don't hurt me, she asked him with a cute voice. If you say so, he replied, returning the smirk on her face. He could read the thought of even a Mao like a book. He knew perfectly well what this taking care of her sister looked like. He admitted this particular devil actually amused him. And what do we have here? He said sarcastically, turning to Rainier, whose feet were shackled to the ground by 2 black slings. A little girl, claiming to be a mighty fallen angel, who was so desperate to be loved and appreciated that she was willing to turn into a murderer. You are right, she answered, surprising some people around and letting her head sink down a bit. That is exactly what I am, she admitted. A few days ago she would have had a fit if someone talked about her like this. But after all what happened during the last days, she had to say, Alucard's description of her failures was exactly correct. Good, he replied grinning, admitting your shortcomings is the first step to grow. And your 2 comrades? He looked at Donasek and Calawarner, 2 low-level soldiers whose only concern was to rise in rank, and who didn't care who they had to hurt for it. Who now realized they had been betrayed by one of their leaders. The only reason they are even here is that you have saved them and dragged them here. Do you truly think these 2 are fit to be new recruits? The 2 fallen angels didn't say anything. If I can learn my lesson, I am sure they can as well, Rainier replied. We will see, Alucard said. And here we have 2 exorcists, all full of glorious and self-righteous ideals. He addressed Zenobia and Irina. Yes, I remember the fights I had with your kind back in the days. And a little nun, who is only here because she wanted to have friends, he said to Asia. Do you all still think you are fit to join us, or do you rather want to go home, now that you know what you are dealing with? He asked them mockingly. Leave them alone, Issei called out. Issei Hayadu, always willing to stand up for his friends. Even if there is no greater thing for him than the next pair of breasts. But let me tell you this, if you truly want to be one of us, you will have to do more than just that. You will have to fight and risk your life for people you don't know, even for people you despise. Are you willing to do that? Yes, Issei answered seriously, I am. Alucard let his eyes gliding from one of them to the other now. Good. Then you have all passed the first trial, he said, his voice returning to normal. The black substance around them began to resolve and set them free. So Drake was right. This all was just a test, Issei stated as he registered what he just heard. This little demonstration had two purposes. They heard another voice. It was Darien who had just appeared right behind them. The first was to test the resolve of our new recruits, and show them what kind of opponents they might be facing in the future, he informed them. The other was to teach our uninvited guests a lesson about their methods to ask for a meeting, he said in the direction of Resurrect and the others who had just been standing up again. I thought you are taking care of Murayama? Issei asked him. I am. This body here is just a psychic construct, Darien responded. My true self is inside with your friend. The others were staring from him to Alucard and back. This psychic construct, as he called it, was now easily radiating more power than a 12-winged angel, or a Mao. And if that was not even his true body, then, what kind of being were they dealing with? I welcome you all here in the headquarters of the Kurlian organization, also called the Ashima Group. Or as we are more commonly known, the Guardians, he told them. I have taken a look at your friend Issei, and so far everything seems alright with her. Thank you, he said. And now to you, Darien turned to Resurrect, Seraphal and the other devils. As I see, Alucard has explained to you the reasons why an alliance between our groups will not work out. Unless, of course, there will be some drastical changes in your policies, he stated. I see, Resurrect, who was just getting back a hold on himself, replied matter-of-factly. I admit that the ways we have forced this meeting were not acceptable. We apologize, he said, looking at Seraphal, Darien, Alucard and Sarah's exchanged a look as well at that statement. Was the apology sincere? Or were they just saying it because they were outmatched? They could of course read their minds to find out. But what difference would that even make? Yes, we have come to an understanding, Alucard remarked drily. A few of the devils were giving him angry or nervous glances. And political alliance is not possible, at least as long as things are like they are, Darien stated. Our interests are just too different. There is, however, one thing we are willing to do. We are willing to provide your sister and her peerage with training. You are? Resurrect asked, a bit surprised. Yes, but don't misunderstand me. We are not doing this as a favor to you or even as a way to establish some kind of relation, even if that might be a side effect. We just don't want a bound between the Gremory and Phoenix families. Your faction is trouble enough for us like it is. We don't need the Phoenix clan get involved into Mao business as well. That had been our only interest from the beginning. What? Rias called out and sent a hard glance at Gabriel, who just shrugged with the shoulders and gave her an innocent smile. She just realized that the fallen angel had been playing her from the start. The help against Razor she had offered her was not in exchange for her peerage as help in securing and guarding freed Selzen. It was in her own damned self-interest. I see you know a few things about the politics of our race, Resurrect replied now sternly. Of course. If we are to protect a universe, we have to know what is going on in it, Darien stated. Of course we could also wage war against your race and just subjugate you, but this is not the way we do things. And besides that, I think that would be a quite boring afternoon, he commented with a bit of taunt. A few of the devils looked offended about the implication that their race were weaklings. But after they had seen what Alucard alone was capable of, they could not really deny the truth of the statement. Issei admitted this was a side from Darien he had not seen before. So far he had ever been either polite and mild-mannered or a practically invincible superentity. This snarky side was truly something new. Your sister and her peerage can stay here. Of course we want to teach them any powers or fighting techniques that are unknown in your reality. Nothing that could give you an advantage over your enemies and upset the balance of power. I am sure Seraphala's sister Sona will be able to come up with something to explain the absence of all of them, but as soon as they do something suspicious, they will leave. If they manage to win our trust in the time they are here, we might talk about it more. Is that acceptable? Nobody had told him about Sona. He showed once again how easily he could read their thoughts if he wanted. It is, Resurrect answered finally. If you agree, Rias, he asked his sister. It wasn't what they wanted. But at least it was something. A part of him was unsure about leaving Riatan with these people, but if they wanted to harm them, they could have easily done that whenever they wanted. They had made so much clear. If only a single one of their members was that powerful as Alucard had shown, then what about the entire organization? If they made these people their enemies, they were lost. If that was the lesson they had wanted to teach them, they had surely learned it. The first little test Alucard had passed on them all was over. It had accomplished both of its objectives in a very brutal manner. Are you okay, Asia? Issei asked her. Yes, it is okay, she said. It is just, we are here to train. But I never wanted to fight, and I don't know if I can. This is not so important. Your training will be first line consist of better use of your healing abilities. You are here under our protection, not as one of our members, and you don't have to perform any combat training if you don't want to, unless of course you decide that you want to join us, Darien informed her. I will leave now and return my full attention to my new charge you have brought me. With these words his secondary body simply vanished. Gabriel had heard the short exchange as well. She could only look at Asia, who seemed quite content so far. The confrontation with Alucard had scared and shocked her, of course. Still, she had not completely panicked. Good. Maybe she was actually able to stay with them, as part of their team. Gabriel remembered the true reason she asked Darien to put Asia under the Guardian's protection. She remembered hearing about the life this girl had led, and how much of it was ultimately her fault. Her dark secret, one of them at least. That was also the reason she wanted to prevent Rainier from making the same mistake she once did. Even if none of the others were aware of it, even if none of the other would ever find out, she knew she had a lot to make up to this girl. Alucard was just looking after the two Mao and Grafia who were just leaving their dimension again. I feel your doubts, old friend. He heard Darien's voice in his head. Do you really think this will make an impact? He asked. Your little demonstration had at least given them a warning, in more sense than one. They needed to know what they might be dealing with someday. A single one of the lords could easily turn their world to ash, if they ever truly turn their attention to it. We might not like the devils, but that doesn't mean we don't care if they all die. Speak only for yourself, Alucard replied with a smirk. Somewhere inside the building, she was slowly waking up. She remembered. Issei, fallen angels, devils, things that just couldn't be, the fight she had watched. She remembered being taken hostage, the sudden pain, and then, as Murayama opened her eyes and looked around, she realized that she was lying in a room she had never seen before. I see you are awake, she heard a voice. She saw that it was a young brown-haired man who was sitting in a chair close to her. He was wearing some strange and futuristic-looking body armor. Where am I? Who are? Your classmate Issei has brought you here, after you have been hurt, the man answered. His voice sounded friendly, consoling even. It actually helped her to calm down a bit. You are in the headquarters of our organization, he explained. You can call us the Guardians. The name I am currently going by is Darien. Headquarter? Guardians? Issei brought her here? She thought, not really understanding anything. The things she remembered were a dream, right? They couldn't be real. No, you're wrong, the man said to her. What you remember did indeed happen. You followed Issei and got caught in a fight between his group and an enemy. How? She asked herself. How did he know what she had just thought? You can say I am, to put it simply, reading your mind, Darien told her. It will not be easy for you to accept this, but you died in the fight. Murayama remembered the pain, the strange glowing weapon sticking out of her chest. Issei kneeling over her, no. She cringed. Issei had used a special technique of our group to bring you back, just like I did it with him not so long ago. As he said this, he made a slight gesture with his head toward a table at the other side of the room, where a cup of water was standing. She saw in disbelief how the cup was lifted off into the air and flying through the room towards them, and landed on the nightstand right next to her. As you see, there are many things around here that might shock you, Darien explained. Issei has brought you back. But sadly he hadn't really mastered this technique, so we were keeping an eye on you. You live again. But you are different from before. Different? She asked. Issei wanted to help you. But he couldn't fully control the technique, and didn't know the side effects. Murayama. He addressed her by her name, and then said the things she could hardly believe. You will no longer age. your body will be able to recover from most injuries and regenerate itself. And it is also likely that you will also develop other abilities. She wasn't sure how to feel about this, or even how to take what she had just heard. Other abilities, she repeated insecure. What other abilities? This is a bit hard to predict, even with my powers, Darien replied. It depends on how the energy Issei transferred into you develops, and how your body will react to it. A form of telepathy is very likely, maybe over time telekinesis like you have it just seen from me. Some forms of magic are also a possibility. But we need to wait and see. It is to a great part depending on sheer chance, and that it's something even I can't foresee. Murayama wasn't quite sure how to swallow this. We will keep an eye on you for the next few days. Should any side effects of your metamorphosis appear, we have way to react to it. I promise you, we will let nothing happen to you, he told her reassuring. Outside, a short time later, their combined group was wandering over the wide area around the building. So you see, the girl named Sarah's explained to them, my master had once held off an army without lifting a single weapon. He instead had the impaled bodies of 20,000 enemies placed in their way. As the commander of the invading army saw this, he was so horrified that he turned back. A few of them who had heard it shuddered from this story. Some of them had actually heard it before. Nice, Rainer commented. So Issei-kun, whenever you complain about how bad I am, I will just remind you of this story and that there are people much worse than me. I know, he replied emotionless. He had actually seen many of them just in the last few days, he thought. Does that mean you will forgive me then? She asked him in a bit of a sweet tone, her voice basically a mixture of Yuma and the regular Rainer. Issei didn't he answer. A part of him wanted to. But as soon as he thought back about it, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest, exactly at the place where her light spear had pierced him. Rainer on her part caught herself staring at Issei and at Asia who was still walking right next to him, as she felt the same feeling coming up in her as several times before, jealousy. She remembered their date. How he had practically showered her with affection. How he would have done practically everything to make her feel happy even if he by far not always succeeded. But since he was only a human, she had considered him too far below her notice to even take him serious. Now she wanted to have all that back. Stupid arrogant bitch, she said to herself. That he was a complete pervert didn't he even disturb her much. After all, she was far from a saint herself, quite an ironic thing for an angel to say, she thought. Physically he was still not that impressive. He wasn't bad looking, but a bit scrawny and not really imposing from his stature. Well, maybe this might actually change with the kind of training they were going through. But now that she had seen what he can do, who he could be, only with the right motivation. First him coming back from the dead, then fighting and defeating Kalwarner, and then challenging herself. All that for Asia, she thought with some scorn. This was not the puny human she had seen in the beginning. No, this was a hero. To think that she would actually be starting to fall for a guy she had already killed, so ironic and stupid. She knew she had only herself to thank for that. If she had not been so ready to, as the humans say it, jump the gun and kill him over a mere suspicion, it would still be her he would be doting over. Now he could barely look at her without pain. She knew she also couldn't even blame Asia, even when there were times she wanted to strangle the little nun. She couldn't help herself, she admitted a part of her was afraid, no, terrified. Issei did have feelings for her, maybe even loved her despite what she had done, she was sure about that. But, there was Asia, the living embodiment, she thought sarcastically, of innocence, and the exorcist girl, his childhood friend after all. When it came down to it, why in the world would he choose her, his killer, a cynical, cold-hearted bitch? Of course there was an alternative. Why not? She thought. When it came down to it, she would rather share than lose, and like she said, the chances were not exactly for her tastes. So she would probably help to make Issei's dream of a harem come true. Yes, Master Alucard used to be kind of a bad guy, Sarah said to them with a somewhat shy smile. Oh yes, while he is a true ray of sunshine now, Rias remarked grimly, thinking back to their confrontation with a shudder. While her brother, Grafia and Sarah Fall had returned to their world, she and her servants had accepted the other to stay for the time being. If he is that powerful, Issei asked, how did Van Helsing ever been able to beat him anyway? Issei asked. Quite simple, it was Alucard himself who answered him, who had so far only been walking next to them and listening to their conversation in slight amusement. For one, I was back then not nearly as powerful as I am now. But it was still more than enough. No, the true reason is that Abraham was simply much more than an old Englishman with a wooden stick. The truth is, Abraham Van Helsing was a member of the Guardians, they heard another voice. It was the old man who had been with Darien earlier, even if he, in opposite to many others, never accepted immortality. He instead handed down the duty to his descendants. The roots of our organization reach back thousands of years, the old man stated. Of course it didn't always have the same name. It had been involved with Arthur's Camelot. It is closely connected to both the Vatican and the Protestant churches of this reality, and existed even long before that. Our current headquarters is close to where the center of the Helsing organization had once been standing, that Master Alucard and me have been working for in the 20th century, as, well, monster hunters. It had been founded by the British Crown to fight supernatural threats, Sarah's explained. Actually, it had been a sub-organization of the Guardians. But very few people knew that. Even after 700 years you still talk too much, police girl, Alucard interrupted her. If you want to get an idea, look, the old man told them and pointed to the place before them. Right now they were standing in front of a part of the estate that they all easily recognized as a large graveyard. This place serves as a memorial for the members who had been lost during the Long War. In some cases, their actual remains are lying here. In others the markers are just symbolic, the old man explained. This area is permanently cut off from the outside world. The space itself is particularly shifted into another dimension, so that a normal person could not stumble upon it by accident. They were taking looks at the different gravestones. Abraham Van Helsing. It was the scripture on one of them that Issei was reading loud. Heracles, he continued to read. Thor of Asgard. Something, a nearly unreadable expression, seemed to flinch over the face of the old man for a short moment. But then it was gone. Sir Lancelot of the Lake. They heard Irina reading in fascination. People like that were part of the Guardians? Issei asked. Yes, they were. They heard Darien's voice. As they turned around they saw that he and Murayama had appeared right behind them. Hayate-kun, Murayama addressed him. I was told that you have saved my life. She seemed a bit different from like she usually was, more timid. Murayama was a fighter, an outspoken, confident girl. But with all she was suddenly confronted with, it was no wonder. At the horizon behind them she could see the buildings of an futuristic city, the London of the 28th century of this earth, as she had been told. She and the man named Darien had just teleported. Was it a wonder that it was all a bit hard to take in? Yes, Issei replied, but as it looks, I didn't exactly do it right. Sorry about that. Don't say something like that. Without you I would be dead. Besides that, it was my own fault for following you like that. I should be sorry. Don't mention it, he replied, a bit surprised about Murayama's reaction. By the way, Darien, he turned towards him. You have never really mentioned one thing. If people like this were your allies, who exactly are you fighting against? Issei asked. Ultimately, the greatest foe our order was formed to stand against the so-called Great Darkness, a force often also called Ahriman, and its followers. It is, he halted for a moment. Rainer, he turned to her and the other fallen angels, tell me, are you and your comrades feeling any different since you are here? Now that you mention it, she said, yes. It feels somehow. I don't know different. And I also think I have access to more energy than before for some reason. You are right, Donasek mentioned. Somehow our energy is different. That is no wonder, Darien replied. You are angels in the end, fallen or not. And there is a difference between your universe and ours. This here is what we call a mainline universe. What exactly does that mean? Issei wanted to know. Like I have told you, the true God is a universal force, the creator of the entire multiverse. The God from your reality was a small part of himself that he had separated into a new form to watch over your world. And as this incarnation died during your great war, it merged once again with the greater whole. In some other realities, however, like this one, God's true self had decided to watch over them directly. That is what these three are feeling. His presence is in every fiber of this reality. The darkness is, if you want to call it that, the counterforce of God himself. Or like some people see it, his dark side. Like God is the force of creation and life, it is the force of destruction. Like him it is omnipresent, in every universe. A long time ago, however, the darkness had chosen heralds, the beings that we usually call the lords today, and these heralds had chosen servants of their own, entire armies. This is how the organization that is calling itself the Akamaha, or the Dark Order, came to be. Like us, they are active in countless worlds and realities. They are our direct enemy. Our organization was created to counter them. But I will explain more about them later. For now, it is time for you to begin your training. Some of you will first face a few more tests. Sarah's will explain everything to you. If you excuse me, there are other matters me and Alucard have to attend to. With these words, both of them vanished. In opposite to the supernaturals from their world, a few of them noticed they didn't need a magical circle or another help. They just disappeared. You know, Zenobia said now, for the fact that such famous people had been part of their organization, I am surprised that I have never heard of him. I mean, he is your leader, Isn't? What makes you think that you have T? Sarah stated. Of course not under this name. Many have been calling ourselves different over the centuries. He is the head of our order, while my master Alucard, for example, is one of the other leaders. A long time ago, though, he was known under a different name. Galahad, the knight of the Round Table who had found the Holy Grail. Zenobia asked, surprised. Exactly. Wait a minute, in the legends, wasn't he Galahad? Irina asked. A few of them, like Riss, Aquino and Rainier, realized it as well. They looked at the gravestone Darien had paid attention to earlier. The one with the name of the legendary Sir Lancelot. It was in fact the marker in honor of his father. But if he was originally a human knight, how did he become whatever he is now? Irina wanted to know. He, just like his father Lancelot and King Arthur himself and some other knights, just like their enemy Mordred, were actually born with the power of sorcerers and had trained it over the time. It was the old man who explained this. They were all trained by the Druids of Avalon, some even by Merlin himself. What few people know, in our universe, as Arthur and Mordred slayed each other in the final battle, Mordred had already reached immortality. He had pledged himself to the darkness, and become one of its followers. And as Galahad finally found the Grail, he and Mordred fought about it. In the end both won, or either, depending how you see it. Dante, tell me? Zenobia called out. Yes, the power of the Holy Grail was absorbed by both of them, Sarah stated. But this wasn't even everything. Over the centuries both of them grew stronger and stronger, beyond humanity, or what you would call gods. What became of Mordred? Irina wanted to know. He is still around. He is now one of our most dangerous enemies, one of the lords. At the last state, I think he is currently calling himself Faust by what I have heard. Now then, Sarah said to them, I think we have spent enough time here. For today we still have another challenge for you. We have a special training area that you will pass. We call it the Labyrinth. Back in their own reality, the underworld, the blonde young girl was wandering through the wide parks that were part of the land that belonged to her family's estate. The girl was a pure-blooded devil. Her name was Ravel Phoenix, the younger sister of Razor and the other child of the Phoenix family. Close behind her were two others. Both were members of the peerage of her father, and currently more or less serving as her bodyguards. Not that it was likely that anybody would attack them, here right in the middle of the devil-controlled underworld. But you could never be careful enough. Someone might still try something, and that was exactly what happened. The two guards tensed a bit as they saw an unknown man appearing before them. They realized after a moment that it was another devil as they felt his aura and he spread his wings. They relaxed only a little bit. That he was a member of their race didn't necessarily meant that he was on their side. Who are you? This is the territory of the House of Phoenix, one of them said, but the stranger didn't answer. Instead he made a gesture, and a large wound was ripped into one of the devil's bodies as the blood shot outside. Weak, the stranger in front of them simply commented. The other devil saw in shock how the blood of his partner, that was flowing through the air, became solid and formed a spear that was directed at him. and at the same time he realized that he couldn't move from his place. He used his energy to shield himself, and the makeshift weapon didn't cause any real damage. But while he stopped the attack, the enemy in front of him made another. Suddenly he changed. His one pair of devil wings disappeared and was replaced by two of a fallen angel. The devil guard had no time to be surprised or wonder, since he was stepped by two light spears a moment later. That left only the girl. Ravel admitted she was terrified. In opposite to most other pure-blood devils, she didn't have her own peerage, but was part of her brother Razor's, his bishop to be precise. As such, she had faced many dangerous opponents in raiding games. But this was different. It was bloody reality, and just like the guard, she was unable to move a limb. Your family should have found better bodyguards, Ravel Phoenix, the man said to her, before he wrapped one of his arms around her body, still keeping her paralyzed. He waited for a short time more. He knew that the rest of the devils close by would have sensed his presence. Like he had expected, 3 more servants of the Phoenix clan teleported in less than a minute later, and saw their young lady being held hostage by a fallen angel. Before they could actually say or do something, however, a magic circle appeared beneath Crossel's feet, and both he and his prisoner vanished before their eyes. As they reappeared, they were no longer in the underworld but on Earth, standing in front of a large, very derelict-looking castle. Its appearance could only be described as sinister, like it was ripped out of a horror movie. As he stepped through the gate, dragging the helpless Ravel along with him, they were greeted by a group of people. "I see you are back, Crossel," Coquebille greeted him friendly. "And you have actually succeeded with your little suggestion," he said, looking at Ravel, who was now more than terrified. She of course knew who he was. Every devil of her position would be informed about the leaders of the Grigori. The rest of the group before them were Coquebille's right-hand Sardal, along with another fallen angel whose name she didn't know. The last member of the group was the human Valper Galilei, once known as the Genocide Bishop. This place here served not only as Coquebille's secret base, but in first line also for Valper as a location where he could continue his experiments away from the eyes of the world. Down in the yard he saw a couple of the humans that were here as raw material being brought inside by another fallen. "It was actually quite easy," he replied. "They didn't expect anyone to try something like this. Still, kidnapping a high-class devil right out of the underworld," Sardal commented, impressive. "And we are of course also thankful for the information you gave us about this organization called the Guardians," Coquebille added. "With that and this new tool you have given us for our goals, your role in the coming new order will be secured." They didn't know anything about his devil wings. The man named Alec Crossel knew. To them he was simply one of their kind, instead of a hybrid. Being able to take the appearance of both races like he wanted, he was able to move freely in devil and fallen angel-controlled territory. "She's the youngest child of the Phoenix clan, that will play a role in the coming events with their planned alliance with the Gremry," Crossel pointed out. "I have made sure that the other devils saw me before I left with her." "Very good," Coquebille responded. "Yes, Ravel, that was your name, wasn't it?" He addressed her with fake friendliness. "You will be very useful for us, the world of the Guardians." They were on their way to the mysterious training area that was called the Labyrinth. Before that, however, the vampire Sarahs had given them a tour over the entire area. A few minutes ago they came across a large place where a half-dozen spaceships, yes, that was quite obviously what they were standing in line. A few of them were very similar to the machine that had been flying over them a short time ago. As Sarahs had explained to them, it was the main spaceport of the organization. While their main device for travel were the interdimensional portals, a part of their transportation was still being done over simple vehicles. That, in this century, included spaceships. It was kind of ironic, Issei grinned. Most of their group were supernatural beings, fallen angels, devils, sacred gear users. But they were in awe at something like an actual spaceport. If he had imagined that he would see Rainier and Rias Gremry, a fallen angel and a devil, standing side by side, staring with open mouth at something Sarahs had called a interstellar light cruiser. The one most freaked out under them, however, had to be Murayama. In opposite to the rest of them, she did not have the chance yet to get used to the idea that she was actually in another world. And also in the far future, in the moment they were being led to one of the wings of the wide estate. The building itself was designed in a very classical style, and would just as easily fit into the 19th or 20th Century, as in the far future, is the place where we are going underground? Zenobia questioned. That is right, Sarah's answered. And you were a cop once? Rainer asked her, remembering something that Alucard had said. I am surprised. You seem more like the innocent bubbly type like Asia here, she commented, looking at the small ex-nun, who reacted with a blush. Oh, you have noticed? And I have spent centuries trying to become more intimidating. As a vampire I have to keep up a reputation after all. She smirked. What happened then? Irina asked. I mean, how did you become a vampire? That was not a question you get asked every day. Sarah's told them the story how she had once been a policewoman in London in the 20th century, until her entire squad had been wiped out by a vampire who had then been killed by her future master. As she ended her tale, they were just entering the building and arrived inside a great hall. What in the world is this? Issei called out as he saw what the insides of the large room. The hall in front of them was filled to the brink with countless weapons, artifacts, and various other mythical and historical objects. There were swords, axes, shields, rifles, magical devices, even a few lines of books and ancient-looking scrolls assembled at one corner of the room. I don't believe it, Reina said, stunned as she saw the sheer amount of magical weaponry and power that was placed here. With the kind of arsenal that is lying around in this room, you could easily outfit an army to start the next great war, Calawarner commented. What you see here is, as you could call it, the weapon chamber of the Guardians, the old man who had joined them a short time earlier explained. It are of course not only weapons, but also all sorts of other magical objects. All that collected over the course of thousands of years, he stated. Since we are joining you, at least temporarily, will we get some of these? Zenobia asked. The ones under you who have joined our order will probably be given a weapon or maybe something else that could be useful to them, he replied. Rias and her peerage were also looking at all of it in awe. But since they knew of the Guardian's view of them, they didn't really expect to be allowed to take anything out of this arsenal. They were being led straight through the room, to another large door that was at the other end. When they had arrived at the other side of the hall, Kiba was suddenly staring at something, one place at the wall, where one of the many weapons was hanging. His expression was one of anger. The others recognized what he was looking at. It was nothing else than the sword's Excalibur. The blade was broken into 3 pieces that were mounted at a central place between the other weapons. Excalibur? Irina called out. But its remains were forged into new weapons, she said, thinking about the blade she herself was carrying, one of the 7 Excaliburs. Not the one of this universe, Sarah's replied. Are you all right? Zenobia asked Kiba, who was standing beside her. She wasn't even sure why she showed worry about a devil, but something about the expression he showed for a moment had unsettled her. Yes, he answered simply. It isn't the same sword, not the one that did it to me, he murmured strangely. Zenobia and Irina had no idea what he meant. The other members of the Gremry peerage, however, had a knowing look in their eyes. They knew having Kiba close to the sword Excalibur, even if it was not the same one, was not a good combination. It was actually a good thing that neither of the 2 exorcists had their swords drawn since the confrontation with Alucard a short time ago, since both were Excalibur fragments. This here is the entrance of the labyrinth, he said to them. The ones under you who are new recruits may enter. You will go in together, but inside you will all go your different ways. Each of you will face tests, and will meet a member of our order who will be your teacher for the coming weeks. You are absolutely right, they heard a loud voice coming from behind them. What the? Issei called out as he realized someone had suddenly appeared right behind him out of thin air. To that came that the person had bowed slightly over his shoulder and literally been shouting into his ear. Darien, he said as he recognized the man, who was only giving him a sly grin. Or should I call you Galahad now? And since when are you of all people playing pranks like this? He asked him. He could barely believe that the super entity in form of a man had just acted like a schoolboy playing a joke. Issei saw that some of the others could also barely hold back the grins on their faces. Darien is fine. It is one of the names I have adopted several centuries ago. And to answer your question, I saw you standing there, and it was just a good opportunity. You know, sometime you have just to do something to keep you grounded, a joke, a task, helping someone, doing something a normal person would do. Yes, by the way, I never came to thank you, Murayama addressed him. You have taken care of me after Hayato-kun had brought me here after all. Dante mentioned it, he replied. As I said, you were also doing me a favor as well. Helping you was such a task that I spoke of. The reason is... Well, Murayama, why don't you try to read my thoughts? He asked her. What? But she wanted to say, but then the thoughts were already appearing in her own mind. It helps to keep you normal, she said in surprise. It keeps us human, you could say, Darien responded. You should understand, some of our members have developed a level of power that can barely be conceived by regular people, he explained. Like you, Issei pointed out. Yes, he replied tonelessly. But it is not only power. It is a fundamental change in the way of who we are. In general, every creature, even the very powerful ones, are subject to the laws of reality and nature. At a certain point, however, this changes. It is the border between what you could call a person with supernatural power and a cosmic entity. Instead of being subjugated to the laws of reality, such beings can control these laws and rewrite them at will. They are just as much a person, as they are manifestations and incarnations of certain forces or better aspects of the universe. The being you know as Ophis, for example, embodies the infinity of space. Great Red stands for the thoughts and dreams of the life of your reality. There are also others, in many universes, life, death, chaos, some of the various gods. In most cases, such creatures are born by the cosmos itself in one way or the other. They come into existence as cosmic entities, and in most cases they don't change much over the eons. They are born all-powerful by any regular definition and have no reason to. Ophis, Great Red, Drake, Albion, your version of God, every single one of them would be able to wipe out multiple worlds or even entire star systems. Sometimes, however, in a few cases it happens that an originally regular, or even mortal being manages to evolve into a cosmic entity. Some of the older members of our order, and also of our enemy, have crossed this border. This explains beings like you in charge here, Rias commented. She and some of the others were still trying to wrap their minds around the idea that the super being in front of them had once been born as just a human. He nodded. Of course, not all of us had reached this level individually. We have been working together, exchanging knowledge and power, and having the original version of God at our back also doesn't hurt either, he remarked. Still, it has taken us centuries. Myself and Alucard, for example, had begun to completely transcend our physical existence around the end of the 20th, and the beginning of the 21st century in our world. And we started to become what we are now, he explained. In many cases, an originally mortal being connects itself with an already existing cosmic power and merges with it. We actually have a few members who are bounded to the Phoenix Force that embodies life and death. But it is easy to lose yourself in the power and in the changes of your own being, he stated. There had been a few who had reached this kind of power and, you could say, they lost their humanity, became insane. They became a danger for everything that exists and needed to be contained or destroyed. A few of these times it was actually us who had to do this. That is the reason that doing so seemingly small things like helping a single person in need is so important to us. It reminds and helps us to stay human. Hold up, Rias called out. Destroyed? You are talking about actually killing creatures like that? They are almighty, you said that yourself, right? Believe me, he answered sternly, everything can be destroyed if you use the right method and enough raw power, all except the creation and destruction itself, he said cryptically. Some of them realized he was talking about the two supreme powers that were stated to be guiding both the Guardians and their enemies. The normal-born entities, who had been these from the beginning, are mostly mentally stable and willing to exist along in peace with the rest of the multiverse. Or they are so destructive and chaotic from the beginning that the other cosmic powers interfered to stop them a long time ago. Does that mean that the same thing could happen to me as well? Issei wanted to know. Darien looked at him. That depends. If you mean becoming a cosmic entity. Yes, with the potential Dre gives you, I am pretty sure you might be able to do it, he replied. If you mean going out of control, no, I don't think that will happen. If I had reason to believe that would happen, I would have never resurrected you in the first place. No matter if I wanted to. I actually believe that, with the guidance of Drake, you have the best chance that there won't be any greater problems in the long run. Isn't that right, Drake? I can trust you to keep an eye on him, he addressed the dragon. Of course. He is my partner after all, he replied for them all to hear. Issei suddenly felt how a pair of arms were wrapping themselves around him. Yes, we won't let anything happen to him. He heard Rainier's voice purring into his ear and he sensed his own body freeze at her touch. I made this mistake once and I won't let it happen again, she said. A part of him wanted to push her away, another was happy to hear her say these words. At the same time, he noticed yet another glare that Irina was now sending in their direction, and one a bit more insecure look from Asia. Very good, Darien stated, interrupting their short scene, then let me show you an example. As if he was making a demonstration, he lifted his hand and the room around them suddenly changed. A moment later they were no longer standing in the hall inside the mansion, but on a wide open field, surrounded by a line of small hills and mountains at one side and a lake on the other. Both were in about a mile's distance in opposite directions. At first glance, it was nothing more than a place in a quite beautiful mountain area. But they realized instantly that it was something completely different. They all felt instantly the enormous weight on their shoulders, and after a minute they realized how they seemed to be growing weaker with every moment. This here is the special training area where you all will spend a great part of your training for the next 2 weeks, Darien stated. As you all can feel, this is not Earth. It is a dimension that we have formed and designed especially for this purpose. The gravity is higher and the air thinner as in your usual environment to help with the physical aspect of your training. Beside that, however, the structure of the space in this dimension itself is created in a way that makes it harder to form supernatural energy. This will help rise your reserves and strengthen your attacks. As a demonstration, Rainier, would you form a light spear? Rias, would you please use your power of destruction on that rock over there? He pointed at a very large, nearly a half-meter-long stone lying a short distance from them. The demonstration showed all too well what he meant. Being supernatural creatures, both had got used to the thin air very quickly and somehow managed to deal with the gravity. Others, like Issei and Asia, who had little prior training in Murayama, who didn't have supernatural abilities until a day ago, seemed to have greater problems to adjust. Irina and Zenobia were doing somewhat better, since they had experience in both. Rainier was trying to form a spear, something that she normally could do while she was asleep, but couldn't for a few seconds. After a few tries, she finally managed to do it. But the spear she had formed was only very thin, short, and seemed to flicker, as if it didn't have enough energy. It was the same with Rias. For the first moments she couldn't use her powers, and then she was only able to form a very small globe of energy that just blew a chunk out of the rock, instead of vaporizing it like it should. As you can see, this environment is designed to make it harder for you to use both your physical and magical abilities. By the time you will be able to access them like you are used to, your strength and energy will already have grown, and when you continue to train, your power will rise exponentially. As he said these words, some of the others had begun trying out their own abilities at this place, or in case of Zenobia, who had instead drawn her sword and went through various moves of swordsplay, something that was also much harder here, and she was exhausted after less than a minute. Darien said nothing for a few minutes, and gave all of them a chance to get an impression of this place. Issei, Rainier, Asia, and you as well, Gabriel, I want you to stay right here, he finally announced. Since you have all basically already been recruited several days ago, the test of the Labyrinth won't be necessary for you. Murayama, you are still under my personal care. The Gremry Peerage can stay as well. Since you are not joining our organization, there is no reason for you to enter the Labyrinth, and you too can begin your regular training right now. And for the rest, Ceres, Odin, would you please return to the entrance? They all noticed how Darien had addressed the old man they had met earlier. You are Odin? Irina asked him in surprise. The one of this universe, yes, the old man confirmed. An eye patch suddenly appeared on the side of his face, that he had obviously magically concealed earlier. But that is a tale for later. We have other matters to attend to, he said. Suddenly he, Ceres, Irina, Zenobia, Donasek and Calawarner found themselves back inside the hall where they had been a few minutes earlier. The rest of them had stayed in the dimension Darien had transported them to. Now, Odin stated, if you would go inside? He gestured to the door. What will await us there? Calawarner asked a bit nervously. The labyrinth will face you with a few challenges, Odin responded. But it will also lead you to the person who will be your main instructor for the coming weeks. It is designed to lead you to the person most suited for it. At his statement, the four of them passed the door and walked inside the training's dimension. They had just watched how the others disappeared. Issei, Rainer, Murayama and Asia had gone together Darien, leaving the devils behind to get used to their new environment and begin their training on their own. Meanwhile, with the others, they were following the guardian leader to a place close by. Red Ophis, Albion, Drake, have you asked yourself why so many of the entities I mentioned are dragons? Darien asked them. Dragons are just under the strongest supernatural creatures known, Rainer replied. Everyone knows that. At least in your universe, he stated. But why are they? One of the reasons for their power is the nature of their minds. Their minds? Issei questioned. Yes, the nature of the dragons is different from the one of most creatures in the sense that their thoughts and souls, are directly connected to the universe. In a sense, they can draw power directly from the cosmos. Infinite power, as long as their forms are able to channel the energy. Some people would say their thoughts are purer by nature. But Dante confused this sort of pureness with innocence. It is not a question of good and evil if you can reach this stage. After all, our enemies have reached this level as well, Darien reminded them. Like I said, the most powerful dragons or other creatures are in a sense just as much people as they are manifestations of aspects of the universe. But sometimes it is possible for a normal being to change the nature of your thoughts, to connect them with the universe in a similar way a dragon would be. But it is not easy, not by long shot. Unless you have direct help from a higher being that is already on this stage, it can take centuries. This will actually be one aspect of the more advanced part of your training. You mean we? Rainer asked, stunned. Darien grinned a bit amused. You will not grow power hungry on us again, will you? He asked her sarcastically. Like I said, it is not easy. It had taken me 15 centuries to truly reach this stage. And that was after I absorbed part of the Holy Grail. So you can imagine how your chances are. Of course, you also first need certain level of supernatural power to make this transformation. In other words, you need to be incredibly powerful before you can even hope to achieve it. And to be honest, you are all far, far away from it. But we will show you how to lay the groundwork. Okay, she answered. Why exactly have you separated us from the others? She wanted to know. Like I said, they are completely new recruits, Gabriel replied in his stead, while you already have a few days of training. So they will have to pass the test first. Aside from that, we both know that you have done a few, questionable things. We know that you are willing to change. With your two comrades, however, we are not so sure. They are only here because we have saved them earlier after all. They had just reached a small pond surrounded by a group of trees. With the high gravity, the trees didn't seem to have grown very tall and were looking a bit different than they would have been on Earth. Close by was a structure built of stone that looked by some sort of small shrine. As they were standing in front of it, they sensed Darien activating his powers, and suddenly two more figures appeared before them. One of them was a man with sandy blonde hair, dressed in archaic-looking armor. The other was an old man in dark green-colored robes. Galahad, the younger man, greeted Darien with his original name. It is good to see you again. It is good to see you as well, he replied. Your Majesty, he added, smirking. You know I told you not to call me that, the man said. That was a long time ago, and we are dead after all. Why have you summoned us here? The old man asked Darien. I have a few new recruits here who I think could use a few lessons from you. He turned around to them. May I introduce the spirits of my former king, Arthur Pendragon, and Merlin, sorcerer of Britannia and also former head of the Order of the Guardians. I am sure you can learn much from them. Back at the entrance of the labyrinth, just like Odin had told them, they had been entering together. But soon the corridor they were walking in branched out and separated into a line of different tunnels. And somehow, in a mysterious way, they seemed to be losing each other. It was as if something was influencing their minds, a few of them realized. Every time one of them looked around, one of their groups seemed to be gone from one moment to the other, having taken a different path without the others even noticing. Until a short time later they were all by themselves, each on their own way. Irina had noticed how the others had disappeared one after the other. After a few minutes she had run into the first problems. A creature, or maybe more a thing, was standing in front of her. It was completely gray and looked as if it were made from nothing but clay. The creature was clearly challenging her. Its arms were forming themselves into blades, and it was going into a fighting stance. She draws her Excalibur, and was ready to defend herself. The creature attacked nearly instantly. After just a few moments, she had outmaneuvered her opponent, and slashed right through its body. But the strange mass it was made of was only reforming itself after she had slashed it, and the creature was standing before her just like a moment earlier. A golem, Irina heard a voice coming out of a corner. It is here as a test for new recruits. It has no life of its own and only does what it was created to do, but it can regenerate itself and continue to fight, no matter how often you strike it down. To defeat it you have to use your own spiritual energy, channel it directly into your blade and combine it with the power of your weapon that you already possessed, the voice said. As she turned to it, she saw a blonde-haired young man in casual-looking clothes standing out one of the corridors. This had to be the teacher she was supposed to meet here, she thought. Irina tried to do what the stranger told her, but without any real success. Normally she was relying on the mystical power that her weapon alone possessed and her ability to wield it. That is enough, the man finally said, and the golem froze in its move. You couldn't have been expected to learn a new use of your abilities from one moment to the other. To be honest, he admitted, I hadn't been really good at it myself when I first learned this stuff. I have always been more relied on regular combat and weapons myself. Your name is Irina Shidu, I have been told? She nodded. My name is Steve Rogers, he introduced himself, former captain of the U.S. Army, experimental super soldier and superhero, and since a few centuries now member of the Guardians. He took something from his back. She saw that it was a round shield with a star painted on it, styled in the colors resembling the U.S. flag. I am here to instruct you, he said, so let us assess the rest of your abilities. He went into a fighting stance. Calla Warner was in a similar situation. She had just lost contact with Donasek a few moments ago, and was now walking through the seemingly endless corridors. The test she had to face, however, was a bit different. After a few minutes, she suddenly heard a loud noise, and then she saw a young human woman with short brown hair running from one of the corridors before her. The girl seemed to be in panic and running from something. Please help me, she called out. It is after me. For a moment Calla Warner had the urge to ask why in the world she should help a human. But then, for some reason she herself didn't quite understood, she formed a light spear and turned in the direction the girl had come from. It turned out to be another golem who had been following the girl and was now facing the fallen angel. And just like with Irina, the golem was regenerating itself after the first strikes they exchanged. Then, however, the creature suddenly simply stopped moving. Very good, the girl told her. You have actually decided to help what you thought was only a helpless human, she stated. I am going to be your teacher. My name is May. I admit we had our doubts about you, but as it looks you seem actually worthy to join us. Calla Warner was staring at the girl, getting angry as she realized that she had been fooled. You, she growled. You should calm down a bit, the human girl said. You don't want to ruin the good first impression so quickly, would you? She asked her, grinning. In this moment Calla Warner lost control of her rage. She formed another light spear, ready to throw it at the human. How did this human dare? First she tricked her, and then made fun of it. But to her surprise the girl had already moved, quicker as she could react, and was now standing behind her. As Calla Warner turned around for another strike, the girl made a giant leap towards the wall and after some acrobatic moves, landed on it with her feet first. To her surprise, however, the girl's feet actually seemed to be somehow stick to the wall, and she was hanging on it like some kind of insect for a few moments, before she made another incredible quick jump in Calla Warner's direction, landing right before her, already in a fighting stance. She wanted to attack her with the weapon she was still holding in her hands. But before she could, the girl was shooting some sticky substance at her from two small devices on her wrists. The substance actually reminded her of spider web? Moments later, however, she realized she had been completely shackled down by it. Whatever it was, the stuff was incredibly resistant. Her new teacher was only looking at her, smiling. May I introduce myself, she said. I am May Parker. Sometimes, however, I am also called Spider Girl. I am here to teach you a few things for the next week. Zenobia was still following her path. Like the others, she had lost sight of her comrades and allies. But it didn't worry her too much. After all, this was exactly what the old man had said would happen. After a few more minutes, she saw someone else. To her surprise, as she came closer, she saw that the figure in front of her was actually just a teenage boy, who was sitting in the lotus position on the way before her. The boy had dark hair, was quite lean from his stature, and as far as she could tell in his sitting position, not very tall. As he opened his eyes and looked at her, she saw that they had an unusual violet color. But he didn't seem to be a fallen angel. No, all her senses told her that he was human. "You are my teacher?" she asked, a bit disbelieving. From his looks he couldn't be any older than her. But she knew these beings were immortals, so he might have been around for centuries. "Yes, I am here to teach you some lessons," the young man replied. His voice sounded smooth and confident. Of course, his statement of teaching her a lesson could be interpreted in two ways. The second one caused her anger to rise up inside her. "You can call me Zero," he told her. He stood up, completely casual, as if she wasn't a threat at all. She pointed her sword at him. "Then let us begin," she said. "Yes, but before that," he replied, "could you please give me your weapons?" For a moment it was as if she saw a strange light in his eyes. As Zenobia came back to her senses, the boy was standing right before her and holding her own Excalibur destruction to her throat, and she didn't have the slightest memory of how he got it. Her other sword, Durandal, was lying on the ground, a short distance from them. What had happened?" she asked in shock. "You depend too much on brute force and strength," the teenager explained casually. "Ironically, it is in some sense the opposite of a weakness I once had. I had once been relying mostly on my strategic abilities and neglected physical combat. Beside that, you also have no real defense against mental powers, like my Gias, for example. Well, over the next few weeks, we are going to change that," he stated. Donasek had passed his test as well, even if he certainly didn't look like it in the moment. Like the others, he had met his teacher. As it turned out, however, this teacher was not quite what he had expected. After about 10 minutes wandering through the labyrinth, he found the not very tall human with wild dark hair they had seen standing between the group that had welcomed them earlier that day. To that came. The guy was barely paying attention to him. He was just sitting on the ground and seemed to be meditating. "Hey you," Donasek had finally yelled at him as he had enough. "Ah, I see, you are the guy I am supposed to teach some lessons," the man replied casually. "Fallen angel, right? I am not sure if I am supposed to be impressed," he said, still sitting on the ground. It came as it had to. He could no longer hold his anger at being treated so casually by a mere human and attacked the man. And it came as it had to, even if the fallen angel had not been aware of it, as this mere human wished the floor with him. To his horror, he saw how his opponent stopped his light spear and broke it apart with his bare hand. Now, only a few seconds later, he was lying on the ground, the human standing over him with 3 metallic claws that were in fact growing out of his underarms pointed at his throat. Donasek suddenly felt very small. "I know your type. Always out for a fight, always looking for a challenge," the man told him matter-of-factly. "Good. But you should never underestimate your opponent, especially not just because he belongs to a race that you deem inferior. When it comes hard to hard, it is never safe to say what someone else might be capable of. And even more important, you should not attack people with deadly force just because of a perceived slight. If you cannot respect the lives of others, no matter what race they are, you have no place here. Did I make myself clear?" he asked, his claws moving even closer to his throat. Donasek nodded. "Good," the man responded. "My name is Logan. Sometimes people also call me Wolverine, in their own reality." The small group consisting of Surzex, Graphia and Sarah Fall had just arrived back in their own universe a short time ago, as they were confronted with another unwelcome surprise. As they returned to the underworld, after giving Sona further instruction to deal with the 2-week absence of some of her fellow students, they saw that Lord and Lady Phoenix, along with their son Razor, were already awaiting them. They were telling them about what had happened and the kidnapping of their daughter Ravel. Nothing of it sounded good, especially since the attacker had been identified as a fallen angel. "This is a serious situation," Surzex stated. A fallen angel invading our territory and was unnoticed by everyone around and then kidnapping a high-class devil like this. Yes, this will surely cause a crisis, Resurrect agreed. The situation with the Grigori is bad enough as it is. I don't care about any of this, Razor interrupted them. I demand that you do something immediately and save my sister. Razor, this situation could ultimately lead to a new war if we aren't careful, Resurrect pointed out. Don't forget that also 2 servants of your family had been killed. Who cares about these lowly servants? My sister, a high-class devil, had been kidnapped, and if the fallen angels are responsible for it, I say we crush them all like the... Razor wanted to say more, but he couldn't because Resurrect had grabbed him by the throat and was drawing him closer to him. Lord and Lady Phoenix were looking shocked and a bit irritated how he was treating their son. Despite that, they knew that Razor's behavior was out of line. But the Mao couldn't care less right now. You are sitting on top of a system of corruption, and are fooling yourself into believing you are a good person. The words of that creature were shooting through his mind. Listen, Razor, the last war had nearly devastated our species. We are still trying to repopulate. That is one of the reasons you were set up to marry my sister in the first place, if you remember. I have no patience right now for people who only care for their family and their status. Do you get this? Resurrect asked with visible venom. Yes. Yes, the now intimidated Razor stammered. Good, he replied, letting go of him. The other devils around were only staring at the red-haired Mao, somewhat distraught about how he had just reacted. 5 days later, the world of the Guardians. They were currently all assembled in the training area. In the last days, they all had made remarkable progress. Issei had become much stronger physically, had extended the time he was able to use his boosted gear and the number of boosts he could withstand, had trained his dragon shot technique and had reached a better control of his telepathy. He had also gained access to his balance breaker, and was by now able to hold it for nearly a minute, well, in a few cases at least. Rainier had recently grown a second pair of wings, and by what they had been told, Donasek was not far away from it, and Calawarner had improved a lot as well. All 3 of the fallen angels had grown stronger, and also improved their magical powers, especially their psychic abilities. Irina, Zenobia, Issei and also Kiba had also gotten several lessons in swordsplay by the various masters here. Asia and Rainier had learned better and more complex use of the sacred gear they now both shared. Both the humans and the fallen angels had also been trained in the key control technique that the Guardians used and how to apply it in combat. While the 2 exorcists, Donasek and Calawarner, were completely new to it, however, Issei and Rainier were now improving on what they had already learned. After the lessons they had taken from the spirits of both Merlin and King Arthur, Issei, Rainier and Asia had been introduced to their permanent instructors for the 2-week training. As it had turned out, it were the 2 identical-looking red-headed women they had met earlier. Jean Grey and Madeline Pryor, Darien had introduced them. Both were, as they were told, human mutants and extremely powerful telepaths, former members of a team called the X-Men. As it turned out, they were also 2 of the members who had merged with what Darien had called the Phoenix Force. Another curious part was that Madeline, as they were told, was actually a clone of Jean, and that while they now considered themselves something like sisters, there had been a time that they had not been going along well and could barely be in the same room without trying to kill each other. It was nice to see that he and Rainier were not the only ones with a difficult past, as part of Issei thought sarcastically. What was kind of ironic to him was that both Rainier and Asia now had the same teacher, since they were both being instructed by Madeline, who was not only an immensely powerful telepath, but also a former healer and sorcerer with great magical abilities. So in some sense an ideal teacher for them both. While he was being trained by Jean, Issei for his part admitted that he could not have hoped for a better trainer if he had to fight against someone like Razor. She possessed similar abilities like the Phoenix family, only that she made theirs look like a mere joke. While most of the others were currently mostly training with their different instructors, none of them had actually been able to win their first fight with their teacher. Or better said, they had no chance, but they all were making progress. Gabriel and Rainier were at the moment having a sparring match with each other. Both now 4-winged fallen angels fought each other to a draw. Like it was agreed, Rias and her peerage were getting training as well. Only that they were not being taught any special techniques or magical abilities. But they as well had improved significantly. The day was just coming to its end, and for now they were returning to the normal world. They were spending the evenings and the nights in one wing of the giant estate that was reserved for guests. Each of them had been given a bedroom for themselves and also a common room and a few other places where they could spend their time. In other words, the entire part of the building complex was theirs. It was actually like a very large hotel or holiday center. Well, in some way it was truly like a school trip, Issei thought. Only that he was here with a bunch of supernatural beings. But on the other hand, it was the same in school, wasn't it? This evening though, Gabriel had an announcement for them. I have something to show you, she said. Following her, they all sat down in the large lounge of their residence. She showed them something what looked like a half-dozen hypermodern compact discs that she was holding in her hand. What is this? Zenobia asked, curious. Some kind of movies? Not quite, Gabriel replied. To tell you the truth. She hesitated for a short moment. We have been monitoring parts of your universe and also of several other realities that had a great resemblance to yours. A very great resemblance actually, with concealed spy drones. You mean that there are, well, other versions of us? Irina questioned. Exactly. Of course, Ko and the underworld were only a few of the places we have been watching. To be honest, we have been watching these realities for signs of activity from the enemy, but luckily we haven't found anything. What I have here are the recordings from the realities that have been cleared by us. If they have been cleared, why do you want us to watch them? Rias asked. A smile formed on Gabriel's face. It is true, we haven't found signs of the enemy or any other outside threat. I have already watched the material myself. It is just that I think you will find part of the scenes that we have recorded very entertaining. Wait a second, Aquino asked. Is that something like scenes where our doubles are looking, well, foolish? Yes, exactly that. Gabriel's wicked grin was now mirrored by Rias' queen. Let us watch them right now, Aquino declared. Aquino. Rias wanted to say something. Yes, let us do it. She was interrupted by Rainier, who was standing right behind Issei, and suddenly draw him into a hug. What do you say, Issei-kun? Don't you want to have a good laugh at my expense? Even if it is not this me. I have already selected the scenes you will find interesting, Gabriel said. That means of course the ones where your other selves appear. No double of you? Rias asked, a bit provocative. No, our drones had not caught one of them as it seems. But I promise, as soon as they do I will show you. She grinned. It seems I don't have a great choice here, right? Issei stated. Well, why not? It might be fun. About a half hour later, all of them had changed out of their training clothes and taken a shower, and were now sitting together in the futuristic version of a living room their wing of the mansion possessed. Couches and armchairs had as it seemed not changed much in 700 years, as they had realized during the week they had spent here. Beside the large monitor on the wall, however, that had some resemblance to a TV set, there was also a device in the room that was known as a hollow projector, and that Gabriel was just about to activate. So, are you ready? She announced, and shut the device on. Before them in the room appeared a three-dimensional picture, and after a short moment the recording started to play. Issei recognized the place as his own home, or at least a quite similar version. But still maybe a bit different. They all, however, recognized the figure lying before them on the couch, Issei thought. It was Rainier. It seems you got your wish, fallen angel, Rias said to the Rainier sitting next to them. You are first. And it seems you have the same fashion sense in every reality, Galahad commented, seeing that the double was wearing the same revealing leather outfit. As if you are one to talk, Galahad, Rainier responded. At the same time the recording was still playing. Of what happened? The alternate Rainier groaned as she was waking up, only to look around in obvious surprise as she took in her surroundings. Where the hell am I? She shouted. Yep, that sounds just like you, Irina remarked sarcastically. Man, do you have to be so loud? Some of us have school today, they heard another voice. It was his own, Issei realized. They all watched as the alternate version of him appeared in the hallway, rubbing his eyes and only wearing black boxers. He and this Rainier couldn't have. This Issei thought for a moment before he realized that his double had just came from another room and Rainier had been unconscious a moment ago. You! She shouted and jumped off the couch, looking as if she was trying to form a light spear and failing. Yay on me, The alternate Issei answered, completely relaxed. Now stop trying to kill me and quiet down. It is still too early for me, he said sleepily before muttering about people not letting him sleep past sunrise. The group of spectators who were watching the entire event could only look in surprise at his reaction to a fallen angel trying to kill him. Especially Issei couldn't quite understand it. He remembered his horror as he was in the situation. The Rainier in the recording looked equally stunned. Where am I? She finally asked sourly. My house, obviously. My parents aren't home now as they are on vacation, so it is just you and me here, said Issei in a voice that was slowly becoming more alert and less sleepy. Huh? Was all Rainier could stutter out. Issei sighed deeply before downing a glass of milk before walking over to her and offering her some orange juice, which she eyed warily. Relax, I'm not trying to poison you. Besides, you were the one who tried to kill me last night, or did you forget? He joked. Okay, what the hell happened? I demand an explanation, shouted Rainier angrily. Yes, that is clearly you, the Issei of their world said to that part of the recording. You will sit down and listen, the other Issei replied, leveling a cold, icy glare at her. You will not demand anything from me, and thirdly, you are not to interrupt me. I am showing you kindness here, and if you continue showing such hostility in my house, I can make things very uncomfortable for you. Got it? He asked coldly. Rainier nodded slightly and sat down, surprised at the abrupt change in demeanor, and if she was being honest with herself, a little turned on. And I wish you were a bit more like your double, there, Rainier said, purring to him, which caused Issei to nearly cough on his own breath. The recording continued with a short explanation from Issei how he had survived her attack, had defeated her since, as it seemed in their world, he had activated his sacred gear years ago, and a few negative comments about Rainier's level of power and her competence, that caused their Rainier to frown. Finally, they saw him reaching out his hand, right to the center of her chest. You pervert! Shouted Rainier in the recording as she tried to slap him before he grabbed her arm and glared at her. The room broke out into laughter at her obviously knee-jerk reaction, especially as they saw that this Issei didn't plan anything perverted, but merely activated a bounding spell that he had placed on her earlier. As he explained, to make sure she would not attack him again. That he had no intention to enslave her, and that she, as he told it, had something he wanted. So what, you kept me around just to have your way with me? Asked the alternate Rainier shakily. No, sheesh, is that all fallen angels seem to think about? Guess that is why you all fell in the first place. No, I want information, said Issei in slight frustration. As if you would have a problem with that, remarked Calawarner in the real world. Really, Issei-kun, this version of you is either less perverted or a real hypocrite, Zenobia commented. They continued to watch with alternate Issei giving Rainier one more dress down about her abilities. Hey, I pierced your heart, didn't I? She retorted. I let you. Deadpanned Issei. So obviously he had powerful regeneration as well. Why? Asked Rainier. You just flashed me, so I was humoring you for a minute, replied Issei nonchalantly. I knew you were a pervert, shouted Rainier accusingly. The room broke now truly out into hailing laughter. Humans, fallen angels and devils alike. You were right, Aquino giggled. This is great. You have to admit, Calawarner said, this version of you is somewhat of a ditz. As I remember, you wanted to see the recordings, Rainier, Rias stated, while holding her sides. But I admit you were right. This is very entertaining. Just wait, Rainier countered. I am sure you will get your turn too. While you mention it, Gabriel announced. Rias, this one features you, she said, holding another disc in her hand. What's wrong, devil? Are you getting cold feet? She grinned. Of course not, Rias responded. Play it. The next scene played at a place that Rias and her peerage easily recognized as the Gremry Mansion in the underworld, to be precise the office of her brother. They watched that universe's version of Resurrect sitting at his desk and doing paperwork, as it was knocking on the door. Oni-sama, it's Rias, can we talk? They heard Rias' voice from the other side of the door. Please come in, Rias, he stated while putting away some papers. As the alternate version of the Gremry heiress entered the room, she walked straight up to her brother's desk and looked him straight in the eyes, with a rather confused look. What's wrong, Rias? You look like you just saw something impossible, and that's saying a lot considered we are a race of the supernatural. Resurrect said with a slight smile, as to which she relaxed a little. I just had an odd conversation with my new pawn, Onisama, Rias stated, looking at Resurrect. By the way, Gabriel said, in the real world, this pawn she is talking about is not Issei. I have checked this. It is someone I have never seen before, and by what I saw he wasn't exactly happy as he found out he was turned into a devil. In the recording, the alternate Rias continued. Her brother had said nothing so far. He told me he wanted to explore this world, because it was so much different from his own, and then, she paused for a bit, unsure if she should tell Resurrect about him not looking at her like she was attractive. It was kind of embarrassing. Then what, Rias? Resurrect asked with a sly smile. Did he do or say something that would cause your cheeks to heat up like that? He jabbed at her. Oh, Onisama. And no, he didn't. He just looked at me like it was common that girls are as pretty as me, and because I still had my nightgown on, which as you know is see-through, he didn't even bat an eye. He just called me weird like someone called Lucy, and said he was getting the vibe that I'm an exhibitionist. The Rias in the recording blurted out. When they had thought the room had broken out into laughter at Rainer's scene, it was nothing compared to now. Their reaction was pretty much the same as the one of the Resurrects they were watching. Ha 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 ha! Resurrect almost screamed. For a good 5 minutes he was laughing while Rias pouted in front of him. And similar to Rias' alternate brother, it also took good 5 minutes for them to calm down. You are right, Rainer said towards Rias, while she was still shaking with laughter. This is great. It seems you have truly managed to surpass me, Rias. That was just... Akino bursted out, trying to get a hold on herself. I didn't know there was that side of you, she whispered naughtily. But I guess it explains a lot, she said, before once again breaking out into laughter. Rias' face was just nearly as red as her hair. Stupid recording. Stupid alternate me, she murmured. Gabriel was laughing along with the others. At the same time, however, in the back of her head, there were also different thoughts lurking. This here was a nice distraction, a little fun with her new team, she thought. But it didn't change what she had not told them, yet at least. She had not mentioned the 2 other surveillance discs. In that world they had found signs of the enemy, and more than that. He was back, Crossel, Alik, the man she had once known so well. It seemed there was no escaping her guilt. She would enjoy her time with the others for as long as she could. Somewhere else, Darien was just watching one of the other 2 realities. The ones that Gabriel had not told them about. In opposite to them, however, he was not seeing a recording. He had moved himself to a place between the dimensions, and was watching the actual events through time and space. The scene he was following right now came from one of the worlds nearly identical to Issei's, nearly the same. It showed Issei and Rainer, inside the abandoned church, stuck in a life and death fight. In that reality, by what he had seen, Issei had been resurrected as a devil by Rias Gremery, and Rainer had been going through with her plan to sacrifice Asia Arjento to get her sacred gear. He knew he could not interfere. Not without causing a temporal chaos, since these events had already happened. He could save either Asia or Rainer, nor could he do anything to help this version of Issei Hayate either. What he was watching were events of the past. He may have power that surpassed most gods, but that didn't mean he had the arrogance to mess with the flow of time like this. He watched how Issei was winning, barely, and how Rias Gremery appeared and was killing Rainer a short time later. Or at least it seemed so. Just before Rias had used her power of destruction against her, however, he had sensed telepathic activity from the fallen angel, connecting herself, and Issei? He knew what had happened. So this particular version of Rainer had cheated death by transferring her memories and a part of herself into Issei Hayate's subconsciousness, he thought. Interesting. It was probably only in 1 out of 100 cases that attempting something like that actually worked, but all that wasn't what he was truly thinking about. No, what bothered him was something else. He could feel the eyes of the lords on this reality. He knew at least one of them had been watching these events as well. But so far they had not interfered directly into the events of that universe. And as long as they wouldn't, the Guardians would hold back as well. A direct clash with the Lords could easily obliterate that world and maybe devastate their entire galaxy, and destroy exactly the same life they were trying to protect. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow ShadowWriter01 for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.